Some stories pull you into the shadows of lives that look perfect from afar and shatter everything you thought you knew about friendship, love, and the secrets we bury deepest. This is a third-person retelling of Imperfect Women by Araminta Hall, a gripping psychological thriller inspired by the raw complexities of female friendships, the weight of unspoken truths, and the quiet fractures in modern womanhood, drawn from sharp observations of gender politics, motherhood, and the masks we wear for those closest to us. First published in 2020, this New York Times best-selling novel has captivated readers worldwide with its unflinching exploration of guilt, betrayal, and the bonds that both sustain and destroy us. Its author, Araminta Hall, is the acclaimed writer known for her chilling debut, Our Kind of Cruelty, delivering stories that probe the darkest corners of human relationships with razor-sharp insight. The tale later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a major limited series on Apple TV Plus in 2026, starring Elizabeth Moss, Kerry Washington, and Kate Mara. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they're here to help you vividly visualize the story as it unfolds. Please bear with my request. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning the hidden lives of the people you hold dearest, and the imperfect choices that define us all. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the series, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Eleanor jolted upright, disoriented, the phone already pressed to her ear. The room was still pitch black, her head spinning until she dropped it forward, letting fragments of reality settle back into place. Robert's voice came through, tense and apologetic for waking her. It was just after 4. He explained that Nancy had not returned home. He had fallen asleep reading and woken to an empty bed, her phone routing straight to voicemail. Eleanor stared at the faint strips of streetlight leaking through her curtains, trying to anchor herself in their glow. Robert asked if she knew where Nancy was, if perhaps she had come to Eleanor's place after dinner. His tone stretched thin, brittle with strain. She denied it, swinging her legs out of bed as irritation with Nancy, long simmering, surged through her again. She offered to drive over in 15 minutes. He protested weakly, but she insisted, already reaching for clothes. His voice cracked with sudden fear, wondering aloud if they should call the police. She told him firmly to wait for her. As she dressed, her irritation hardened into raw anger. She pictured confronting Nancy, forcing her to face every consequence of this latest stunt, sparing no detail of the pain she had caused. Driving through the quiet miles toward Nancy's house, Eleanor rehearsed the sharp words she would deliver, demanding her friend stop manufacturing these dramas and finally own what she had done so they could all move forward. Over the years, she had watched Nancy spin smaller crises into this grand one, perhaps to inject excitement into a life that felt underlived despite her brilliant mind. Nancy could have achieved anything yet rarely committed fully, as if she had deliberately stepped out of her own story, an act of quiet sabotage. At a red light, 3 laughing teenagers crossed arm in arm, their youthful energy striking Eleanor like a message from the past. They reminded her of herself, Nancy, and Mary more than 25 years earlier, linking arms on their first days at Oxford, thrilled to have found one another so quickly. One girl glanced at the car, her smile flickering before her friends pulled her back into their conversation. Eleanor imagined them heading home to a messy house, full of talk about the night behind them and the bright futures ahead. As she drove on, she tried to recall what they had all once been so certain they would accomplish. She had stayed reasonably close to her own path, though she had pictured herself leading larger organizations by now instead of running her modest aid charity. Mary had dreamed of academia and the world of Greek gods, but her reality had become something harsher, a draining marriage that had worn her down, even as she adored her grown children. Time had slipped away so quickly. Nancy's ambitions had been vaguer, perhaps journalism or editing a newspaper, yet it seemed impossible now to imagine her ever finding real satisfaction in anything. Nancy and Robert's house blazed with lights, every room apparently switched on, glowing like a beacon against the dark street. Robert's face appeared briefly in the living room window before he opened the front door. They embraced in the familiar way, his arms drawing her close. In the basement kitchen, he suggested tea, but she took over, telling him to sit. He folded his rumpled frame into a chair, rubbing his eyes, his sleep-mussed blonde hair stirring her usual tenderness for him. They sipped in heavy silence, neither wanting to voice the obvious. For a moment, it felt almost like they were a couple facing an ordinary early start. Finally, Robert asked if she knew where Nancy was. Eleanor admitted she did not know exactly, but confirmed there was someone else. Robert pressed her directly. She expressed her fury at Nancy, unable to lie to his face yet reluctant to deliver the blow. He asked how long it had been going on. She urged him to speak with Nancy herself, but he pointed out she was not there. Eleanor felt the weight of yet another impossible position Nancy had forced upon her over the years. This one perhaps the worst. She apologized, explaining that after their dinner, Nancy had said she was going to meet the man. Robert's voice turned harsher as he asked if they had run away together. Eleanor doubted it. Nancy had been trying to end the affair, though the other man had resisted. A thread of fear twisted in her stomach at the thought that something might have shifted Nancy's resolve. She described the man only as David, met through work, and noted the affair had lasted about a year. Nancy had been visibly upset, genuinely attempting to finish things and salvage her marriage. Robert recoiled at the details. Eleanor insisted Nancy wanted to make it work with him. The possibility that this might be one final encounter hung sordidly in the sleek new kitchen. She told him he did not deserve any of this, her guilt sharpening as she remembered all the warm evenings and weekends she had enjoyed in their home while knowing the truth. He reassured her that anyone in her position would have done the same, since Nancy was her friend. She countered that he was her friend too, reaching to cover his hand with hers, noting how soft his skin felt. His smile was tight and strained. She added that she had disapproved from the start and never encouraged it. Robert glanced at the clock and mentioned getting ready for work despite the early hour. Eleanor questioned it, but he said he could not sit waiting and preferred to stay busy until he could speak with Nancy. When she asked if that meant he would forgive her without knowing the facts, her voice rose sharply. The comfortable allure of Nancy's life felt suffocating for a moment, yet she pushed the resentment aside, remembering how much she still loved and cherished her friend. Robert did not commit to forgiveness. His anger was clear in his grip on the table, veins standing out. He spoke of their long marriage and their daughter Zara. 20+ years could not be discarded lightly. The moment felt surreal in the lingering darkness. Eleanor swallowed her tears and shame. Robert stood, signaling it was time for her to go. She thanked him as they moved upstairs. At the front door, he asked how she had known about the affair. He shrugged, saying something had obviously been wrong for a while. She rubbed his arm, hoping they would sort it out, and promised to let him know if Nancy contacted her. As she turned to leave, shivering in the pre-dawn chill, a white car pulled up. Both she and Robert recognized it instantly. They watched in thick silence as two policemen stepped out and approached the house. One addressed Robert by name and asked if they could come inside. Eleanor's mind raced with the strangeness of it all, two officers appearing on the doorstep before dawn. Eleanor wanted no part of this new world where anything at all could happen. One policeman asked if there was somewhere to sit. Robert led them into the bright yellow drawing room Nancy had always insisted on, the one room that had to feel sunny. Eleanor lowered herself onto the sofa as if they were simply friends gathered before dawn. The officer turned to her. Robert introduced her as a close friend of his wife's. The words hung heavy, needing no further explanation. The policeman told Robert to sit. He refused, preferring to stand. Both officers removed their hats. The first one delivered the news. The body of a woman in her late 40s had been found just over an hour earlier. They had reason to believe it was Nancy. Robert dropped onto the sofa beside Eleanor. She felt the cushion give under his weight and focused on that single solid pressure while the rest of the room tilted. He asked what made them sure. Her bag had been with her, driving license inside the purse. Eleanor's voice broke in, asking what had happened, her mind flashing to Nancy alone in the freezing night. They were not certain yet, but it looked like head trauma. The words landed like stones. Eleanor pictured someone hurting her friend and fought a sick urge to run to her, to soothe the pain away. She asked where Nancy was, if she was dead. All three men stared at her. Yes, the officer confirmed, flushing. She was in the mortuary now. Robert asked where she had been found. By the river, near Hammersmith. They needed a recent photo. Eleanor fetched one from the mantelpiece. Nancy and Zara, sun behind her, turning her into something luminous. The officer studied it and nodded. They would need formal identification. Robert could do it, or someone else could. He made a low, bear-like sound. Eleanor offered. Robert insisted it should be him. Their eyes met, and a jolt of pure terror passed through her. This death was worse than any other. Every one of them would carry it forever, and nothing would ever be the same. At the mortuary, she waited on cold plastic chairs outside the viewing room, unable to remember how they had even arrived. Robert reappeared quickly, eyes unfocused, body trembling. She surprised herself by asking if she could go in. He waved her forward. The room was dim, fake flowers dusty in vases, a single navy velvet chair in the corner. A sheet-covered shape lay on the table. An attendant nodded, then folded the sheet back before Eleanor could brace herself. At first, she felt a rush of relief. It was not Nancy, only a waxwork version. The beauty that had always surrounded her friend had simply vanished, as if it refused to decay with the rest. Eleanor stepped closer. The left cheekbone was swollen, a yellow bruise climbing beneath the strange turban wrapped around her head. The jaw looked distorted, packed, and unnatural. Everything spoke of violence. Nancy's final moments had been painful. That much was brutally clear. The oddest detail was the missing hair. Nancy's golden waves, long and straight at university, later a soft bob, were completely hidden. Eleanor realized with a fresh stab that Nancy would never have another haircut. Beneath the shock ran darker knowledge. Nancy had gone to meet her lover last night. What if he had done this? Eleanor could have stopped her with the right words and had not even tried. Shame flooded her, drowning the last of her anger. She had loved this woman and let it happen. She pointed at the turban and asked why it was there. The attendant explained it contained a substantial wound on the back of the head. Eleanor asked about a post-mortem. Yes, almost certainly. She pressed further. Would they cut her up? Would she never look like this again? Desperation clawed at her. She wanted to kiss the cool cheek but could not, watched and afraid of what the touch would unlock inside her. The attendant assured her the team was skilled and the procedure essential for evidence. Eleanor nodded. She heard the sheet being replaced as she turned to leave. A policeman drove them back to Nancy's house. It already felt hollow, stripped of any promise that she might return. Police moved through every room. Outside, a few strangers with cameras waited. One surged forward, asking Robert for a comment before being steered away. Inside, a policewoman offered to send a family liaison officer to tell Zara at university. Robert refused. He would do it himself, though he looked incapable. He considered driving up, but Eleanor talked him out of it. They agreed the officer would wait at Zara's halls after the phone call. She left Robert and followed a different policeman down to the kitchen. She began making tea, aware that every ordinary task now felt pointless. The routine was absurdly unchanged. Bag from the cupboard, kettle, steam, milk. She watched her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. They sat with their mugs. Eleanor told herself this was simply another terrible moment to endure, no different from all the others she had survived. It was not about her, it was about Nancy, Robert, Zara. She must not think about last night's dinner or the things left unsaid. She could not fall apart yet. The policeman broke the silence. The sky outside had turned a flat grey, rain speckling the window. He introduced himself as Detective Sergeant Daniels and explained that starting quickly produced better results in these cases. Eleanor asked what he meant by these cases. Suspicious deaths, he said. The word landed. She asked if they thought Nancy had been murdered. Couldn't she simply have fallen? She had seen the face, yet still clung to the gentler possibility. Everything remained possible at this stage, Daniels answered calmly, but certain indications suggested it was not accidental. He asked about the dinner the night before. Eleanor drew a steadying breath. This was the moment everything would shift. They had left the restaurant around 10, she told him. Nancy had gone straight to meet her lover. The detective leaned forward, unable to hide his interest. Who was the lover? She did not know. Robert knew now. She had told him when he called at 4 that morning, but he had already guessed. How had he guessed? Their marriage had been strained. It was one of the things you considered. She confirmed she had no name beyond David, met through work. Nancy had been ashamed, shared almost nothing. The only extra detail Eleanor had pressed for the night before was whether he was married with children. Nancy had said yes, nothing more. Daniels asked how long the affair had lasted. A little over a year, as far as Eleanor knew, possibly longer. Had Nancy spoken about it to anyone else? Eleanor shook her head. She did not think Nancy had told anyone else. Maybe Mary, but Eleanor believed she would have known if she had. Nancy had been terrified of Robert finding out, so it seemed unlikely she had confided elsewhere. The detective confirmed the meeting through work, at a party. He asked where Nancy worked. Eleanor explained she mainly translated books from French at home. She sensed the officer's disappointment at the vague lead. He asked if Nancy had said where she was meeting David, or which direction she had gone after dinner. Eleanor flushed, remembering. Nancy had left first. Eleanor had stayed to pay the bill and had not seen her go. She wondered if he understood what a poor friend that made her. He asked if she had paid because Nancy had no money. No, Eleanor had simply offered. Nancy always carried cash and cards. The policeman revealed that Nancy's purse had been found open beside her, with no cash or cards inside. Eleanor insisted she would have had at least a card. He asked about her phone. It had not been found either. Had Eleanor seen her use it during dinner? She had not. She questioned whether the lover would have robbed her. The officer nodded, but added that robbery was not the only reason someone might take those items, messages on the phone, for instance. His team was working on tracing it, though it was not as simple as television suggested. He thanked her for her help and left. Eleanor stayed until Zara arrived home, then slipped away from the raw grief that made her feel like an intruder. Nancy's mother, Pearl, was on her way, and Eleanor could not face her yet. She promised to return in the morning, moved by Robert's grateful look. Darkness had fallen again as she left. The drive felt like a cruel replay of the morning, as if time might unravel and Nancy might still be alive. Nothing would ever be the same. She gripped the steering wheel, her body feeling crushed and run over repeatedly. Her mouth was dry, her heart hammered, and her own sour sweat rose around her. Mary still did not know. Eleanor could not bring herself to tell her over the phone, but the news would hit the evening broadcast soon. She drove through rush-hour traffic toward Kilburn, surrounded by strangers locked in ordinary lives. Mary's gate still sagged off its hinges, the front garden choked with weeds, the broken door pane taped together. Maisie answered the bell with a bright smile, her teenage spots heartbreaking. Mary emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands, hair hanging limp. She asked if everything was all right. Eleanor looked unwell. The words stuck in Eleanor's throat. She opened her mouth and began to cry. Mary called for Mimi, sent the girls to watch television, and guided Eleanor into the steamy kitchen that smelled of mints, closing the door. She handed Eleanor a cold beer from the fridge. Eleanor drank and finally told her. Nancy was dead. The police believed she had been murdered. Mary's eyes widened in shock. She sank into a chair and wept openly, noisily, with tears and snot. Eleanor held her old friend while she heaved and moaned. When the tears eased, Mary asked how, when, why. They had found her early that morning on a path by the river in Hammersmith, killed by a heavy wound to the back of the head. Mary asked if she had been raped. Eleanor did not know. She did not think so. Was it a mugging gone wrong? Possibly. Her purse had been open, cash and phone missing. Mary could not believe Nancy might die over a phone. Eleanor took her hand and asked if she had known about the affair. Mary had not. Eleanor admitted Nancy had told her because she was desperate. Mary asked if they suspected the lover. Eleanor said it was possible. Nancy had been trying to end it for months, but he had resisted. She had gone to meet him after their dinner. Mary pressed for details. Eleanor knew only that his name was David and they had met through work. She had known for about a year. Mary looked at her the way others had that day, silently questioning what kind of friend kept such a secret for so long. Nancy had shared almost nothing else. Mary's face crumpled again at the thought of Robert and Zara. Eleanor forced down more of the yeasty beer. Howard began calling Mary's name from upstairs, repeating it without pause. Eleanor's voice turned sharp. She told Mary to make him stop. Mary hesitated, then sat back down when Eleanor added that she should have stopped answering him years ago. Mary leaned onto the table, hair pooling across her arms, and begged Eleanor not to start that now. They had to get through this first. Eleanor left Mary's house just after 8:30, feeling unmoored from time. She could not stay. The full, noisy household made the continuation of ordinary life too obvious and grotesque. Howard's demands on Mary still grated, but it was not the moment. Back at her building, she let herself in and paused outside Irina's ground floor door. Light glowed from the front room. Eleanor stood with her hand raised, unsure whether to knock, dreading the empty silence waiting upstairs in her own flat. Irina had lived in the house for over 50 years, since arriving from Poland with her husband. She had raised her children there through war losses, her parents murdered, and nursing her husband through fatal illness when the children were small. Eleanor hesitated to burden the older woman with her grief, yet desperately wanted her understanding. 15 years earlier, when Eleanor had made an offer on the top-floor flat, the estate agent had insisted she meet Irina first. Others had been put off, but Eleanor had been charmed and visited the next day. They had sat laughing in Irina's warm, cinnamon-scented kitchen, and Eleanor had waited by her phone afterward, like an excited schoolgirl. They had always been more than neighbors, sharing kitchens, helping through crises, carrying milk and medicine, including each other in celebrations. A few years ago, Irina's daughter Sarah had called Eleanor, worried about her mother living alone. Eleanor had promised to check on her weekly and now shared supper with her every Thursday, a quiet oasis she sometimes needed more than Irina did. Eleanor stood outside Irina's door, the hallway light clicking off around her. It was Tuesday, not Thursday, but the longing hit her like it used to for her mother, 5 years gone now, lost to a mind that no longer recognized her own daughter. She knocked, fighting tears. The door opened, and Irina appeared, small and leaning on her stick, the sweet, familiar fog of her flat rolling out. Eleanor's mouth twisted downward, and the tears came anyway, hot and unstoppable. Irina's Polish-accented voice wrapped around her name, calling her child, asking what was wrong. She tugged Eleanor's elbow and guided her down the hall to the little back kitchen, hobbling ahead. "Sit," she said, pointing with the stick. Eleanor sank into the chair. Irina offered tea or vodka. Eleanor laughed once and chose vodka. The older woman fetched a dusty bottle and 2 grimy shot glasses, sat, and told her to speak. Eleanor swallowed the warm liquid, feeling it burn through her veins, then told her about Nancy, the friend with the big house and endless complaints. She had died last night. Murder, it seemed. Irina crossed her thin fingers over her chest, eyes wide. She had heard about the woman by the river on the evening news. Eleanor poured them each another shot. Her body trembled inside now, a steady internal shake. She did not know what to do next. Irina covered her hand with dry, papery skin and said there was nothing to do tonight but weep. Tomorrow she would get up and begin again. Eleanor forced herself to meet her eyes and confessed she had seen Nancy the night she died and had not been kind. They had been locked in the same old argument for years. She disapproved of how Nancy lived and had been angry that she would not fix it. Irina listened without judgment, only quiet concern. She reminded Eleanor that people only argued with those they loved. She spoke of her own children, how she used to scold them, not because it was easy, but because she loved them too much to let them go wrong. Anger, she said, was often just love in disguise. Eleanor admitted the last words between them had been harsh, and the guilt clawed at her. Irina shook her head gently. She had felt the same crushing guilt after her husband died, replaying every small failure until she realized guilt was only a way to hide from grief and make the loss about herself. Eleanor felt hollowed out, the grief eating her from inside. She whispered that she was not sure how she could go on. Irina cupped her face, forcing their eyes to meet. "You will go on," she said, "because you have to." Eleanor asked how she had managed it. Irina answered that she remembered she was nothing special. In her mind, she pictured the world full of bright lights, all that goodness shining out, and it reminded her that her own great tragedy was only a small sorrow in the larger scheme. The idea that Nancy's death could be small felt almost obscene to Eleanor. Her face tightened. Irina smiled softly and said, perhaps she was not ready to hear it yet, but sorrow was like sacrifice. Women absorbed it, so others did not have to, then passed it on when their share was done. All their sorrows were small in the end, and that was the way of the world. The next morning, the alarm pulled Eleanor awake at 7 with the news. The stories no longer washed over her. They yanked her upright in terror, heart-slamming as the radio spelled out details she already knew about her friend. She dressed fast and walked to the co-op. Nancy's smiling face stared from every newspaper cover, bright and careless. The press had every detail. Her phone buzzed as she left empty-handed. Mary's voice confirmed it was all over the news. They wondered how the lover had leaked so quickly, and where the photo had come from. Eleanor guessed Facebook and the swarm of police and reporters outside the house yesterday. She told Mary she was on her way there now. Mary's soft, "Oh God," echoed exactly how she felt. Twice as many young reporters in cheap suits waited outside Nancy's house. Questions flew at her as she climbed the steps. A flash popped behind her. Inside, the house felt frozen in the same awful stillness. Pearl, Nancy's mother, had arrived and was in the study. Eleanor climbed the stairs, steeling herself. As she went up, she remembered how she had once resented Nancy's easy return to work after years off with Zara, the pretty blue-walled study with its pale desk, while Eleanor worked in a drab municipal office or at her own tiny kitchen table. Yet she also remembered Nancy's self-conscious awareness of that ease, how she had confessed on the stairs that she felt like a fraud with an office for only a couple of jobs. Eleanor had answered warmly that she should not feel that way. It was lovely. Nancy had flushed and admitted she had wanted to work again for ages, but guilt and lost confidence had held her back. She sometimes wondered, the big house feeling, she had nothing meaningful to do. Eleanor had reassured her that being a mother and making a home mattered deeply, especially in the places she worked, where mothers were almost worshipped. Nancy had pointed out that here money was worshipped instead. They had talked about the judgment aimed at women, whether they had children or careers, and Nancy's eyes had shown real fear. Eleanor had touched her arm and told her she was amazing and could do anything. Nancy had shaken her head with such raw vulnerability that love had surged through Eleanor like a wave. In the study, Pearl sat motionless at the desk, hands folded, staring into the garden. The room smelled of Nancy, roses warmed by sun. Pearl turned, skin slack and pale, eyes red. She held out her hands. Eleanor took them and sat in the small armchair. She told Pearl how dreadful it all was. Pearl nodded, earrings and necklace catching the light, and asked if Eleanor had known about the other man. Only a little, Eleanor said. She had never given details, just his name, David. Pearl asked if she had any idea who he was. Eleanor apologized again. She truly did not. Pearl leaned back and wondered aloud what the silly girl had been doing. There was no real scolding in her tone, only bewildered grief. Eleanor felt the secret cling to her like her own betrayal. Pearl asked if Mary had known. No, Eleanor said, twisting the silver ring she had bought years ago in Jaipur for comfort. Nancy had been trying to end the affair. Pearl said the police must think the man had killed her in a jealous fit. They were not saying it outright, but it seemed obvious to her. Eleanor absorbed the morning's call from the police, her mind already racing to straighten every detail of the previous night. She still couldn't believe Nancy had done any of this. Poor Robert. She asked how he was holding up. Pearl answered that he was awful, already shut away with the detectives, while Zara remained utterly inconsolable. Both of them seemed lost in desolation. As Eleanor listened, memories stirred of all the people she had watched, shattered by loss over the years, entire worlds collapsing beneath them like shifting earth or rising seas that swallowed everything. She had always felt faintly superior about Western grief, reading accounts of murders or overdoses and quietly judging the scale of the outcry, wishing those writers could witness true devastation in the places she knew. Now, sitting here, she understood how no word quite captured it. The feeling truly seemed like the end of the world. Pearl spoke again, expressing relief that Hank had died before all this, adding that if Nancy had waited just a few more years, she herself could have been gone too. The words carried an odd, fragile edge that Eleanor barely grasped. Her thoughts drifted to her own mother, lost to sanity in a Devon care home, and she wondered whether the woman would even comprehend the death of one of her children. It struck her freshly how strange the timing of those memories could be, and how the realization that her mother was no longer the vibrant figure she had always known hit like a new blow. She pictured calling her now to speak of Nancy, and felt the ache of the comfort her mother once gave so effortlessly. That deep, exuberant laugh still echoed in her mind, rising through the drafty old house past her father's study, filling messy rooms and drifting over unwashed dishes. Her mother had always declared there were better things to do than clean, rushing between charity commitments and dragging young Eleanor and her sister along. She had liked Nancy, Eleanor recalled, yet would have disapproved of the opulence surrounding her life, an attitude that had probably shaped Nancy in turn. Pearl continued, recounting how she and Hank had tried for 10 years to have a child before Nancy arrived as their perfect little miracle. Yet there had always been that restless side to her daughter, an urge to push boundaries too far. She asked if Eleanor noticed the same thing. Eleanor offered a non-committal reply. Pearl pressed on, questioning even why Nancy had gone to university, and turning the same question on Eleanor. She faltered, staring at her hands that suddenly looked smaller, and explained that she had simply wanted to continue her studies, though the reason felt hazy even to her. Pearl began to suggest that things were easier when women simply didn't pursue such paths, then caught herself. She wiped at her eyes, forcing the tears back, and admitted she knew exactly where Nancy had inherited that drive. Hank had been the same, locking himself away in his study during his moods, indulged as part of his genius, while she ensured everything waited for him. But Nancy, as a woman, had never been granted that luxury. Slightly stunned by the outburst, Eleanor suggested they go downstairs for tea, the words sounding irritatingly bland, even to herself. Pearl rose with a heavy sigh and declared she never wanted bloody tea again. In the kitchen, Zara sat cross-legged on the floor, hunched and weeping, her hair matted and body wrapped in what looked like Robert's dressing gown. She howled at their entrance, launching herself upward and into Eleanor, nearly knocking her back. Eleanor steadied her, smoothing the girl's hair and murmuring something useless and soothing. Zara kept repeating that she couldn't bear it, the words looping like a desperate chant. Eleanor guided her to a chair at the table, where she collapsed, head thudding against the wood. Pearl sat beside her, but offered no comfort. Eleanor filled the kettle, the whole scene feeling like hell. By the time Robert returned, Eleanor and Pearl had finished their tea, while Zara's cup sat cold and untouched. The girl's weeping had faded into a constant backdrop, as Eleanor's thoughts spun through old memories of standing beside a mass grave, watching a digger bury broken bodies to prevent disease, loved ones forever lost. Fresh from university then, she had still been soft to such horrors. The mind could endure astonishing things. She had written to her parents that night, a letter that likely arrived only after her father was already gone. Robert entered with his mouth downturned and eyes sunken. He told Eleanor the police now wanted to speak with her. She rose, not fully prepared. He explained they had turned the drawing room into an interview space and planned to question everyone today. Pearl asked why. Robert replied bitterly that it was to build a complete picture, his frustration barely contained, as he added that while they did so, the man responsible was probably boarding a flight to Acapulco. Eleanor tried to defend the police, but at least Zara had paused her crying long enough to lift her head toward her father. He gestured toward the stairs, indicating they were waiting. She left feeling his anger directed at her, wondering if he regretted how quickly he had absolved her of responsibility the night before. Detective Sergeant Daniels waited in the drawing room beside a sterner man in uniform. Daniels greeted her as Miss Meekins and invited her to sit. It felt strange to be asked to take a seat in Nancy's own drawing room. She perched on the edge of the chair. Daniels consulted his notes and confirmed she had known Nancy Hennessy for 28 years, meeting at university. He asked if they had always been close. She affirmed it, noting the trio with Mary from nearly the first day. He mentioned Robert had spoken of Mary Smithson and said they would contact her today. Eleanor added that she had been with Mary last night and that the woman was deeply upset. Daniels ignored the remark and pressed whether the three women were the closest of friends who told each other everything. Eleanor glanced at the uniformed man, whose stare gave nothing away. She confirmed they were. Daniels leaned forward, comparing it to how his own wife and her friends talked endlessly about every subject, insisting no affair could stay hidden among them. Eleanor felt heat rise in her cheeks with anger and replied that not all women were the same. The other man coughed. Daniels apologized, laughing awkwardly like a schoolboy, and suggested perhaps Nancy had confided more in Mary. Eleanor insisted. Mary knew nothing and questioned why she would lie, pointing out that revealing the man's identity would allow an arrest and end all this. She turned to the uniformed officer, asking who he was. He introduced himself as Detective Chief Inspector Farrelly, explaining he was only observing for now as the senior officer in charge, while this remained Daniel's case. He noted several unanswered questions made it a top priority. Eleanor thought the phrasing made it sound like a corporate meeting. Daniels emphasized the importance of identifying Nancy's lover, adding that people sometimes protected others in distress out of good intentions. Eleanor nearly shouted, demanding who she would be protecting. Daniels abruptly asked how well she knew Mr. Hennessy. Thrown by the shift, she answered that she knew Robert very well, having met him at university too, and sharing the same professional field. Daniels inquired about her work. She explained she ran a charity focused on overseas relief and had assisted Robert on cases involving people trafficking. He confirmed they had all spent considerable time together. Then, blushing, he asked if she had ever had a husband. She nearly laughed and said no, she had never been married. He smiled, calling her a career woman in a tone that seemed pitying, as if sorry no man had made her a wife. He pressed on, asking what sort of relationship the Hennessys had. She felt herself flush, sensing the weight of the question. She described their marriage as having ups and downs like any couple, yet fundamentally solid despite the affair. She added that Nancy would never have left Robert. Daniels wondered why she had the affair then. Eleanor replied that Nancy had always been impetuous. Cozy domesticity was never enough for her, even though she loved Robert and Zara. Daniels sat back, rubbing his nose as if puzzled, admitting the whole situation confused him since Robert had said much the same. Eleanor remained still. He asked why Robert had called her upon realizing Nancy hadn't come home. She explained that Nancy and she had dined together that evening, so he wondered if Nancy had returned with her. The heat climbed through her body again. He asked if Nancy had ever done that before. She said, not for about 25 years. Daniels reminded her of her earlier statement that Nancy had left the restaurant first while she stayed to pay the bill, then asked if she was certain they hadn't left together. Eleanor laughed, demanding what he was implying. He insisted it was nothing, only that people often forgot details or grew muddled in distress. She insisted she was not muddled and repeated that Nancy had left alone around 10:15, while she departed about 10 minutes later, by which time Nancy was already gone. He noted that she had said yesterday that Mr. Hennessy knew about the affair. Eleanor clarified that she had not exactly said Robert knew of the affair, only that he had suspected it. The detective asked whether Robert had ever discussed those suspicions with her before. She answered no. He noted something in his book, then pressed her on why she had described Nancy as scared of her husband finding out. Eleanor glanced between the two men, neither meeting her eyes, and explained that Nancy simply had not wanted the marriage to end, in case Robert could not forgive her. Daniels paused. He asked whether she would describe Mr. Hennessy as a jealous man. The room softened at the edges. It struck her as both impossible and inevitable that they were considering this. She remembered a statistic she had once read, that something like 90% of murders were committed by people close to the victim. She answered that she would not have thought so. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Daniels asked her to confirm the details she had given about Nancy's lover. She nodded. He repeated them. The man was called David, met at a work party, married with children. She confirmed it all, though the scraps of information felt painfully thin, and she wished she could offer Robert and Zara something more solid from where they grieved downstairs. He asked if Nancy had shared anything else, his job, where he lived, any detail about his family, no matter how small. Eleanor felt drained. She told him there was nothing more. He thanked her, closed his notebook, and clearly expected her to leave, but she remained seated, the questions pressing on her chest. She asked what had exactly happened to Nancy. Daniels glanced at the silent senior officer, who gave a small nod. He described a large wound to the back of her head, unsure yet whether it came from a blow or a fall, but it had caused fatal bleeding inside the brain. Eleanor asked if she had died instantly. He said she would have lost consciousness within minutes. She mentioned the marks on her face. He hesitated, then confirmed there had been evidence of a struggle. Several injuries to the face, as if she had been struck. They were not fatal on their own, but they proved it had not been an accident. She forced herself to ask whether Nancy had been raped. He assured her firmly that nothing of that kind had happened, and offered a small smile, as though that were at least one mercy. The days that followed blurred into clichés. No one asked Eleanor how she herself was coping. Instead, they constantly inquired about Robert and Zara, and somehow she had become the one shielding them, living in the house, turning away reporters at the door. She ached for her own small flat, with its white walls and mismatched pottery, for her office and the distant crises that once felt more real than this, for the half-read Doris Lessing, the deep bath, the soft bed and late-night radio. She also longed for the time before Nancy's face filled every newspaper and screen. The story had every element the public craved. The affair, the perfect life, scraped raw. Coverage spoke of a brutal, frenzied attack on a dark towpath, clothes torn, face beaten in one of the most violent assaults police had seen. Commentators called it a crime of passion. Talk shows dissected the dangers of affairs and slid into warnings about internet dating, as though Nancy had been that sort of woman. The speculation, lover or husband, became a constant screech Eleanor could not silence. The body was not released for some time. Once it was, Eleanor helped Zara plan the funeral. The girl had lost weight and now carried an eerie resemblance to her mother. Robert dismissed every detail, saying whatever they chose would be fine. Eleanor found Nancy's address book and phoned everyone listed, grateful the publicity meant no one needed to be told why. For her, the weight felt like standing in the burning core of hell. Each morning brought a tight chest and a headache that sharpened through the day. It was not only the loss of Nancy, but the permanent state of raw emotion. No certainty, no rhythm to the hours, only desolation threatening to drag her under. She had always believed she kept her life light on ties and children, so she could run toward the unknown at any moment. Yet that old freedom had never felt like this free fall, where she could not predict her own feelings hour to hour. She had faced shifting lands, cyclones, wars, and never felt herself dissolving the way she did now. For the first time in years, her father's death returned in obsessive detail. 27 years earlier, just after university, watching cancer consume him while the oxygen pump hissed and the morphine machine beeped and her mother's weeping replaced the laugh that had once filled their house. At night, Eleanor cried and sometimes could not remember who she was mourning. It became easier to stay busy at Nancy's house, where she was always needed. Robert returned from another police interview and announced he had hired a lawyer, his tone sharp as though Eleanor were the one doubting him. He said it was obvious he was a suspect. They kept circling back to whether he had known about the affair and how it made him feel. Eleanor's breath caught. He explained they seemed to think that if he had known Nancy wanted to leave, it gave him motive. She reminded him he had not known until she told him that night. His face looked bruised with exhaustion. He admitted he had no alibi. No one had seen him after work that evening until he called her at 4 a.m. She wanted to demand he swear he had nothing to do with it, but a sound made her turn. Zara stood in the doorway, brow set in a deep, fixed frown. It rained on the day of the funeral, the sky black and heavy, as though the world itself mourned. Despite the Sussex location, the church was full. Eleanor thought Nancy would have been quietly pleased by the turnout, by the visible depth of grief. Robert and Zara sat at the front, shoulders hunched, their pain plain, yet people still approached them with hugs and consoling touches. Eleanor felt the old panic rise again, the weightless spin that threatened to scatter her into nothing. Then a hand rested on her arm. Mary slipped into the seat beside her and kissed her cheek. The simple warmth steadied Eleanor. She squeezed her friend's hand in return. She asked if Mary had come alone. Mary said no. The girls were sitting with Howard at the back. He was still very unwell and might have to leave early. Eleanor glanced back and saw him, gaunt, hunched, his beard gone white, a hollow version of the man she remembered. She realized she had never once asked after him during all the calls with Mary that week. Mary said he could not stop being sick. Doctors now suspected cancer and had scheduled tests. Eleanor offered quiet sympathy, aware how unfair it was that Mary had to carry this while still grieving Nancy. She tried to feel genuine concern for Howard, but she knew too much about him for the kindness to ring entirely true. Over the years, she had argued with Nancy about the man, unable to explain why he irritated her so deeply when he presented such a flawless face to the world. She understood why Mary had never confided the truth to Nancy. It would have been almost impossible to admit how badly things had gone wrong while sitting across from someone whose life looked so complete. Mary leaned close and whispered that she felt awful for Howard. He was so poorly. Eleanor regretted her sharp, "Do you?" the moment it left her mouth. She glanced back at the girls flanking their father, but their son was missing. She asked where Marcus was. Mary said she had no idea. Eleanor reminded her that Nancy had been his godmother, like herself. Tears sprang into Mary's eyes. She explained that Marcus's behavior had worsened sharply this past year. She had reminded him about the funeral yesterday. He said he would come, but he had not come home last night and was not answering his phone. A hush fell over the church as the vicar took his place. Eleanor heard Zara draw a deep, shaky breath, then begin to sob steadily. Robert stood and told the gathering that Nancy would have been so pleased to see so many of them there. He said she had always loved a party and must be annoyed to be missing this one. Soft laughter rippled through the pews. Mary squeezed Eleanor's hand. He recalled meeting Nancy at a party, how he had spotted her months earlier and thought her the most gorgeous girl he had ever seen. He had pursued her awkwardly until he finally spoke to her, only to discover how much more there was to her than her striking beauty. His voice thickened. He described her as wise, funny, quick, and so much fun. His gaze moved to Zara, and his mouth attempted a smile. He said she had been a brilliant mother, something for which he would always be grateful. Zara's thin shoulders shook inside Nancy's black velvet coat. Robert continued that when Zara followed her mother to St. Hilda's, Nancy had said how proud she was. He stopped, pressing a hand to his forehead. Eleanor realized he must have practiced these words while pacing his room at night. Now he looked lost, as if he had forgotten not only the speech, but who and where he was. He scanned the room. She caught his eye and offered a gentle smile, though he seemed to look straight through her. He said time was so strange. It felt like only a minute ago, and now it was over. His voice broke. He added that they would all miss her terribly, then stumbled back to his seat. Eleanor could not watch the coffin descend, so she stepped behind a tall man to block her view. It still seemed impossible that Nancy's body would simply rot in the earth. At the graveside, Pearl stood arm in arm with Zara, and the sight struck Eleanor harder than anything. Nancy's life rippled outward like a stone dropped in a pond. They walked up the path to the house like a flock of black geese, wind whipping at them, mud splattering their clothes. The house felt stiflingly hot and crowded, despite the freezing day outside. Robert and Zara stood by the front door, accepting hugs and stories. Both had color in their cheeks for the first time since the death. They had clearly had a drink. The atmosphere shifted toward release, conversation rising like a cocktail party. Mary found Eleanor in the crush, but kept her coat on. She said she could not stay, and had only wanted to speak to Robert and Zara. Eleanor admitted she wished she could leave too, but felt she could not abandon them. Mary asked how long she planned to stay. Eleanor said she did not know. Mary touched her arm, said Howard was waiting in the car and unwell, then kissed her cheek and told her she loved her. Eleanor returned the words. As Mary slipped away, Eleanor remembered it had been Nancy who started that tradition of easy affection. Nancy had once said, sitting in the garden visible through the window, that she sometimes thought she loved the two of them more than Robert. In the days after the funeral, the question of how long to stay circled Eleanor constantly. She returned to work, but left early. Her staff covered for her, though she suspected they minded. She spent occasional nights at her own flat, and even went to dinner with a friend, guilt gnawing at her. She met Mary for a Sunday walk, but Mary could only talk about Howard growing worse, even though hospital tests had found nothing immediately fatal. Yet Eleanor kept returning to Nancy's house, drawn by the misery there, as if her silence about the affair had bound her in permanent service. They never made her feel that way. Instead, they treated her like family, the one person with whom they could drop their guard. The feeling was intoxicating, even dangerous. 9 nights after the funeral, she let herself in. Zara emerged from the drawing room, seized her hand, and pulled her forward before she could remove her coat. Robert stood in the center of the room, arms folded, staring at the television. Blurry footage showed a man being bundled into a police car amid a storm of camera flashes. A young reporter appeared, rain plastering his hair, announcing that 55-year-old French author David Boyette had been arrested that afternoon in connection with Nancy Hennessy's murder. He detailed the affair Nancy had been trying to end, her work as a translator of French books, and her connection to Boyette through his novels. The report noted Boyette's British wife and 2 daughters in Harrogate. Police declined further comment. Eleanor's legs buckled. She sank onto the sofa. Zara said they had found the man her mother was seeing. Eleanor asked who. Zara reminded her he wrote as D.H. Boyette, the crime writer. Recognition hit Eleanor. Robert switched off the television, his face ashen. She asked if he had known. He said the police had come that morning. They had been checking all the authors Nancy translated. She had done 4 of Boyette's novels and met him a few times through publishers, including a Christmas party last year that matched the timeline. His name was Davide, though Nancy would have called him David. He was married with 2 children. Eleanor felt an odd sting that Robert had not called her sooner. She asked if they were sure it was him. He said, God knows. They had questioned him again yesterday. She felt faint and asked if Boyette had admitted the affair. Robert said no. He denied everything, claiming he barely knew her, had met her only briefly at publishers' events, and had not even seen her at the party. Police were asking witnesses if anyone saw them together, but so far, nothing. Zara added that Boyette was on a book tour and had been in a Richmond hotel the night of the murder. No one saw him after 9. He skipped a dinner claiming a headache. His wife said he had had affairs before. Eleanor looked at Robert, who seemed to be collapsing inward with every word. She told Zara to get her father a drink, then guided him to a chair. Zara brought 2 tumblers of whiskey. They all drank in one swift gulp, the warmth flooding through them. Robert muttered that the man looked like a fucking idiot. The phone rang. Zara answered and called that it was Mary for Eleanor. There was not enough evidence to charge Davide Boyette, nor was there enough to charge Robert. No fingerprints, no witnesses. Hardly surprising on a freezing night when only the mad or the desperate would be out. Nancy's phone records showed deleted messages from her lover, proving she had been trying to end the affair and that he had grown very angry. But the phone was a pay-as-you-go burner, never linked to the internet, listed in her contacts only as D, unused, since the night of the murder, and they had never used names in texts. Robert had no physical evidence tying him to the riverbank, and he maintained he had not known for certain about the affair until Eleanor told him, by which time Nancy was already dead. His friends and colleagues insisted he was incapable of violence. There had never been any suggestion of it in the marriage. Yet the police made it clear to anyone listening that it was definitely either the husband or the lover. And everyone listened, because by then the story dominated every conversation. Newspapers filled front pages with their faces for days on end. Reporters followed Zara back to Oxford. She told Eleanor she felt she might faint every time she stepped outside. Boyette's wife appeared on television, saying she was sure he had not murdered anyone, but that living with a philanderer had been hell, and she would fight to keep him from their daughters. The audience cheered. Commentators questioned whether Robert could ever have satisfied a woman as beautiful as Nancy, hinting at cold anger behind his blue eyes. It seemed the noise would never stop, that nothing good would ever happen again. All the while, Eleanor simply missed her friend with a hollow grief that still ambushed her. One day at work, Robert phoned and asked if she would like to go to the opera that night. She reminded him she thought Zara was going with him. He said Zara had just cancelled and was not coming home that weekend at all. Eleanor suggested she was probably just busy. Robert said no, it was more than that. She was furious with him. Eleanor insisted she had no right to be. He replied that Zara blamed him, and perhaps she was right. If he had been more lovable, Nancy would never have needed the affair with that terrible man. Eleanor closed her eyes, banishing the image of Robert alone at his desk in the echoing emptiness of the house. He wondered aloud whether Zara actually blamed her, noting the narrowed, judgmental stares she now received from women in meetings. She cut him off sharply, insisting Zara thought no such thing, and asked what time they should meet. He suggested 7:30 outside Covent Garden tube station. She agreed and told him she would see him there. The way he shortened her name to Ellie sent her breath catching. He had never done that before. She nearly confessed to Nancy that she had met him first, all those years ago, after a party at the end of their second year, and wondered how differently life might have unfolded if she had spoken up, since Nancy would have pushed her to pursue him. At that long-ago party, she had been mixing a drink in the kitchen while Mary and Nancy danced elsewhere when Robert wandered in. His tall, clean blonde presence stood out against the general grime. Dressed in a light blue shirt, chinos, and loafers, he took her smile as an invitation. Sensing he felt out of place, she asked about his studies. When he said law, she snorted and raised her eyebrows. He clarified he had no interest in defending oil companies or celebrities. He wanted to use the degree for good. His words echoed her own hidden ambitions so closely she blushed. She told him she read English, but dreamed of overseas relief work, unable to ignore the world's needs. They talked for hours, leaning against the cabinets, sharing sticky bourbon, their fingers brushing with an electric spark when she refilled his cup. Their eyes held. Only when Nancy came looking for her did the moment break. Eleanor introduced them briefly, but Nancy was already leaving in a rush, and she kept the encounter private on the walk home. The next day she waited by the phone, imagining he might track down their number, letting the fantasy carry her. When it finally rang, Nancy answered and later burst into her room, flopping onto the bed to say Robert had asked her out for a drink. Eleanor hid the sting, insisting he was not her type at all and urging Nancy to go. She pulled herself out of the memory by calling Zara, who answered amid loud television noise. Zara admitted skipping lessons because she was writing a novel, the only thing keeping her from crying. Eleanor mentioned Robert's disappointment that she was cancelling the weekend. Zara dismissed it coldly. She accused her father of constant nitpicking, refusing the fun things Nancy liked, and wanting only Sussex in the newspaper. Eleanor remembered Nancy voicing the same complaint and felt a twist of disloyalty. She defended him as a hard worker. Zara snorted in a way that sounded exactly like her mother. Eleanor insisted Nancy had loved him. Zara questioned whether it had even been David, suggesting Nancy might have used a false name, or that the lover was someone else entirely. She asked why the police had questioned her father so relentlessly. Eleanor said it was routine duty. Zara's voice shrank as she recalled his anger and the arguments between her parents. Eleanor closed her eyes against the spiraling thoughts, reminding her that all married couples argued, and it meant nothing. Zara admitted she could almost understand what her mother had seen in David Boyette. The terrible words hung between them in silence. After hanging up, Eleanor gave in and Googled Davide Boyette, despite weeks of resisting. Images showed a rugged man with thick greying hair, a close-cropped stylish beard, and eyes that sparkled as if he had just shared a dirty joke. She could easily see why Nancy had found him attractive. He was the precise opposite of Robert. That evening, at the opera, the music lifted her, flooding every part of her body with deep, sensual waves. She glanced at Robert. His jaw remained clenched, eyes glinting with strain. During the interval, they drank champagne, while strangers stole glances at them. The bubbles went straight to her head, turning the second half even more dreamlike. Afterward, in the cold air, he invited her back to the house for a nightcap, saying he could not face a bar where people might ask about Nancy. She agreed, tucking her bob behind her ears, as her hands suddenly felt useless. The house was warm but hollow, as though the upper floors had been blown away. He poured drinks, and they sat close on the sofa. He complimented her brown silk dress. She wondered what perfect thing Nancy would have worn. He remarked that nearly 2 months had passed, and he was glad it had happened just after Christmas. She suggested the weather would soon improve and he could lose himself in work at XIII Place. He nodded and mentioned that he and Nancy had discussed early retirement there, selling the London house for a small flat. She covered his hand with hers, saying Nancy had always been complicated, but probably meant it. He turned to her, eyes desperate, and asked whether Nancy had truly spoken of ending the affair with David. She reassured him it might not even be Boyette, but confirmed Nancy had wanted it over, though he had not let her go. She was certain that was what happened the night of the murder. They fought after she told him it was finished. Robert hunched forward with a raw cry, clamping a hand over his mouth. She pulled him into her arms as he clung to her waist, head pressed to her breast, body shaking with sobs. Anger at Nancy prickled hot beneath her skin. He straightened until their faces were level, his lips red and swollen against his pale, gaunt cheeks. She had not planned the kiss, but once their mouths met, it turned urgent. His tongue explored hers, his hands slid under her, pulling her beneath him on the sofa. The silk of her dress rose easily. She heard the zip of his trousers, then felt him inside her, a rush like coming home, like everything she had ever wanted. She pinched the back of her hand, hard to remind herself this was her dead best friend's husband, and she must not take joy in it. He cried out as he finished, eyes squeezed shut, face contorted. Afterward, disentangling, he apologized. She told him not to be sorry. Eleanor sat beside Robert on the sofa while he took her hand again. She rested her head against his shoulder. They stayed silent, and she wondered whether he too was staring at the photographs of Nancy on the mantelpiece. This can't be anything, she told herself 1,000 times each day. This man was still mourning her best friend. Nancy sat on the edge of her bed every night and would never leave. Eleanor did not want her to leave. She could not love him. One afternoon, she made him laugh outright, a spontaneous, genuine sound that proved for one brief moment he had forgotten his grief. They were walking through the woods near XIII Place when she pointed out a blue tit and said it reminded her of Winston Churchill. Other days he felt unreachable, sealed behind a high wall with the gate locked. She would speak of the news, the weather, or the vegetables he had planted, but his face would shudder, and his replies came in short, clipped bursts. She felt she had lost any right to mention Nancy, as though the name itself became tainted on her lips. Zara knew nothing of what was happening between her and Robert, and still phoned most days, often late at night, crying. In Zara's eyes, Nancy had become perfect, almost deified, as the dead often were, especially mothers. Sometimes Eleanor wanted to shake her and remind her that Nancy had been far from blameless, but she never did. That would only deepen the betrayal. She dreamed of Nancy constantly, things they had done and never done, conversations they had and had not had. In the dreams they shouted at each other, danced cheek to cheek, scratched each other's faces, swapped bodies, or Nancy stole her children, though they had never been hers. They sang, laughed, and cried together. Once Eleanor woke saying, "I'm sorry," aloud, but sensed Nancy did not care. Then spring arrived suddenly, as if the world had closed its eyes and wished for mercy. Media coverage of the case faded, and the police had not contacted them for some time, though they insisted the investigation remained open with no fresh leads and many dead ends. Eleanor felt swept along by a force she could not control, an unfamiliar pressure in her chest that made it harder to focus on her own life. She knew Mary needed her. Howard's condition refused to improve, despite endless tests that ruled out anything terminal. But the pull toward Robert always proved stronger, leaving her with less time for her friend. The one steady routine she kept was visiting Irina every Thursday night. So it came as no surprise when Irina's daughter Sarah phoned one Monday afternoon to say her mother sounded ill and asked if Eleanor could check on her that evening. Eleanor had planned supper with Robert and ached to see him. She even considered lying to Sarah. But she knew Irina would never admit weakness and would need gentle coaxing into care. On her way home from work, she bought fresh soup, bread, ginger cake, milk, and eggs. She did not stop at her own flat, but knocked straight on Irina's door. It took a long time for the old woman to answer, so long that a sharp fear stabbed Eleanor's chest. She set her bags down and was reaching for her keys when the door finally opened. Irina looked shrunken, her skin a sickly yellowish pallor, her white hair hanging in thin wisps instead of its usual neat pin. Eleanor explained that Sarah had called and she had brought supper. Irina muttered about her daughter worrying too much, but stepped back, allowing herself to be looked after, an unusual concession. Eleanor pushed down her own rising fear. The flat felt stiflingly hot. She told Irina to sit while she heated the soup. In the kitchen, the sparse cupboards and fridge depressed her. Her own future kitchen might one day look the same. She prepared a tray with soup, buttered bread, tea, and cake, then carried it to the sitting room where Irina sat in her wing-back chair, gazing out the window. Irina remarked that the lilac was flowering. Eleanor looked at the frothy purple blooms and offered to pick some. Irina waved the idea away and told her to sit. She took tiny bird-like mouthfuls, her face swollen from the cold, nose pink, cheeks flushed. Eleanor urged her to call next time she felt unwell. She could always bring supper or help in any way. Irina insisted she was fine and that Sarah worried excessively. When Eleanor asked about her temperature, Irina clicked her tongue in disapproval, so Eleanor fell silent and looked again at the lilac swaying outside. It reminded her the bushes would soon bloom at Coombe Place, where she was heading that weekend. The thought carried both sadness that Nancy would never see another spring and sharp joy at the prospect of time alone with Robert. Irina suddenly asked who was in her head. Eleanor jumped, tried to laugh it off, then admitted she had been thinking of someone. Irina observed that she had been smiling, but also trying not to. Eleanor blushed and confessed she thought she might have fallen in love. Irina asked if that was not something good. Eleanor noticed she had barely touched the food and urged her to eat more, but Irina wanted to hear about the love instead, saying it would do her more good than soup. With a desperate urge to speak, Eleanor told her she seemed to be having a sort of relationship with Robert, Nancy's husband. Irina's gentle smile collapsed. Her face wobbled and her eyes narrowed into hard pebbles. The reaction lanced through Eleanor, bringing a flash of anger at the old woman who could not possibly understand. Eleanor apologized for shocking her. Irina shook her head, saying one did not reach her age to feel shock, but one did learn to recognize when something was wrong. Eleanor insisted it was not wrong. She had known Robert nearly as long as she had known Nancy, and it was not sordid. Her voice came out harsher than intended, her heart pounding in her throat. Irina spoke softly but firmly. It might not be sordid, but it was wrong. For him, for Nancy, and most of all for Eleanor herself. Eleanor fought back tears, thinking it foolish to expect this elderly woman to remember what it felt like to be consumed by someone. Irina said she could see how special Robert was to her, but Eleanor was special to her too, and she wanted her to be careful and kind to herself. Eleanor gave a harsh laugh and stood abruptly, afraid she might faint. She suggested Irina have a bath while she did the washing up. Irina protested, but shuffled off to the bathroom anyway. Eleanor washed dishes in a nervous flurry, her blood buzzing, refusing to dwell on Irina's words. By the time the flat and Irina were tidy, a fragile calm had settled over them both. Irina apologized if she had spoken too much as she resettled in her chair, refusing bed because she wanted to watch a television program later. Eleanor assured her she never said too much and promised to check on her before work the next morning. At the door, Irina called her back and asked her to promise one thing: to remember that she was special. Eleanor found the idea absurd, but agreed anyway, which at least coaxed a smile from the old woman. As she hurried out, her foot caught on a loose edge of carpet in the hall where two pieces joined. She nearly fell, smoothed it down, and made a mental note to fix it properly later. Robert called early the next morning, shaken by a dream in which Nancy shouted words he could not remember while blood ran down her face. Eleanor stayed on the line, soothing him. When they finished, she realized she was already late for her first meeting and that stopping to see Irina would derail her entire day. She kept her head down passing Irina's door, telling herself the old woman probably needed sleep to fight the cold. Robert phoned again that afternoon to say he had bought theatre tickets because he needed to be around people. Eleanor knew she would end up staying the night, but she had left important papers at home and had to leave work early. As she rushed up the path, she saw Irina sitting in her window chair, motioning for her to come in. The sight brought a wave of heartburn-like dread. Irina met her at the door and led her into the warm, stuffy flat before she could escape. She offered tea. Eleanor said she could not stay long as she was going to the theatre. Irina sat in her chair, Eleanor perched opposite on the edge, ready to leave quickly. Irina asked if she was going with Robert. The question startled her. She had not expected the old woman to remember the name. She admitted she was and hated the blush that followed. Irina's eyes looked bright, her face slightly flushed, perhaps from the cold. She said she had been thinking about it ever since Eleanor told her. Eleanor nodded, a terrible pressure building behind her eyes. Irina told her firmly that she really must not do this. Eleanor stammered that Irina did not understand the situation. Irina replied that she did not need to know details. She cared about Eleanor and did not want to see her hurt. Eleanor begged her to stop, feeling sickness rise in her stomach, insisting everything was fine despite how complicated and wrong it might seem. Eleanor wanted to cover her ears against Irina's words, which landed like a curse. She glanced at her watch and said she had to leave or she would miss the start of the play. She rose, but Irina laid a hand on her arm and told her that most love felt magical, yet sometimes it tore the heart out and crushed everything else in its path. Sometimes it simply was not worth the cost. Eleanor stood fully then, letting the hand slip away, and repeated that she was going now. Irina asked whether she would still come for supper tomorrow, as usual. Eleanor could not even turn around. A desperate need to escape the flat consumed her. She closed the door quietly behind her, though part of her longed to rip it from its hinges. The next day, Mary phoned at lunchtime and asked if Eleanor could stop by on her way home. The tone told Eleanor her friend was low, so she agreed and went straight there after work. The evening air was warm and unmistakably spring-like. Somehow, the world had kept turning. They sat in the garden with glasses of wine. Mary asked what was going on with her. Eleanor answered too quickly that nothing was, then realized how guilty she sounded and asked what Mary meant. Before Mary could reply, Marcus came through the back door into the garden. The sight of him shocked Eleanor. He looked defeated, as though he had given up on the world, shielding his eyes against the soft evening light. His skin was grey, angry red spots ringed his mouth, and deep black circles hollowed his eyes. His clothes were unwashed, his hair greasy. He asked his mother for cash. Eleanor greeted him. He gave a vague hello in return. She asked how he was and how college was going. He said he was dropping out. When she pressed for a reason, he looked at his mother, who told him her purse was in the kitchen. A bell rang inside the house. Mary started to rise, but Marcus offered to answer it, saying he thought Howard just wanted tea. He added that he would make the tea and then head out. Mary asked when he would be home. He said he did not know and left. Eleanor turned to Mary and asked if Marcus was all right. She had known Mary was worried about him for some time and realized she herself had not paid enough attention, letting other things crowd it out. Mary sounded defensive at first, then admitted the trouble had begun last summer. More nights out, later returns, smoking and drinking, and had escalated. She did not know what to do. Eleanor suggested speaking to the college or the doctor. Mary said the college kept calling about missed classes. All he had left were his A-levels, yet he refused to sit them. Howard's illness had made everything overwhelming. She added that Marcus had actually been helpful with Howard lately, which gave her hope the old, sweet boy was still inside somewhere. That was what made it hardest. He had always been sensitive and kind, and now he seemed like a parody of a difficult teenager. Eleanor assured her he was still sweet, and it was probably just a phase, but the words made her newly aware that both Marcus and Zara were officially adults now, and the realization left her feeling strangely unsettled. Mary's beautiful skin had taken on a grey tone, purple shadows under her eyes. Eleanor asked whether her parents could help. Mary said they phoned often, but were elderly and not very mobile. Her sister was busy with her own children and job. They would come if things became desperate, but it was not really practical. Eleanor asked what the doctors had found about Howard. Mary said they had prescribed antidepressants as a last resort. His work had offered early retirement next year and was simply waiting to see what happened. Eleanor had forgotten Howard was more than a decade older than they were. He had never looked it before. She watched Mary twist a strand of hair and wondered whether her friend had ever considered the possibility of him falling ill while she was still young. The thought turned inward, reminding Eleanor of all the ways she had left herself exposed with Robert, all the ways she could be hurt. Mary was quiet for a long moment, then said Howard's illness had strangely given her a silence and space she had never known in their marriage. She had been filling it with memories, and the effect felt disorienting, as though she were watching herself from outside. Eleanor asked what she planned to do. Mary replied that it sounded selfish, but if Howard was not going to get better, she did not think she could let this become her life. Eleanor told her it was not selfish at all. Even with a perfect husband, it would not be, and Howard had hardly been the best husband these last 10 years. A tear slipped down Mary's cheek. She batted it away with surprising force. She said he had been wonderful at the beginning. Eleanor felt a deep tug of sadness for her. Mary gave a half laugh and admitted it was ironic to feel this way now. She had even wondered whether it would be possible to leave him. Eleanor suggested it might simply be the first real space she had had in the marriage. The conversation left Eleanor's nerves raw. She said she felt she had not really been there for Nancy at the end. Mary agreed they had not spoken as much in the final year. She recalled the Christmas lunch the year before last, when they had tried to persuade Nancy to volunteer for a charity. Eleanor remembered Nancy had cancelled the following Christmas lunch. She thought it was because Nancy had been trying to end the affair and was in turmoil. Mary wondered whether Nancy had still been annoyed with them. At that earlier lunch, Eleanor had mentioned her weekly suppers with Irenina and suggested Nancy visit an elderly person, and Nancy had taken it badly. Mary believed Nancy had barely spoken to her properly afterward, and that might explain why she never confided the affair. They had offended her more than they realized. Eleanor cringed at the memory, but insisted they had apologized, and Nancy must have known the intention was kind. Mary nodded and said, in a strange way, she had never felt good enough for Nancy, as though she were not the sort of friend Nancy should have, and their friendship had only happened because they met the first night at university. She suspected Nancy would have drifted away eventually. Eleanor admitted she had felt something similar. Mary said if Eleanor ever stopped contacting her, she would bang on her door. But with Nancy, she had always expected it to happen one way or another. Eleanor looked up at the orange sky, streaked with contrails. Then she told Mary she was sleeping with Robert. Mary said she had thought so. The calm answer stunned Eleanor. She asked how Mary knew. Mary replied it was obvious, at least to her. Eleanor said she was a terrible person. Mary looked at her directly and told her she was not, but it was impossible for the situation to end well. Mary added that Robert had loved Nancy very much. Eleanor answered too quickly that of course she knew, yet the words struck deep. Mary said she did not want Eleanor to get hurt and asked whether she had never once wondered if it could have been him. Eleanor denied it sharply and asked why she would even suggest that. Mary said because he had loved her so much, she did not think he could have borne losing her to another man. A cold sickness slid through Eleanor. She had lain beside him sometimes and looked at his strong hands and wondered what they were capable of, what she still did not know. The ground seemed to tilt beneath her chair. She insisted he had not known about the affair. Mary reminded her he had told Eleanor he suspected it, and you always knew, even when you refused to admit it to yourself. A bell rang from the upstairs bedroom window. Eleanor muttered that it must drive Mary mad. Mary said it drove her less mad than not, knowing where Howard was, who he was with, the silent phone calls, or the times a student appeared at the door in tears, and she had to pretend she had not heard. Eleanor said that sounded a bit sick. Mary replied that perhaps it was, but everyone adjusted to whatever became their normal. Then, more seriously, she told Eleanor she did not have to go through with it. Even the easiest relationships were rocky, and she did not want to see her dashed against the rocks. Eleanor tried to laugh and said she was not in one of Mary's Greek tragedies. Mary answered quietly that they were all in a bloody Greek tragedy. Eleanor sat motionless as the bell rang again through the open window, a thin, insistent summons. She watched Mary rise at last, her small frame slipping into the shadowed kitchen to answer whatever Howard wanted this time. As her friend vanished into the darkness, a quiet understanding stirred inside Eleanor for the first time. Mary's reasons for staying with Howard had always baffled her, yet now something clicked. Robert was the worst possible person for her to love, and still it had happened. She had no wish to explain it to anyone, least of all herself. She only wanted to sink deeper into the feeling and let it consume her. Memories surfaced of visiting Mary with Nancy 13 years earlier, right after Maisie's birth. For years, Mary had seemed to do nothing but carry babies in her swollen belly, deliver them at home because Howard distrusted hospitals, then keep them constantly attached because he feared separation anxiety. That pregnancy had been brutal, her body still raw from Mimi. Yet Howard had chosen those months to act out. Eleanor had taken countless late-night calls where Mary sounded desperate. Howard missing, shouting, belittling her over nothing. Then, just before the birth, a young girl no older than 19 or 20 had appeared on the doorstep. The affair had been obvious. None of it had truly shocked Eleanor. She had never felt entirely easy around Howard, even before. He had been married when Mary met him, and the messy back and forth before he left his wife for her, especially once pregnant with Marcus, had always left a sour taste. That faint air of superiority he carried only made it worse. On the day of the visit, Nancy had brought a basket of fruit. Howard, holding little Mimi, had made a show of bouncing her and admiring the colors, playing the part of the harried but devoted man, barely keeping everything together. He sent them upstairs, claiming Mary was eager to see them. They picked their way past the clutter on every step and found Mary pale and exhausted. Maisie latched to her heavy, veined breasts. The room felt stifling, thick with an earthy, metallic smell that drew Eleanor's gaze to a heap of bloodied sheets rotting in the corner. Mary had glanced past them, asking if that was Marcus crying somewhere. Her voice cracked, eyes brimming. When Eleanor offered to check and make tea, even deal with the sheets, Mary flushed with embarrassment and accepted. Eleanor carried the foul linens downstairs, anger hardening inside her, while Nancy stayed to offer comfort. In the kitchen, 5-year-old Marcus sat at the table as Howard leaned over him with Mimi on his hip, scolding the boy for bothering his mother so soon after the birth. Howard looked up, face carefully blank, as if challenging her to speak. Eleanor suspected he knew Mary had told her about the girl and now despised her for it. They would both pretend otherwise. She stated flatly that Mary needed tea and the sheets washed. They stared at each other, tension thick enough for violence. Then Howard smiled tightly and told her to leave the linens. He would handle it. He turned away, raising his voice in weary complaint about how much Mary did and how lost he felt. Eleanor set the sheets down, rinsed mugs, and made tea. She invited Marcus to come upstairs with her. The boy glanced fearfully at his father, lip trembling, nose crusted with snot. Howard gave a curt nod. Marcus hurried after her. When Mary finally returned from the kitchen, full darkness had settled over the garden with a faint chill. She carried a fresh bottle of wine and refilled Eleanor's glass as she sat. Eleanor asked the time. "Just after 8, Mary replied. Eleanor cursed softly. Mary wondered if she had somewhere else to be. She was expected at Arena's, as every Thursday, but the thought of that stuffy flat felt unbearable tonight. Arena's words from the previous evening still burned under her skin, refusing to fade. She could not face hearing them again, especially since she doubted she could deny them a second time. Mary suggested they indulge and order takeaway. Eleanor agreed at once, easing into the decision with relief. Hours later, arriving home heavy with wine and thoughts of Robert, Eleanor noticed a strip of light beneath Irina's door. Halfway up the stairs, she paused, remembering how Irina had held her together the night Nancy died, preventing her from falling apart. Yet, what if Irina was right? What if this affair was the worst mistake of her life? Losing Nancy, and then her own sense of self, felt too cruel. She went straight to bed, but sleep would not come. Shadows from the trees outside danced across her curtains, tugging at something forgotten. Breathing deeply, she realized how strangely calm she felt, how free of the usual dread. Then it hit her. She had forgotten to feel anxious, forgotten that life itself was terrifying. She sat up sharply, heart suddenly racing to make up for lost time. Robert had mesmerized her like those swaying branches, lulling her into dangerous complacency. What if love truly was a lie that concealed darker realities? She thought of Nancy, Mary, her mother, herself, women who seemed to surrender everything to a man until they no longer remembered what mattered. A familiar panic wave surged through her, fizzing at the crown of her head. What if the lover had nothing to do with Nancy's death? Mary was probably right. Robert had adored Nancy, perhaps too much to ever release her. That raised uncomfortable questions about what she and Robert were doing and what either of them truly hoped to gain. Yet the next morning, she still wanted the weekend in Sussex they had planned. The situation felt wrong, even risky, but it was intoxicating. If this was love, it overpowered every doubt and guilt. She heard Irina's door slam downstairs and knew she owed an apology for missing supper. Telling Irina she was leaving with Robert would only bring that disappointed look. Instead, she left a walnut cake and a bright postcard note outside the door, promising to visit Sunday evening. She tried to ignore the guilty film that clung to her skin. Robert collected her from the office after work, and they drove fast down the motorways toward Coombe Place, the house she had always loved, but now saw with newly possessive eyes. The kitchen felt poorly laid out. Nancy's soft shades struck her as too twee for the grand, broad rooms. She imagined repainting walls in cool greys and whites, stripping the carpets, hanging her own photographs. They reached the house at 9. It smelled dusty and neglected after 2 weeks empty, as if reproaching them. Or perhaps, Eleanor thought as she followed Robert inside, it resented her for not being Nancy. Her phone rang before she could remove her coat. It was Sarah, Irina's daughter, apologizing for calling again but unable to reach her mother. She asked if Eleanor had seen her that evening or could check. Eleanor kept her tone light and explained she had left straight from work and was away for the weekend. Sarah sounded falsely reassuring, mentioning Irina had been ill earlier in the week. Eleanor confirmed she had seen her the previous evening and that she seemed fine, the lie slipping out with surprising ease. Sarah thanked her warmly for the Thursday visits. Guilt twisted in Eleanor's stomach as she ended the call. She told Robert they should have stopped for food. The wide hall suddenly made her feel ravenous. He set the mail aside and pulled her close, crushing the space between them. He brushed her fringe aside and looked into her eyes with an expression she could not read. Then he led her upstairs. This time he took her into the bedroom he had shared with Nancy. She halted in the doorway, protesting she could not. He insisted it was only a room, preferring this mattress with its familiar dents. When she still hesitated, he stepped close and unbuttoned her silk shirt, sliding his hand beneath her bra until she groaned aloud. Their lovemaking was always urgent, almost wild. Sounds tore from her she had never made before. Her body felt electrified. She wanted him inside her constantly, no patience for anything else, craving to be torn apart and remade. Robert matched her desperation with jagged, needy movements, biting her neck and shifting her into unfamiliar positions. Afterward, they lay tangled in the sheets. Eleanor wondered if he had changed them since Nancy's death. She sat up and straightened her clothes, half dazed. The faint scent of roses filled the room. She half expected to see Nancy watching them. Robert's hand rested on her back. He asked if she was all right. She asked whether he ever felt guilty. He replied that he felt many things. She pressed further, wondering aloud if this was his way of getting even with Nancy. The question had formed only as she spoke it. He pulled her down so they lay facing each other on the bed. He denied it was about comparing her to Nancy at all. She wanted to blurt out the childish questions that rose inside her, whether she was kinder or cleverer, even if she knew she was not as beautiful. But instead, she rolled onto her back, fighting the urge to scream. He insisted again that none of this was about that. She pressed her fists into her eyes until flashes of light exploded behind the lids. Everything felt suddenly unclear. She had no idea what they were doing, and the thought of Zara ever discovering it terrified her. He assured her Zara never would. That answer landed like the worst possible reply. She asked what exactly this was between them. He said he did not understand the question. He told her he still felt shredded 5 months after losing his wife. He called her amazing, always had, but admitted plainly that none of this would have happened if Nancy were still alive. She clarified that she had not been asking that. She turned onto her side again until their noses nearly touched and asked whether he thought he would have forgiven Nancy. He did not know. Not knowing the details, not knowing if Nancy had wanted to leave him, was one of the worst parts. She asked if he remembered the first time they met. He screwed up his face, and the small gesture told her everything she needed. He said he remembered her through Nancy, of course, and from university. She laughed as lightly as she could and said she was glad he remembered at all. He clarified that he had been thinking about it recently, and the memory had made him happy. She asked what exactly he had been thinking. He explained that he had never properly considered her before. He had liked her, looked forward to seeing her, but she had always been Nancy's friend, so there had been a natural distance. The words hollowed her. It seemed impossible he did not remember the party, the brush of their hands, the things they had said. She had carried that night for years, yet without his matching memory, it felt erased. She forced herself to note this moment. Either he was lying, or she had never truly mattered to him. He went on, saying it was actually wonderful in a way, how two people could mean so little to each other, and then suddenly mean everything. It gave him hope for the future. She wanted to ask what future, but the words felt too pathetic to speak. A tight pressure squeezed inside her chest. The next day, Robert left for lunch with a couple who lived a 15-minute drive away. Neighbours who always rallied around the lonely widower whenever they came to Sussex. Eleanor understood why he could not bring her, and she would not have wanted to go, yet she could already picture a single woman seated beside him at the table. Alone, she stretched out on a wicker lounger on the terrace, breathing the warm, grassy air while the sun soaked into her bones. She tried and failed to read. The garden looked like paradise, yet the empty hours stretched ahead unbearably. A sharp loneliness coiled in her stomach, tempting her to text him and ask when he would be back. She hated how pathetic the impulse felt. For most of her adult life, she had spent weekends alone and never minded. Galleries, lunches with friends, park walks, rainy afternoon films. Men had passed through, but none had stayed. None had felt right until Robert. That realization sickened her. She could no longer swear she had not spent the last 28 years quietly wanting her best friend's husband. Perhaps she had let her gaze linger too long, had made too much of their first meeting. She had never allowed the thought because she loved Nancy, yet the intensity of her feelings for Robert now could not have appeared from nowhere. The question of what kind of person that made her settled heavily inside. She let the book slide from her lap onto the stones and left it there. She had been foolish to believe she could ever compete in the world she had watched for years, the golden realm where Nancy and Robert had reigned like matching titans, beautiful, brilliant, rich, powerful. Nancy had been the one who included her. Robert had simply gone along with it because he adored his wife too much to deny her anything. It was suddenly obvious he did not remember meeting Eleanor first. Nancy had eclipsed everything. She stood, nerves jangling. At the bottom of the garden, the tall poplars swayed, and beyond them rose the church steeple where Nancy had been buried only 5 months earlier. She felt like a fraud in this perfect place, an intruder in the life Nancy and Robert had built. She turned and walked back into the cool house, tears choking her as she drifted through the rooms. Only one space remained unexplored, and she knew she had been drifting toward it all along, Robert's study. She opened the door. The room smelled musty and unused. Bookshelves overflowed with papers and books shoved in at random. The old leather-topped desk by the window was buried under more papers and mugs rimmed with white fur. A pair of women's brogues lay kicked into one corner. She sat at the desk and immediately noticed the silver-framed photograph of Nancy smiling out at her. The house was full of such images, yet something about it sitting here felt odd. Robert would only have had to walk into the next room to see her in person. Unless he had placed it there after her death. She could not recall him ever using this study during their weekends together. In the corner, an armchair showed a deep indentation. A half-read copy of Patricia Highsmith's Deep Water rested across the arm. She knew at once Nancy had been the one sitting there. This room, more than their bedroom, had been theirs. She could picture Nancy curled in the chair, legs tucked beneath her, brow furrowed, while Robert sighed over case notes, the two of them exchanging small smiles across the space. The image trapped her. She wanted to smash something, to tear the book in half. Instead, she opened the desk drawers and began rifling through Robert's papers, the only reckless thing she could manage. At the bottom of one drawer, she found a card with a folded sheet inside. Her hands shook as she pulled it out. On the front was a watercolor of the church at the foot of the garden. Inside, Nancy had written an apology. She was forever and completely sorry. She had not meant to make him sad or angry. She knew she must try harder. She had momentarily forgotten everything they were and always had been. And she asked him to be kind. Eleanor read the words twice. Nancy, as the one begging forgiveness, did not fit anything she had ever seen. The note was undated. It could have been written 20 years ago or only months earlier. Either way, she could not recall a single moment when Nancy had ever expressed contrition to Robert. She unfolded the second sheet. It was typed on an old-fashioned typewriter, nothing like Robert's style. The letter began with endearments and gentle scolding. He loved how deeply she felt her guilt, but guilt was a pedestrian emotion. Some things existed outside normal morality because they were perfect. The world was imperfect and needed petty rules for ordinary people who lacked understanding. The two of them were above such things. That was what had drawn them together and made their love inevitable. What they were doing could not be wrong, because it was so right. Eleanor's breath caught. These words had not come from Robert. She was reading a letter from Nancy's lover, the one Robert must have discovered, the one that had prompted Nancy's apology. She kept reading. The writer understood how hard it was to shake off guilt about their families. But perhaps shaking things up would ultimately be good for everyone. Zara was lazy and spoiled. So were his own children. They all needed a dose of reality. When the truth came out, they would scream, but in time they would understand. They only had to hold their nerve. Together, they could teach the world how to love. They could end wars and cure diseases. She sat motionless for a long time afterward, staring at Nancy's photograph. At first, she felt only surprise that Nancy could have been drawn to someone who wrote like this. Words planted like landmines. Then the larger realization settled. Robert had read the letter before Nancy died, which explained why she had apologized. She stood, head spinning, and had to brace herself against the desk. The indented chair spoke of an intimacy she could barely stand. The room felt thick with secrets. They must have fought, screamed, raged, yet they had also loved each other with a fierce passion that could survive even this betrayal. Her mind raced, but she forced it calm. Robert had known about the affair before Nancy's death. When he had called her the night Nancy died and asked her to come over, he had been playing a part. Nancy had lied to her too. When the lover began harassing her, Eleanor had begged her to go to the police, but Nancy always refused, terrified Robert would find out. And now Robert was withholding this letter, possible evidence, perhaps even DNA, keeping David Boyette as the prime suspect and the attention away from himself. She took out her phone and photographed the letter, unsure why she needed it, but unable to leave without proof she could return to later. By the time Robert returned, she was back on the sun lounger with the book once more in her lap. He dropped heavily into the chair beside her, looking tired. She kept her sunglasses on and asked about lunch. He rubbed his eyebrows and said they had been very nice. Almost at once he stood again, restless, and offered her a drink. She accepted. He disappeared into the sitting room. She heard bottles open and ice clink against glass. He returned with 2 tall gins. The sharp tonic fizzed against her nose on the first sip. He asked what she had done with herself. She answered lightly that she had done nothing much, just read a bit. Robert walked to the end of the terrace and stood with his back to her. After a long moment, he said he was sorry, Ellie, for everything. It was all such a mess. Her heart lurched. She asked what he meant. He turned, sat on the end of her lounger, and took her bare feet in his hands. Sparks of desire shot up her legs. He said the whole situation was shit. Them sneaking around, Nancy dead, Zara hating him. He felt like he was in free fall. She leaned forward, placed her hand on his cheek. All the damning thoughts she had harbored dissolved the instant he was close. She must have misunderstood something. There had to be more she wasn't seeing. She told him it hadn't been long enough for him to think straight and urged him to give himself a break. Then she saw the tears sliding down his face and landing like summer rain on the hot stones. She pulled herself onto her knees and wrapped her arms around him. He turned his face into her shoulder. His tears soaked through her t-shirt and pooled in the dip of her collarbone. He said he missed Nancy so much it hurt. Eleanor closed her eyes. She felt as if she were balanced on a narrow ledge, 1,000 feet up, wind rushing past her ears. Later, they ate supper in bed after sex, cheese sandwiches carried upstairs like teenagers, along with a bottle of wine, crumbs scattering across the already dirty sheets. The open window carried the heavy scent of stocks that Nancy had planted to perfume the summer evenings. The horizon still glowed a lingering salmon pink. She told him he did not have to hide his feelings from her. Talking about Nancy would not hurt her. He called the situation fucked up. She asked if he would have left Nancy. The sandwich suddenly tasted like chalk. She set it aside. He said probably not. She asked whether he had confronted Nancy about his suspicions of the affair. She could not look at him and wished the gathering dusk would swallow them. He said no. The lie stung. She asked why not. He answered that he had been scared of what she might say. Birds sang their final goodbyes from the trees outside. She asked what had made him suspect the affair in the first place, holding her breath and giving him one more chance to tell the truth. He said it was just a feeling. After so many years together, you simply knew, almost like telepathy. She twisted the linen sheet around her finger. A heavy weight settled in her head. She asked if he had never found any proof. He turned to her and laughed, the sound so convincing it clenched her stomach. He said of course not. What did she mean? The fresh lie pushed her heart high into her throat. She said she could not understand it. If she had been married 20 years and suspected an affair, she would have confronted them. She could not have borne the uncertainty. He sighed and said, yes, but she was like that. Nancy and he had never done full-on confrontation. They said things without actually saying them. She asked eventually whether he would have let Nancy leave. He slid down until his head rested on the pillow, blonde hair mingling with the white sheets. In the near dark, she saw the moon glint off his proud profile. He said he guessed not, then rolled onto his side, leaving her staring at the sharp ridges of his spine. On the drive back to London the next day, Sarah called again. Eleanor let it go to voicemail and ignored the red notification. A thick headache pulsed from her clenched jaw, but she looked forward to seeing Irina. Perhaps she could talk about Robert again, maybe even show her the letter. Robert drove too fast, the motorway scrubland blurring past. They reached the top of her road just after 4. The day had felt like a slow countdown. She wondered if Sundays in Sussex had felt the same to Nancy. She told him to drop her there so he would not have to turn around. He looked past her and asked what was going on. Flashing lights filled the end of the street. He asked if they were outside her place. She lied and said no. He offered to come with her to check. She refused, insisting it was nothing, even as her heart twisted and sweat slicked her palms. He told her to call and let him know. She stepped out, thanked him for the lovely weekend, and shut the door. He smiled, out of relief, she thought. As she walked closer, it became unmistakable. The police were at her house. 2 policewomen stood in the hallway. One spoke into her radio. The other had an arm around a sobbing woman. It was Sarah. The truth sank in like poison. Sarah broke away and came toward her, words tumbling out. She had tried calling earlier, could not reach her mother all weekend, and had driven up that morning. When she arrived, she found her. Eleanor asked if she was all right. Sarah shook her head. She was dead. They thought a stroke. She had been lying in the hallway, probably tripped on loose carpet, but the fall had not killed her. The world spun. Nausea surged through Eleanor. She asked when it had happened. Sarah said the paramedics thought sometime in the last few days. There had been a cake from Eleanor outside the door, so she could not have left the house all weekend. She asked when Eleanor had left it. Eleanor said Friday morning before work. Cold rushed through her head. Sarah explained Irina had gone to her social group Thursday morning and Eleanor had seen her Thursday evening, so it must have happened that night or Friday morning. She had tried calling Friday afternoon. Her face crumpled again. She could not bear the thought that her mother might have lain there for hours, even days. Eleanor touched Sarah's arm and said it would not have made any difference. She added that Irina probably would not have known anything about it, though she knew Irina might have lain there fully aware, waiting for death. It felt shameful that such a wonderful woman should end that way. Sarah hoped she had not known. She said Irina had looked so strange on the floor, completely departed. Eleanor nodded, remembering Nancy. Sarah said she was glad her mother had seen Eleanor on Thursday. She had loved having Eleanor upstairs. It had made the family feel better about her living alone. Eleanor said she had loved it too. Irina had been an amazing woman, and she would miss her. The words were horribly true, and far worse than Sarah could know. She remembered the door slamming in Irina's flat on Friday morning. It could not have been Irina falling. Surely not. Dizziness swept over her. She asked Sarah to let her know about the funeral, desperate now to reach her own flat. She kept her smile fixed, while inside she thrashed, afraid she might collapse on the path. Inside, her flat smelled musty and enclosed, like an ancient relic that mirrored her own state. She knew she could not bear to watch Irina's children sell the flat, could not bear to see new people move in as if nothing had happened. She stood in the center of the sitting room, watching the maple tree sway outside the window against an azure sky dotted with wispy clouds. She did not believe in God or heaven, yet it seemed impossible that Nancy was not somewhere, sitting on a cloud, entertaining angels, knowing everything. She walked to the window. Outside, 2 men maneuvered a black body bag containing Irina's form down the path to a private ambulance. She wondered if that was how Nancy had left the riverbank. Her legs felt shattered. She turned, reached the sofa, and sat just before she collapsed. Everything seemed distant. Her thoughts skittered wildly. Her muscles hardened. Her heart knocked painfully. A gauze seemed to draw itself between her and the world. She had told Sarah it was not her fault, and that was true. Yet she could not absolve herself. The same was true of Nancy's death. It felt entirely possible she was responsible for both, too wrapped up in her own problems and judgments to help the 2 women she had loved, who had loved her and needed her. Nancy's last words had been that she would call tomorrow. Eleanor had kept her head down, pretending to search her bag, ignoring the vibrating need in her friend's voice. The thoughts she had held at bay while sleeping with Nancy's husband now burrowed out, sharp and merciless. They accused her. She had wanted this to happen. She had seized the chance it gave her with Robert. She had been stupid and vain enough to believe he would fall in love with her and erase Nancy from his memory. She had wanted to take Nancy's place, had willfully failed to help so she could trade her own sad life for Nancy's glorious one. But that life did not fit her. She was no better than the ugly sisters, forcing their feet into the glass slipper. And when Irina had seen the truth and tried to warn her, she had turned away, sacrificing her for pretend happiness. The chair felt too high. She slid to the floor, hoping the hard wood would punish her back. As the sky darkened, she did not draw the curtains or move to the bathroom, even as her bladder ached. Her body protested, but it was nothing against the tidal wave rising in her mind. If she moved, she feared she would shatter beyond repair. Eleanor could not stop picturing Irina lying terrified and alone on the floor directly beneath her own flat. She imagined the older woman helpless, in pain, bones cracked, flesh bruised, perhaps calling out for her, perhaps hearing her footsteps on the stairs and the quiet thud of the cake left outside the door. One knock, one turn of the key, one moment would have been enough. Even if she could not have saved her, she could have held Irina's fragile head, kissed her brow, and whispered comfort to a woman who deserved far better than dying, unseen. She allowed herself a brief spell of weeping, then swallowed the tears and lay staring at the cracked ceiling, forcing herself to face how badly she had failed. Irina had been right about Robert. Eleanor had thrown herself into him so completely that she had never paused to question her own sanity or who he truly was. The memory of the card and the letter in his desk turned her stomach. She had to end this madness, yet the thought of life without him made the world feel vast and terrifying. She could not believe she had once convinced herself her solitary existence was full and worthwhile. Black chasms opened inside her mind, each one threatening to swallow her whole. She reached blindly for someone to call, knowing even that small act lay beyond her. Morning arrived anyway. She dragged her stiff body upright, showered, dressed, and forced down half a piece of toast and some tea, moving as though her brain trailed a step behind her limbs. She phoned work to say she was coming down with something, then realized she could not stay alone in the flat all day and called Mary instead. Mary told her to come over at once. Within the hour, Eleanor stepped into Mary's cluttered house, which she had come to see as an extension of her friend, like the shell of a giant snail. Today the place felt oppressively quiet. The girls at school, Marcus asleep, Howard slumped motionless in his chair. The heavy atmosphere made her want to turn around, but the loneliness she recognized in Mary's eyes kept her there. She followed her into the kitchen and accepted a cup of tea. They sat opposite each other at the overloaded table. Eleanor asked how Howard was and whether the antidepressants had helped. Mary rubbed the back of her neck and said she no longer knew. The doctors were now talking about a nervous breakdown or even sudden onset bipolar in middle age. It attacked the body as much as the mind and could be triggered by extreme stress. Running the politics department had clearly taken its toll. She added that Howard had always been volatile. Looking back, she wondered if he had been highly strung for years and on the edge of collapse for the past decade. Eleanor murmured her sympathy. Mary's voice tightened. What worried her most was Marcus. He was getting high constantly now and seemed determined to destroy himself. Being alone so much had given her too much time to think. She should have taken the children away from Howard years ago. Eleanor told her there was no point torturing herself with what-ifs. Mary said she could not stop. Howard's cold disdain felt worse than violence, and Marcus had always borne the worst of it. She was beginning to suspect Howard had never truly liked their son, and that Marcus had known it. They had never planned to have children. Perhaps Howard had never wanted them at all. He had often complained that the kids had held him back. The conversation left Eleanor dizzy. Families always did that to her, the way they fused and clung. She had kept herself distant for good reason, yet everything had begun unraveling the moment she fell for Robert. She suggested, before she could think it through, that Marcus might do some volunteering for her charity. They had projects in London, they could start him slowly. Mary's eyes lit up with sudden hope. She asked if Eleanor really meant it. Eleanor said of course. The offer struck her with unexpected force, and without warning, she began to cry. Mary asked what was wrong. Eleanor admitted she was selfish and never thought about anyone but herself. Mary looked bewildered. Eleanor told her Anina had died the day before. The words caught in her throat. She explained how she had stayed late with Mary on Thursday, talking about Robert, then skipped checking on Irina on Friday morning, despite knowing she had been ill. She had even lied to Sarah on the phone that night, claiming she had seen her the evening before. That delay meant Sarah had not come until Sunday, by which time Irina was already dead. Mary said it was sad and awful, but not her fault. Eleanor's tears turned messy and loud. She insisted it was. Being consumed by Robert had made her lose all perspective. It had shown her how selfish she truly was. Mary called her the least selfish person she knew. Eleanor shook her head. She was not. Not really. Mary asked gently what this was really about. Eleanor said it was exactly that, and about Robert. She no longer knew what she was doing with him. It felt like a kind of madness. Mary suggested all romantic love felt that way sometimes, and that Eleanor was being too hard on herself. Eleanor burned to tell her about the letter she had found in Robert's study, but the words would not come. Instead, she offered a half-truth. While with Robert at the weekend, she had discovered a card Nancy wrote him. The tone had been apologetic, almost fearful, as if Nancy had been scared of making him angry. It had not sounded like Nancy at all. Mary said no marriage was as perfect as it appeared from outside. They could not possibly know what went on behind closed doors. Marriage held as much hate as love. Eleanor wondered if Mary was speaking about her own life with Howard. Tenderness between them seemed unimaginable, yet 3 children and her continued presence proved it. Must once have existed. Mary added that she did not think Eleanor should keep seeing Robert. She would only get hurt. Eleanor said she was already hurt. Mary sighed and said, "Men always got what they wanted, while women paid the price." Eleanor insisted it was not Robert's fault. He was delirious with grief and would soon wake up disgusted to find her beside him. Mary pulled her chair closer, wrapped a thin arm around her shoulders, and held her. Eleanor rested her head against her friend's bony frame and let the silent tears fall. Later, back in her flat, Eleanor phoned Zara and suggested lunch the next day. She lied that she had a meeting in Oxford, so it would not seem as though she were making the trip specially, but Zara sounded so pleased that fresh guilt twisted inside her. Another person she had neglected because of Robert. They met at a noisy restaurant designed to resemble a grand Russian hotel, all mirrors and bustle. Zara sat in a booth, sipping wine and scrolling on her phone. She looked good, Eleanor told her. Never a lie. Zara said stress had made her lose weight. She tried to smile, but her mouth trembled. Eleanor asked if she was taking care of herself. Zara shrugged and said, sometimes she saw no point. Eleanor told her that was nonsense. There was every point. She asked about her studies. Zara poured wine for them both and asked what Eleanor thought of the book she was writing. Eleanor had read most of the pages Zara sent, but could not bring herself to open the latest ones. The words alternated between raw misery and accusations of parental failure. She said she understood why Zara was writing it, but warned her to be careful. Some passages could really hurt her father. Zara sighed. Everything always came back to him, didn't it? She asked if Eleanor had seen him recently. Eleanor shook her head. He would be devastated by some of the things she had read. Zara looked up, eyes so like Nancy's that Eleanor had to glance away. She said she still believed most of what she had written. Eleanor told her she was so like her mother. Zara smiled. She asked if that was true. Eleanor shook her head, insisting Zara must already know the truth deep down. Even as the words left her, doubt flickered through her mind. Perhaps none of them truly understood their mothers until much later, if ever. Nancy, she reflected, had seemed the most absurd person to lose so young, yet she wondered if that was fair. Nancy could have become anyone, just as they all still might. The living stayed fixed in solid reality, while the dead grew endlessly new and vivid in memory, easier to love the way absent partners were. A waiter set their food down, but Zara left her fork untouched, staring blankly as she confessed she had no idea what to do with herself now. Eleanor fought the growing bleakness and coaxed her gently, reminding her of the bright future ahead. At Oxford, writing her book, with love and children still waiting. Zara only shrugged, convinced she could never sustain a relationship. The familiar anxious flutter rose in Eleanor, the same desperate need to please that Nancy once stirred in her. She pushed back, insisting it wasn't true. Zara's eyes brimmed as she wished her mother were still here. Eleanor drew a steadying breath before replying that of course she did. They all did. Zara admitted the awful truth. She felt real anger toward her mother for getting killed, and toward her father for either causing it or failing to love her enough. The words caught painfully in her throat. Eleanor asked how she meant that, the letter from before surfacing uneasily in her thoughts. Zara leaned forward, uncertain but tormented, saying her ability to judge people had been shattered by both of them. She trusted no one anymore and feared the damaged cycle would simply repeat in her own relationships. A tear slipped down her cheek. Eleanor gazed at the young woman across from her, Nancy's daughter, watching her struggle and search. A deep, time-stretching love for her friend suddenly washed through her, carrying everything important with it. She urged Zara to keep talking, regretting she had never said the same to Nancy on that final night. Zara flushed and added that her mother had been just as bad as her father, sacrificing the family for that man Davide, or whoever he was. Eleanor reached across the untouched plates and took Zara's sweaty hand. The urge to defend Nancy surged strong inside her, as though she finally understood her friend clearly after all these years. She explained that Nancy had been deeply complicated, like everyone, clever but prone to mistakes, frustrated by her inability to organize her life. The affair, she believed, had meant little, just an attempt to try something different. Zara looked painfully young, still with so much to learn. Eleanor continued, saying that even having children brought no magic solutions. People kept making mistakes, loving their families fiercely while failing to love themselves. A harsh sob burst from Zara, and guilt twisted through Eleanor at her own words. Zara recalled coming home from school, rushing to her room, staying silent at dinner, rolling her eyes. Her mother must have been so lonely, the worst feeling imaginable. Eleanor admitted many women knew that isolation, wondering if she should burden Zara with such truths before she discovered them herself. Zara stared at her in disbelief, pointing out Eleanor's own successful career. The comment pulled Eleanor back to a dinner years earlier when Nancy had said nearly the same thing. Her vision blurred and darkened, the face before her swam. She hadn't known how to answer then, but now the words came. She confessed she felt the same emptiness at times. Women delve too deeply into life, dissecting every corner, sometimes beautifully, sometimes painfully. They shouldn't resent men for not doing the same, nor should men resent them. Making sense of it all was brutally hard. Her one piece of advice: stop wasting energy on guilt for simply feeling what they felt. It felt like playing at being the grown-up, perhaps all adulthood really was, pretending better. The advice rang hollow against her own life. Zara wiped her tears frantically, nose reddening. Eleanor sensed the faint stirrings of some deeper understanding, forming, still just out of reach, yet guiding what she needed to say next. She told Zara firmly that what her mother had done and what happened to her had nothing to do with her or her father. Nancy had loved them both completely. The truth was, she hadn't loved herself, and that had driven her to foolish choices. Eleanor wasn't her mother, but she loved Zara and would always be there for her. Tears stung Eleanor's eyes. She remembered Robert saying love could always expand to hold more people. Holding Zara's hand across the table, she felt its infinite generosity. The next morning, as Eleanor made breakfast, Robert called and invited her to dinner that evening. He said nothing about the police presence on her street when he had dropped her off on Sunday. She declined, explaining her downstairs neighbor Irina had died that day. He offered sympathy and asked if they had been close. She said yes, then half laughed when he suggested dinner might help. She insisted she wasn't up to it, haunted by guilt. She had known Irina had a cold, noticed the snagged carpet in her hall, and should have done more, perhaps called her daughter. Robert snorted, asking why she would feel guilty. It hadn't been her responsibility. She started to explain, but stopped, realizing it was pointless. Women carried guilt like a second skin, heavy enough to hold them back. Men, she thought, simply saw it as madness or neurosis when faced with the full weight of a woman's inner burdens. After only months with Robert, she saw it clearly. They failed to grasp how different women truly were. Instead, she told him she would call in a few days. Sometimes answers existed if you simply asked. What she needed now were real, concrete ones. Finding David A. Boyette's agent proved easy. The woman agreed to forward her email. His reply came within hours. He would meet her if she came to him. The past 6 months had been difficult, and he still couldn't manage long journeys. Eleanor nearly turned back many times during the drive, but didn't. Once committed, she had learned. You followed through. The motorway stretched grey and nearly empty under light rain that smeared her windscreen. Soon she would exit, then drive another hour through the Yorkshire moors. Some visitors turned around at the first sight. He had written the day before, frightened of getting lost in the middle of nowhere. You don't need moors to lose yourself, she had thought silently. As the miles passed, she thought of Howard and what it meant to lose one's mind, where it went, what replaced it. Even intact minds often failed when bodies did, especially hearts. Thoughts of Robert cut sharp. Her heart beat like a trapped bird, a wave of heat prickling through her, hands growing slick on the wheel. Something caught her eye, an impression she couldn't ignore. She turned. The view was like an ancient painting. Dark, satanic hills beneath a swirling violet sky, pierced by a single bright shaft of light beaming down in a perfect circle to the ground. Irreligious as she was, it felt like a divine sign, an offering, a meaning, though of what, she had no idea. A horn blared, snapping Eleanor back as her car drifted into the fast lane. She yanked the wheel, heart hammering, and slowed, breathing deep into her stomach. So much hinged on split-second moments when the mind wandered elsewhere. The sheer arbitrariness of it terrified her. Davide had not exaggerated. The house stood truly in the middle of nowhere. She finally reached an open gate and followed the narrow path to a small grey stone cottage with chimney smoke drifting and a battered Fiat parked outside. She sat motionless in the driver's seat, gripped by a cold fear that made her want to turn around and drive straight home. She was alone here with a man she didn't know, who might be a murderer, and no one on earth knew where she was. Then the front door opened. A man stepped out who looked more shipwrecked sailor than the polished author she had seen online. Hair and beard long and unkempt, eyes dull, skin loose and sallow. He walked toward the car, forcing her to open the door and step out into his air, to face the possibility that this was the last face Nancy had ever seen. Inside, the cottage surprised her. Far neater and cozier than the exterior suggested, though stiflingly hot from a lit fire despite the mild day outside. David wore a thick sweater. She wondered if shock still gripped him. Shock at losing Nancy, or at what he might have done to her, or even at being wrongly accused. The old Labrador settled warmly against her legs as she sat, and the clock ticked steadily. After the formalities, she thanked him for agreeing to meet. He smiled, eyes warming. He said it was no trouble. Visitors were rare. His voice carried a French accent softened by Yorkshire, making him sound untethered to any place. She mentioned she lived alone too, unsure why the words came out. He asked if she liked it. She shrugged and admitted she supposed she did, then asked if he did. He shook his head hard. No, not at all. She glanced out at the vast moors and wondered why live here instead of in a city. He stroked the dog's ears and replied he wasn't fond of people in general, only the ones he liked. She remembered he had children and asked. Yes, 2 girls, 12 and 14, living with their mother in Harrogate, not far. He saw them a couple of times a week and smiled. The detail cheered her. She said that was good. He nodded, but added it would be better if they all lived here with him. She sipped her tea, thinking a lot of things could be better for everyone. She offered quiet sympathy. He brushed it off in a way that irritated her, as though he had steered the conversation toward pity, only to step back. He reached for cigarettes and asked if she minded. She shook her head and declined one herself. Lighting up, he said her email had been welcome. He had even considered contacting Nancy's husband to compare notes. She told him Robert was a very nice man, but wasn't sure it would help. He gave a short laugh and asked if she was sure Robert hadn't done it. She answered with absolute certainty. Robert wouldn't hurt anyone and had loved Nancy. Even as she spoke, the letter loomed in her mind, and the lie made her realize David could be lying just as easily. He tossed the half-smoked cigarette into the fire and asked directly what she had driven 200 miles to ask him. Everything between then and now felt compressed to nothing. She admitted she wasn't sure. He poured them both whiskey. She accepted gratefully. She told him she had been feeling unmoored lately, as if everyone had simply accepted Nancy's death and stopped looking for answers. He poked the fire and said he wouldn't be much help. It was easier to speak while he faced the flames. She said she had simply needed to sit opposite him and hear him say he had never had an affair with Nancy. In the same moment, she pictured him swinging the poker at her head. He grunted that she sounded like his wife. She looked up and saw his eyes narrow and sink. Nancy's reach still felt alive, even in death, touching more lives than most people managed while breathing. She apologized. He said that following her question to its end meant she was really asking if he had killed her. She replied not necessarily. He sat back. He pointed out that very few killings were random, that the police had called it a crime of passion. If the husband hadn't done it upon learning of the affair, then the lover must have, especially if she was ending it. He reminded her that she had been the one who told the police Nancy was trying to break things off, and that the lover was called David and they had met through work. She stared at the whiskey, trembling in her glass, suddenly aware how foolish it might be to be here at all. She confirmed that was what Nancy had told her. The air in the room shifted as he sat back. He said he wasn't blaming her or anyone. It was simply an unlucky coincidence that his name was David. Their paths had crossed professionally, and he lacked a solid alibi. She asked him to tell her the alibi again. He had been on a book tour, done an event, returned to the hotel, and gone straight to bed. Usually they went out to dinner, but he had a headache and was tired. Sod's law. He hadn't even phoned his wife because they had already spoken and their eldest daughter had a temperature. He didn't want to wake her. The last person who saw him was the hotel receptionist at 9:30. Richmond was close enough to Hammersmith for him to have slipped out, done it, and still met his publicist for breakfast. The brutal bluntness of his words shocked her, yet it made her braver. She said, but he hadn't done it. Of course he bloody hadn't. He had barely known Nancy, introduced once at the publishers, seen her a couple of times at events. If she hadn't been so pretty, he probably wouldn't even have remembered her. She nodded and wondered aloud what had made Nancy choose his name. He squinted at her as if she were slow. David was hardly unusual. Maybe Nancy had just read the name in a newspaper or seen it on a waiter's badge. Or maybe there really had been a David. Who knew? They sat in silence while mist rolled in across the moors, making the room feel sealed and inconsequential. She asked how his wife had come to wonder. His wife had never believed he killed Nancy, but she had suspected he might have been the lover, especially after seeing the photos in the papers. He admitted he had been a terrible husband in many ways, yet he had loved his wife and daughters deeply. None of the other women had meant anything. She nearly laughed, imagining him offering that same worn excuse to Wendy. Her tone carried more bitterness than she intended when she asked if Nancy had been one of those women. He winced and told her not to hide what she really thought of him. She apologized again. He smiled and observed that she apologized an awful lot. Tears rose suddenly. She tried to speak, but they spilled over, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. She knew she would never sit opposite him in this room again, so the words came anyway. She told him she hadn't been very nice to Nancy the last time they met. She saw understanding in his eyes. The confession kept pouring out. Over the years, she had thought terrible things about her friend. After the death, she had even blamed Nancy for what happened to her. Really, she said, the blame was hers. A good friend would have stopped her from going to meet David that night, but Nancy had irritated her, as she often did, even while Eleanor loved her. That last evening, she had almost wanted her to get hurt, not literally, but to be shouted at and told how selfish she was. So she had let her walk off into the night, finished her wine, and planned to call in the morning. The words came in gulps, threatening to drown her. David's voice stayed calm and kind. He said he was sure Nancy would understand. He didn't believe in those perfect deathbed scenes anyway. Most people died unexpectedly, and the last words rarely mattered. What counted was how much you had loved them while they lived. She blushed, because it was so much worse than he could imagine, and shame flooded her at the memory of Robert. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. There was irony, he said, in him being a suspect in Nancy's death. Because of the books he wrote? Yes. All through the nightmare he had thought that if he were guilty, it would make one hell of a story. Society made so much of deaths like Nancy's, yet they weren't more tragic than a teenager knifed in the projects, or people blown up at a checkpoint, or an old man whose heart simply stopped. A spinning sensation moved through her, as if some larger understanding hovered just out of reach, something beyond Nancy alone. She told him her downstairs neighbor, someone incredibly special to her, had died about a week earlier. A very different death. An old woman in her 80s who had a stroke at home. Yet it left Eleanor feeling like a fraud, because it didn't seem as tragic as Nancy's. Or maybe neither death was truly tragic. She couldn't decide. He said that was exactly what he meant. People had grown confused about where to place the weight of death. Much of it carried no meaning at all. Planes fell, friends were mugged, parents tripped on stairs. In a world that demanded answers for everything, death often refused to give them. Nor did love, she said, thinking of Robert. He smiled and agreed. She asked if he was telling her not to care so much about Nancy's death. He sighed and sat back. No, only because Nancy had been her good friend. Of course she cared. In the larger sense, though, he was saying not to beat herself up, trying to find meaning or something she could have done differently. Sometimes life was simply shitty, and the only choice was to move on. But it felt so bleak, she said, to think there was no meaning, or that nothing could be changed. Her eyes drifted to the window, where the mist blurred everything into timelessness. He replied that change was always possible. But first, you had to understand exactly what you wanted to change. The last 6 months had taught him that much. He glanced at his watch and apologized for going on too long and making her maudlin. It was true, she did feel maudlin, but not from anything he had said. Nancy and Irina were both gone. Maybe there was a lesson in that, or maybe there wasn't. Maybe everything was random. Or maybe meaning waited if you only kept digging long enough. Eleanor reached her flat the next day, consumed by a bone-deep chill. She wrapped herself in blankets, yet still sweated from every pore. Her muscles weakened. She shivered like a frightened child, teeth chattering. Too drained to cook or eat, she crawled into bed and slept fitfully, watching shadows lengthen outside her window, while the emptiness from Irina's flat below seemed to rise and swallow her. Her phone rang several times. Robert or Mary, she knew, but she lacked the strength to answer, her mind flooded with Nancy and crushing guilt. She finally drifted off, aware she had to recover by morning for Irina's funeral. She would not fail her again. Daylight brought little relief, despite bright, sparkling weather. The fever had eased enough for her to shower, dress, and walk to the tube. The service was held at a modest crematorium in a North London cemetery she had never noticed before. Far fewer mourners attended than at Nancy's funeral, but Eleanor reminded herself Irina had been nearly twice her age. She cried as the coffin slid through the doors toward the flames, yet the grief lacked the gut-wrenching force she had felt at Nancy's graveside, even though she had loved Irina, and guilt weighed heavily whenever she thought of her. The wake took place in Sarah's small suburban house. Guests spoke warmly of a life well lived, despite its sadness, creating an atmosphere of gentle celebration rather than regret. Standing alone with tea and cake, Eleanor struggled to connect the two funerals in her mind. Irina's family and remaining friends accepted the death as a natural end, sad, but something to honor. For a fleeting, unfair moment, Eleanor wondered if Irina had been less loved than Nancy, or if her quieter death made it somehow less significant. As Eleanor collected her coat in the hall, Sarah emerged from the sitting room, face flushed and eyes bright from tears. She had wanted to catch her, Her mother had left something for Eleanor. Dread filled Eleanor at the words. Sarah assured her it was nothing much and hurried upstairs, returning with a small wooden box. It had been made by her father for her mother when they first met and had always been precious to her. Eleanor protested, hands raised. She couldn't possibly accept it. It belonged to Sarah and her brother. Sarah explained her mother had left them many things and had specifically wanted Eleanor to have this one. She had mentioned it repeatedly in recent years and even included it in her will. Eleanor extended her hand then, knowing argument with Irene had always been impossible. Sarah placed the tiny honey-coloured box in her palm, no larger than a matchbox, sides smoothly planed, lid engraved with what Eleanor guessed were Polish words. She traced the letters and asked what they meant. "You are loved." The answer nearly made her drop the box. Sadness flooded her. She felt unworthy of the gift and all the goodness it held. She wasn't particularly loved or lovable. She managed only that it was beautiful. Sarah's eyes refilled with tears. Her mother had always said those words to them, explaining they meant more than, "I love you." They granted ownership of being loved and carried the responsibility that came with it. She used to say that if someone loved you, you had to be kind to yourself so as not to damage their investment. Sarah laughed softly, typical of her mother, but she was right, and now Sarah told her own children the same. Eleanor said simply that she had loved Irina. Sarah replied that her mother had loved her too. That night, Eleanor slept the sleep of the dead. When she woke, she could not remember who or where she was, or what purpose she served. The disorientation lasted only a moment before reality crashed back. Stiff and unsteady, she swung her legs from the bed and headed straight for the shower. Sarah's words echoed, "If you are loved, be kind to yourself." But Eleanor saw no way to do that when she could not even be kind to those she loved. She turned her face into the water, desperate to wash herself clean. Then clarity struck. She needed atonement, a reckoning with who she was. That meant apologizing to Nancy. She would stand at her grave, confess everything, and beg forgiveness. Since it was Saturday, she saw no reason to wait. She shut off the shower, dressed quickly, gathered what she needed, her mind already shaping the words she would say. It was too warm for a coat. As she reached for her keys in the hall, she spotted Irina's box where she had left it. It felt like a talisman. She wore a striped button-front skirt that made her look round, yet she liked it. She slipped the box into one of the deep front pockets, where it rested quietly against her leg. Walking to the car, Eleanor reflected that Nancy had indeed been self-centered and irritatingly absorbed at times, but she had also been kind, generous, and non-judgmental. What she had told Zara was true. Nancy's actions had sprung more from self-hatred than from any core flaw. She needed to apologize, not only for the past 6 months, but for every harsh thought she had harbored. It had taken death for her to truly understand one of her oldest and dearest friends. She stopped at a bright flower stall near the tube. Nothing seemed quite right for Nancy. Lilies too funereal, roses too romantic. She chose a bunch of vivid yellow tulips instead, remembering a spring morning in Sussex when she and Nancy had gazed out the kitchen window at tulips pushing through the beds. Nancy had planted them wild and free. She had joined Eleanor at the window and said she loved tulips because they brought hope, bursting bright just when you had nearly given up on seeing anything beautiful again. The roads were clear, so she reached the cemetery early. She stepped from the car with her flowers into a sudden sharp wind and wondered if Nancy was angry. Why shouldn't she be? Lying cold in the ground while life continued above. Friends forgot to visit, people gossiped, no one uncovered the truth, and her husband slept with her best friend. Eleanor followed the path around the church to the back of the graveyard. Robert had once said he would be buried above Nancy, but she doubted it would happen. He might remarry, that marriage could outlast his time with Nancy. In 40 years, Nancy might become merely a chapter in his life. If that was true for her, then what was Eleanor? A brief footnote, easily forgotten. She paused before crossing the graves, noticing something new on Nancy's headstone. As she drew closer, she saw it moved, 3 magpies jostling on top, squawking and pecking, wings flapping to keep balance. "Hello," she said with a small laugh as they turned their dark eyes on her. They reminded her strongly of herself, Nancy and Mary. The birds refused to leave. The old nursery rhyme rose in her mind. She bowed to them as her mother had taught her for a single magpie, but still they stayed. "Not 1, but 3 for sorrow," she told them. That seemed to satisfy them. They rose into the sky, sparing her further pain. She studied the inscription Robert had chosen, once perfect, but now feeling like an unbearable weight. Nancy Louise Hennessy. Beloved mother, wife, daughter, friend. She walks in beauty, like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies. No dates. Nancy had hated them on stones. Robert had explained it wasn't vanity about age, but sadness at seeing young deaths in graveyards. She wouldn't want to cause that sorrow here. Eleanor traced the carved letters with her finger. Life suddenly felt unbearably short, simple, and unlikely to mean much. Her legs gave way. She sank to her knees, then turned and leaned her back against the headstone. She stretched her legs out. Clouds parted, and a streak of sun forced her eyes shut. The tulips felt warm in her hand. She unwrapped them and chose the 3 brightest, laying them gently on the grass beside her. They looked vivid against the dark green, yet impossibly small, tugging at her heart. She pictured Nancy beneath her in the damp earth, unable to feel sun, rain, wind, or touch. 6 feet down, she thought, about Robert's height. If she dug, she could reach her in a day. She slid lower until she lay flat on top of the grave, hands pressed to the soil, shoes kicked off, wind sharp on her ankles. Her hair mixed with the grass. The rich, fecund smell of earth filled her nose. The sky above turned cobalt with scudding clouds, while unfamiliar birds shrieked overhead. Hot tears ran down her cheeks and into the ground on either side. She imagined them reaching Nancy. She imagined touching her one last time. "I'm so sorry," she whispered into the air. "I am so very sorry." "Ellie." She opened her eyes to find Robert standing over her. She scrambled upright too fast. Blood rushed to her head and white spots danced before her eyes. He said he hadn't known she was coming to Sussex. She had promised to call. He had been worried. "I'm sorry." She looked away at the flattened grass where her body had lain. "I've been trying to sort my head out. It's all become too much." "Has something happened?" He stepped closer. She instinctively stepped back. "No, yes. I just need to know what happened." He shrugged. "Oh, Ellie, I'm not sure it matters who killed her. These last 6 months have taught me that. We all want to assign blame, but it won't bring her back. In the end, it makes no difference." She knew she could ask about the letter, but they stood alone in a graveyard, and his presence suddenly felt overpowering. "I can't do this anymore, Robert," she said instead. Tears flashed in his eyes before he clenched his jaw to stop them. "What do you mean?" "You're nowhere near over Nancy." "I don't suppose I ever will be." He shook his head, gaze drifting past her. "But you're right. You deserve more than that, Ellie. You deserve to be loved totally and completely." Eleanor could no longer hold back her tears. They fell steadily, quietly, because she knew she still loved him, whatever he might have done. Love worked that way. He admitted at last how terrified he was of being alone. She told him being alone wasn't so terrible. He countered that it might not be for someone as strong as her. The words startled her. She had never seen herself cast in that light before. He pressed on, saying it simply wasn't possible for him, not practically, but at the deepest level of who he was. She nodded, yet he kept talking, words spilling like water from a broken tap. He worried constantly about Zara now that Nancy was gone. He didn't want her to feel alone either. Eleanor reassured him that Zara would be all right. She had already promised the girl she would help in every way she could. He searched her eyes then and held them. He told her she had always known exactly the right thing to say. For a moment, she felt 20 years younger. She asked if that was true. He exhaled, the breath warm against her cheek, and said she had been extraordinary to both him and Zara. He had never properly told her how much it meant. Her voice came out harsh when she answered that he didn't need to feel grateful. He pointed out that was exactly why he had never said it before. He never got things right. She had no choice but to speak the truth. She had not helped them out of pity. She had done it because she had fallen in love with him. Silence stretched between them. Then he said he had handled everything terribly, that he knew he had hurt her, and that was the last thing he had wanted. Her heart tightened, her throat closed. He admitted he had never expected to feel this way about anyone again, especially not so soon after Nancy. He kicked at the grass and told her he loved her too, but he still loved Nancy, and he knew those two truths could not exist together. She met his gaze, aware she looked desperate, and told him she wasn't worth loving. He stepped forward and gripped her arm so tightly it hurt. He demanded she never say that again. But it was true, she insisted, tears refusing to stop. She was not a good person. She caused bad things to happen to people. She was no good at love. Saying it aloud felt raw yet strangely freeing, as if she could finally name everything that had been exposed inside her, and then close it away. He reached up and brushed the tears from her face with his thumb, the touch unsteadying her. Irina's small wooden box, still in the pocket of her skirt, pressed warm against her leg. "You are loved," the engraving seemed to echo, yet the words felt as impossible as snow in summer. He confessed he wasn't a good person either, and perhaps not good at love. She tried to read his face, but it had sealed shut, expressionless as wax. He gestured toward the spot on Nancy's grave where Eleanor had lain earlier. He said he had done the same thing many times. The sound of birds washed over them while he paused. He told her Nancy had loved her. Eleanor wanted to gather those words and keep them safe forever. She answered that she had loved Nancy too. He said that was enough. It was probably time for all of them to begin moving on. Their eyes held, and in that look, Eleanor felt truly seen in a way that sent a shiver through her. She told him she had to go. He lifted a hand but let it fall. The air crackled with every possible outcome. She forced her legs to work and walked away down the rutted path, feeling his gaze like knives on her back until she rounded the corner past the church. Irina's box still rested warm against her leg. She wanted desperately to believe its message, yet it seemed only another thing she would fail. She felt as if she were falling from a great height with nothing to slow her, everything pulled out from under her feet. She heard Robert's footsteps rounding the church behind her. Turning, she saw his face set hard, hands clenched at his sides. She fumbled for her car keys, dropped them, and scrambled to retrieve them, willing strength into her shaking legs so she could drive away. Nancy. Her phone rang again. This time, Nancy answered, because the sound drilled through her skull, and because she still hoped that speaking to him might finally make him stop, though weeks of the same hope had taught her nothing ever would. He demanded why she hadn't been picking up, voice rough as if his throat pained him. She told him she hadn't wanted to. She had nothing left to say. He mimicked her words back at her with cruel accuracy, and said he had received her letter and had plenty more to say. She reminded him they had already been over everything countless times. His voice cracked then, the harshness dissolving. He said she wasn't thinking straight. Nancy stared at her pale, drawn reflection in the tall hall mirror and wondered if he was right, if she had ever truly thought straight about anything in her life. He insisted he knew she loved him. She answered that she did not. She loved Robert. He refused to believe it. If she truly loved Robert, he said, she would never have risked everything for the past year to be with him. She closed her eyes against the memory of that year, against her own desperation and the humiliations she had endured. She admitted she had thought she loved him, perhaps even had at the start. Tears built and spilled, despite her efforts to swallow them. They thickened her voice and filled her with self-loathing. She told him it had all felt like a kind of madness. She could not believe she had let it go this far. Her tears seemed to steady him. He softened and said she was simply scared, which was understandable. Now was the perfect moment for them to begin a new life together. Zara was at university, his own children a little older. She begged him not to mention Zara or his children. Her tears dried and a cold anger took their place. His children were still at home. There was no way he could leave them, even if she wanted him to. He dismissed it lightly, saying his wife would hardly be the first single mother, and he would not abandon the kids anyway. Besides, she was so obsessed with them, she would barely notice his absence. Nancy felt nausea rise. She told him nothing, he said, would ever convince her that his wife was the person he described. He claimed she didn't know the half of it. She warned that if he continued talking like that, she would hang up. He blurted out a desperate plea before he could stop himself. The whine in his voice reeked of panic. She seized the advantage and told him it was none of his business, but Robert planned to cut back on work next year, and they had decided to move to Sussex while keeping a flat in London, so the affair would have ended anyway. She kept her voice steady and calm. Otherwise, she would have told him the truth, that she now found him physically and emotionally repulsive. But his reply showed she had miscalculated. His tone turned hard and brittle. He asked if that was what it had all been about. She had had her fun, but when it mattered, she preferred money over passion every night. She swore at him. He accused her of always loving the comfortable life Robert had bought her, even though Robert was spineless and without ethics. That wasn't love, he said. What they had was real love, the kind where you couldn't live without the other person. Nancy's head swam with exhaustion. She had tried everything to end the secret torment, yet the constant hidden arguments had worn her thin. Even after long days of such calls, she still faced making dinner, forcing smiles, and listening to Robert, or fielding Zara's calls. The weight felt crushing, and she blamed only herself. She told him she could not live like this any longer. He urged her to stop pretending and accept they belonged together. She answered that she was not fooling anyone, her voice sounding weak even to her own ears. She confessed how much she hated herself for everything and could not understand why he still wanted her. She was determined to save her marriage and hoped he would do the same for his. Then she ended the call, shivering despite the warm room. The phone rang again instantly. Without checking, she answered sharply, demanding what he wanted now. Robert's puzzled voice replied. Her knees weakened. She apologized quickly, heart racing. He asked what was happening. Desperate for him to come home, she nearly spilled everything about the calls that had continued since she ended the affair. She admitted she could not take it anymore. He pressed for clarification. She explained the man kept calling non-stop despite her promises that it was over. Robert cursed in disbelief. She pictured him at his desk, seeing her as just another problem to solve. He insisted she reveal the man's identity so he could handle it. Panic fluttered in her stomach at her own stupidity. She insisted she could manage alone. He announced he was taking a cab and would be home in 30 minutes. Nancy moved to the sitting room and hugged herself tightly. Her body repulsed her now, bones sharp under stretched skin from months of weight loss. Tears kept falling, yet the self-pity made her want to slam her head against the wall. Too agitated to sit, she stood trembling in the center of the room, skin crawling, everything feeling unreal. She wondered if facing the man one last time might finally make him understand. She had tried calm talks before, but perhaps this time would work. She could not tell Robert, though. He would follow or interfere, discover the full truth, and never forgive her. Then Zara and everyone else would learn, and she would have nothing left but despair. Remembering her dinner with Eleanor the next evening gave her an idea. It offered cover to meet him secretly. Ignoring her better judgment, she opened his barrage of angry texts. Their intensity almost stopped her, but she feared he would eventually appear at her door, seeking revenge. She typed a message she did not mean. "Meet tomorrow at 10 under the bridge." He replied almost at once that he would be there. Hearing a taxi outside, she opened the front door. Robert bounded up the steps, his lean frame in the blue suit, blonde hair falling over his eyes, cheeks flushed. Relief and longing tightened her stomach. Inside the hall, he pulled her close. She slid her arms under his jacket, soaking in his warmth. He told her he had only an hour. She led him upstairs. Their hunger had grown fierce since she confessed the affair. After nearly 30 years together, they had never wanted each other more. Facing her betrayal had somehow united them, making them feel strong and desired. She craved his body against and inside hers constantly now, realizing this passion answered a need she had not known she carried. Had she felt it earlier, none of the rest would have happened. In the long mirror, she saw them sprawled across the bed, Robert between her legs, her body arching to meet him, arms stretched wide as if pinned. They looked more beautiful than ever, their 50 years of life only deepening their perfection. Afterward, Robert lay on his back while she rested her head on his chest, his arm around her shoulders. She told him she loved him and was deeply sorry. He said she had apologized enough and asked how often the man called. Lying came easily now. She claimed only a couple of times a week and that today's call had been especially unpleasant, right before Robert rang. He asked what the man was saying and whether he was threatening her. She denied any threats. He pressed again to know the identity so he could speak to him. She refused, fearing it would make the betrayal too real and prevent forgiveness. He questioned if he knew the man. She said no and insisted it would only hurt him more. Time pressed. He would soon need to shower and leave for others who needed him. She asked what he loved about her. He laughed softly, saying he had missed such questions. He answered that it was her optimism, how she worried yet always pushed through. The words caught her throat. After everything, he still saw that in her. She wondered how she had nearly thrown it all away. He kissed her head, worried he had said the wrong thing. She assured him it was exactly right. Her mind drifted to asking the same question of the other man months ago in that hated, fern-filled flat. His answer, her perfection, had marked the beginning of her falling away. Robert asked if she would have told him without the letter he found. She admitted no, though part of her wondered if she had left it for him to discover and help her. She explained she could not bear hurting him or losing him. He said he did not think he could leave her, his voice small. She sat up, looking down at him, and asked him to promise never to tell anyone about the affair, especially not Zara. He reassured her that Zara did not think badly of her. It was just her age. Still, Nancy pressed, terrified Zara might see the letter and learn the awful things the man had said about her. She shivered at the thought. Robert agreed quietly that he could not bear that either, and promised. She urged him again, even if Zara somehow learned later. He suggested burning the letter next time in Sussex. She held him back, adding that only Eleanor knew anything, and very little. His body relaxed against the pillow. He wished again she would name the man. Heat flooded her as she lied that he was nobody, harmless, and would soon stop. She insisted she could already feel him giving up. Keeping the two worlds apart was the only way she could live with herself, but the separation was cracking. Reality pressed harder against her mind. She remembered how romantic his name had once seemed. Now she saw it as deliberate manipulation she had foolishly accepted. Robert rose and headed to the bathroom. She knew he had every right to hate her, yet the absence of total devotion from him hurt most. Strange how the steady dependability that first drew her to him, after her father's dramatic unreliability, had once bored her, then become what she treasured most. Meeting someone like her father again had reminded her she craved safety, not danger. The shower started. Coldness settled over her. She pulled the covers to her chin, as her mother once had. She felt undeserving of Robert's calm grace. He had not shouted when he found the letter, only saddened her with his quiet hurt. He never threatened to leave. Instead, he sat with her by the fire in Sussex, talking gently, trying to understand what had gone wrong. In those words, he had become once more the man she had fallen in love with long ago. Nancy shuddered at the letter's blessing. It proved she had wanted out. Yet the thought of Robert reading those terrible, cliched words sickened her. She remembered the earlier letters they had exchanged in raw abandon, detailing every act that had turned them inside out. She had burned each one after devouring and memorizing it, but now she feared the ones she had sent still existed. The man she had risked everything for was careless. He might have left them where they could be found, or, if she kept refusing him, he would brandish them like trophies for everyone to see. She pictured the people she loved, turning away in rightful disgust, and the image struck her like a gunshot, guts spilling across white sheets. Robert came back into the bedroom without her hearing. He asked if she was all right while he dressed in his crumpled clothes. She asked whether he had ever slept with anyone else since they married. He said no, tucking in his shirt. She told him she hated herself. He picked up his jacket, shook out the creases, and warned her not to make this all about her again or ask him to hold her up. She watched him over the covers, knowing he was right, yet still craving impossible comfort. Then his shoulders softened. He sat on the edge of the bed and admitted in a low voice that it was not entirely her fault. He had been thinking hard and realized he had not been the best husband. He had misunderstood her difference, let it frighten him without knowing why, and turned it into something bad when it was simply different. He had made her feel terrible, worse than she needed to feel, and he was sorry. They looked at each other. It felt like the first real conversation they had ever had, or the first time he truly saw her. The fragile hold on the life she still wanted, with David waiting in the shadows, was almost more than she could bear. Robert stood. He had to leave, but would see her tonight. Nancy rolled onto her side as the front door shut, drawing her knees tight to her chest. Her head felt swollen and muffled. She pressed her palms to her temples, trying to keep the bad thoughts at bay. They had lived inside her all her life. Why would they leave now? She marveled at how those thoughts could still terrify her, pressing down like a heavy blanket, swelling until they dwarfed everything else. Even as a child, ordinary moments, playing with dolls, eating dinner, reading, could be swallowed by sudden desolation that wrapped around her and pulled her under until she felt she would suffocate. A veil would drop between her and the world, leaving her convinced she existed outside reality. She remembered how completely Robert had pursued her when they first met at a dingy student party where she had drunk and smoked too much. When he called the next day, he had to remind her who he was. She assumed he wanted Eleanor. He had spoken too loudly, then stumbled to explain he had only gone to the party because he knew she would be there, too shy to approach her directly, hoping conversation with her friend might draw her in. Eleanor had urged her to go out with him anyway. After that first pub evening, Nancy had been glad it was her he wanted. He had seemed so steady and proper, voice-catching, hand-trembling as he lit a cigarette. He called when he said he would, spoke of love and a clear future, and made her believe the world held endless possibility. Until last year, he had been the only man she had ever slept with. Lying in their bed now in the middle of the afternoon, it seemed unreal that the woman she had become was the same girl who had waited in his parents' spare room nearly 30 years earlier, wearing a silken nightdress, legs smooth, hair sweet-smelling. She had thought of her Keats lecture while waiting, Professor Sutcliffe's eyes on her, suddenly afraid Robert only wanted her beauty and belonged with Eleanor instead. If beauty faded like everything else, where would that leave them? She had wished for a disfiguring accident, then hated herself for it, realizing she valued that beauty too much, and it was only a deception. The door had opened. Robert slipped in, feet freezing, and kissed her shoulder. He asked if she was sure, said they did not have to. But she had thought, if not now, when? She was in a beautiful house beside the man she loved, with time and promise on their side. Being with him between Christmas and New Year had felt like stepping into the future she deserved. Turning away would have been madness, the same madness she feared from her father. So she had rolled toward him, lips close enough to feel his breath. He stroked her body and told her she was beautiful, that he loved her. His kiss tasted of mint. She closed her eyes and felt as though the tide turned her in deep water. She pressed closer, anchoring herself to his solid warmth so she would not slip away. It had hurt and she bled, but she knew it would not always feel that way. All of it had led here, to this tasteful room, this sleek house, this shimmering life. It seemed absurd now that it had never been enough, that she had kicked against it for decades. She knew herself well enough to recognize the hollow taste on her tongue had always been her enemy. Her therapist believed her parents had placed too much pressure on her as their beloved only child, her father's brilliance and manic episodes making it worse. She had struggled to make friends until Eleanor and Mary appeared, girls her own age who matched her quick mind. Yet something deeper was rising now, something the therapist had not quite reached. She had always believed life was hers for the taking because she was beautiful, well-connected, rich and adored. But what counted as wonderful? Who decided when it was enough? Sometimes her mind threatened to swallow her whole. The only things that pulled her back were her friends. She reached for her phone in the growing dark. Eleanor answered after a few rings, voice harried. Nancy asked if she could talk. Eleanor asked if she was all right, tone brisk. Nancy said she felt scared. Eleanor pressed for details. Nancy hesitated. Eleanor sighed and said she had tried hard to help these past months, but no longer knew what to suggest. Nancy had to start helping herself, even if that meant telling Robert or calling the police. Fear surged through Nancy at the thought of Eleanor learning Robert already knew, or of him discovering more, or of the police exposing everything. The new terror mixed with the old until she nearly screamed. She swallowed it and steadied her voice, apologizing for being silly and insisting she was fine. Eleanor offered to chat after her meeting or come over later. Nancy refused, claiming it was just a bad moment and she felt better. Eleanor asked if the man had done anything specific. Nancy said they could talk about it at dinner tomorrow. Eleanor accepted and told her to get back to work. Nancy pressed her hands to the sides of her head after hanging up. She understood Eleanor's exasperation after months of watching every suggestion knocked down. Yet Eleanor must remember what it felt like to be irrational and unsupported, the worst version of yourself waiting to break free. 7 years earlier, after Eleanor returned from overseas and found her old life frightening, Nancy had been the one to coax her through it, cocooning her in Sussex, taking late-night calls, never making her feel stupid or trapped. Eleanor used to repeat her fears of wrong decisions, of missing children, of dying alone with her body undiscovered until the smell was reported. Nancy had answered that women were fed stupid myths about needing to be mothers, that it was not even what Eleanor truly wanted. One day, Eleanor had smiled through tears and admitted she had never wanted children enough. She wanted other things more, and having them would have stopped her from doing what she had done. Nancy had replied with a rush of love that Eleanor would never die alone. She could live with her and Robert when she was old. They would move to Sussex, become 2 batty old ladies reading by the fire and drinking gin for breakfast, maybe with Mary too. People would call them eccentric. Someday, a bright young writer would make a play about them. It still sounded like a wonderful future, but Nancy doubted she could reach it now. She doubted Eleanor or Mary would still want her if they knew who she really was. It took nearly all her strength to get up, dress, and apply a little makeup by the time Robert came home that evening. She was satisfied he would not guess she had spent the afternoon crying in bed or fighting thoughts that made her want to scream in a corner. The second glass of wine helped. She had made a simple pasta sauce and salad. They ate by candlelight at the kitchen table. Robert looked tired. He asked about her afternoon, and she lied that she had made progress on the difficult translation. He mentioned a small argument with Dido over handling the Syrian refugees case, complaining she was a stickler on minor legal points. Nancy barely listened. She knew he admired Dido anyway, and the complaints never amounted to anything. From the street, their basement kitchen would have looked cozy, even enviable. Robert stood. He was going up. Tomorrow would be another long day. Nancy said she would follow soon. Alone, her mind was too wired for sleep. The rest of the wine would ease her into it. As he turned to leave, she mentioned she was having supper with Ellie tomorrow. He paused, doubt clouding his eyes, and asked where. She kept her tone light and said the Greek place near Eleanor's work. Nancy told him she might have to work late anyway. She added that Eleanor seemed down, so she might be a bit late getting home, perhaps around 11. Afterward, she vowed silently that she would never lie to Robert again. He shrugged and left the room. Right. As she loaded the plates into the dishwasher, Nancy thought it might always be like this now. Robert never fully believing her. The idea stabbed deep. She had planned to take the wine to the sitting room and watch television, but even that felt like too much effort. Instead, she sat at the table, poured another glass, and stared at the flickering candle. Anyone looking in from the street would no longer see an enviable scene, just a woman alone with a half-empty bottle. She dipped her finger into the warm pool of wax around the flame, letting the heat spread painful warmth through her hand. Many people had envied her over the years, her looks, her husband, her homes, her holidays, her clothes. But none of it went beneath the surface, and she feared nothing truly did. She remembered laughing once with Eleanor and Mary about the competitive mothers at Zara's school gates. She had joked that they should all have their husbands' pay slips tattooed on their foreheads to stop the underhand rivalry. Her friends had laughed, but she realized they had no idea what she meant. Shame followed. She had exposed an ugly part of herself to the only two women who mattered. She had wanted to call them later and swear she was still the young woman who once stayed up until dawn, dreaming of their futures. Zara might be having those same hopeful conversations now, mapping her life like a straight line. The thought made Nancy dizzy, as if time were a roller coaster she could not escape. She should have been a better mother, should have warned her daughter that ambition could vanish, that there was not always something better over the next hill, that choices carried no guarantees. But she had no right to give advice. She fetched her emergency cigarettes from the dresser drawer, opened the window, and perched on the counter to blow the smoke out. The cold air made her shiver, though the real chill came from inside, as if her body were trying to expel the memory of the last year. She had called the past year a kind of madness, and now it truly felt that way, her mind kidnapped by an idea she could no longer even name. She flicked the finished cigarette out the window and lit another, drawing the smoke deep. After the second cigarette, her head swam. She slid off the counter, downed the rest of her wine in one gulp, then leaned over the sink, fighting nausea. She deserved to be sick. She deserved pestilence, damnation, everything she feared and worse. The sharp pain of her betrayal lodged between her ribs like an arrow, poison spreading through her blood. She felt as if she were losing her mind from all the dislocation she had forced herself to maintain for a year. She had kept David as a separate fantasy, so the affair would feel unreal. That separation was no longer possible. Sitting back at the table, she realized she had treated him as a creation of her own making, ignoring that he was flesh, blood, emotions, and desires. She now had to face both who he was and what he had turned her into. The affair had lasted just over a year. It was now January. It had begun at a publishing Christmas party the previous December. She had been trying to end it for months, but for a long time she had cared about nothing except her own disgusting desire. The party celebrated the surprise success of a non-fiction book called The Politics of Crime. Nancy had not worked on it, but she translated several French crime writers who had contributed. She had not been sure any of them would attend and had never met most, yet December always left her bored and alone while Robert's diary filled up. The invitation had given her a rare spark of professional pride that carried her for days. That same day she had joined Eleanor and Mary for their annual pre-Christmas decadent lunch. She arrived full of hope, but the conversation only darkened her mood. Their lives seemed thicker and fuller than hers. Instead of feeling glad, envy curdled inside her, sending rot into her mind. As the bill arrived, Eleanor leaned in and said she had been thinking about Nancy earlier while shopping for her elderly downstairs neighbor, whom she visited every Thursday for supper. She suggested Nancy might enjoy visiting an older person too, and offered to connect her with organizations. Both Eleanor and Mary blushed slightly and avoided each other's eyes. To Nancy, it sounded ghastly. She did not want more stories of decline or reminders that everything crumbled. Most of all, she hated the idea that her friends were inventing ways to fill her empty days. She asked if they had been talking about her. Eleanor denied it too quickly. Mary could not meet her gaze. Nancy demanded what they thought she had become. Eleanor apologized, saying she only thought Nancy would enjoy it. Mary added that they loved her, but sometimes she did not seem happy. Nancy barely knew how to respond. She asked if they were happy. Mary said mostly. Eleanor admitted she was not always happy either, but hoped her friends would help when she struggled, as they had before. Suddenly, Nancy felt the polished surface of her life stripped away. Everyone must have known how hard she found things, or worse, she was more pathetic than even she realized. Her friends could see flaws she could not. The thought made her feel she was losing her grip and anything was possible. She gathered her bag and said she had to leave for a work party. Eleanor touched her arm, apologizing again for the misjudgment. Nancy forced a smile and told them neither needed to apologize. She hurried away, certain that as soon as she left, Eleanor and Mary would order more coffee and dissect all her problems, even the ones she did not know she had. The rest of her afternoon spiraled. Failures seemed to coat her skin and drag her downward. She considered skipping the party, but knew that would only make her feel worse. She tried on outfit after outfit, ruined her makeup, and could not fix her hair, arriving at the glassed-in atrium already feeling disgusting. The party buzzed with success. Young staff with sleek buns and sharp cheekbones passed champagne. Everyone stood in tight, laughing groups. Nancy drank a glass too quickly and circled the room, trying to join conversations. A few people were polite, but she felt intrusive and dull. Combined with the lunch, it left her convinced she had spent the week deluded about her own importance. She decided to use the bathroom and then go home. She followed a long corridor to the ladies, locked herself in a cubicle, and nearly cried. At nearly 50, she either had a glittering career, or she did not, and she did not, though she knew she could have. She sat heavily, felt damp on her thigh, and peed loudly. She slammed the cubicle door on her way out, hoping to leave a mark, wanting only a cab, wine, and Netflix. A voice stopped her. "I thought it was you. I wasn't sure." She turned. Seeing him here knocked her off balance. She greeted him and said she had not realized he would be at the party. He said he had contributed to the book. She felt wrong-footed and apologized, saying of course that made sense. He stepped closer. He wore his age well, like a creased shirt, much like the actual creased blue shirt he had on. His shoes were scuffed, his beard a little longer, giving him a wolfish look. He complimented her dress. She blushed and thanked him. He added that she could wear a bin liner and still look good. Heat rose through her body. Their casual friendship had never included flirting. He stared straight at her with bright, fathomless eyes that seemed to dissect rather than simply look. He closed the distance in the charged air until she could smell the smoke on his breath. He extended his hand. "David, nice to meet you." She tried to laugh, but the sound came out broken. She asked what he was talking about, calling him Howard. This was one of her best friend's husbands, saying things he should not, in a way she knew she should walk away from. Yet the memory of Eleanor and Mary's condescending pity flashed in her mind. She would stop in a minute. He held her gaze. "David's my middle name." He bit his lip, then continued that seeing her at the party had thrown him off because he had not expected it. He was not used to seeing her that way. She asked what way. He moved closer, so she felt his body heat. "Vulnerable, I suppose. You looked a little lost, when I've always thought of you as so self-assured." Absurdly, she felt tears rising. It seemed he had looked straight into her soul and knew everything about her that no one else did. She whispered that she had never been self-assured. He said seeing her so raw had made him feel strange. He paused, catching her flickering eyes with his. "So, as I said, my name is David. Are you going to tell me yours?" Nancy knew her answer would decide everything. Her body thrummed with a forgotten charge of promise. She took his hot hand. There was still time to send him back to her best friend and preserve the woman she had always believed herself to be. But that woman disgusted her. She thought of her empty house, the waiting bottle of wine, the hollow caverns inside her skull. It was only a word. She deserved one moment of madness. "Louise!" He tilted his head. It suited her. His hand slid up her leg from the split in her dress at the knee all the way to her crotch. The constant feeling of existing outside herself snapped. She felt fully returned to her own skin for the first time she could remember. She gasped. At that instant, she knew she would do anything he asked if it kept her this present. He pulled her closer, yet she still felt his palm on her thigh, as if he had awakened nerves she never knew existed. His mouth found hers, tongue pushing in, the strange scrape of his beard not unpleasant. His other hand gripped her breast. She imagined his lips on her nipple, his cock inside her. She wanted to drop to the floor right there and say to hell with everything, but he broke away. "Not here," he told her. He would call tomorrow. Then he turned and walked off. She had to lean against the wall, legs shaking, unsure any of it had been real. Next morning, a dull headache greeted her, and the memory clung like cheap perfume. She showered, drank strong coffee, avoided her own eyes in the mirror, while flashbacks jolted through her. He could easily get her number, she supposed, but she doubted he would bother. She would apologize next time they met and blame the drink. Yet she skipped her Friday exercise class and slipped her phone into her back pocket, even when she carried out the bins. He rang just before noon. She had already spun through embarrassment, anger, and raw desire. The unknown number lit her screen, and the skin on her leg tingled where he had touched her. All she could picture was his whole body pressed against her, inside her. He asked if she could meet in an hour. Directness caught her off guard. She asked if he was serious. He had keys to a friend's flat. The friend was in America. He could be there in an hour. The furtiveness itself admitted what this was. She asked where. Baron's Court, the big mansion block by the station. She touched her lips and still felt his tongue. Yes, she could make it in an hour. Flat C, 14 Palliser Court. He hung up before she could write it down. She sat with her head in her hands, vision stuttering. When she closed her eyes, she saw only Mary. Yet she had shaved her legs that morning and chosen matching underwear. She retched at the admission. They fucked before they spoke, panting, sweating, animal. She had never felt anything like it. Deep rolling ripples through her body, the empty frightening taste of desire at the back of her throat, swallowing his salty semen instead of spitting it away, wanting him to flip her over and pull her hips up, shutting her eyes and forgetting who or where she was, existing completely inside her own skin. Only afterward, sharing a cigarette on the strange round bed beneath hanging macrame pots of ferns, did shame swallow her whole like fire. He said she felt warm and wondered if she was getting sick. She asked what they had done. He was quiet a moment, fear lodged in her chest that he already regretted it. He answered that they had done something inevitable. Despite herself, she thrilled at the words. He admitted he felt scared too. It was mad, he knew, but she made him feel crazy. She cried against his chest, tears catching in his hair. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed the top of her head. A deep, intense calm settled over her. She told him it must never happen again, breathing in the warm scent of his sweat, desperate to believe her own words, yet already doubting she could stop. His finger traced her spine, leaving electric trails. Then his lips followed the path, and she arched. He turned her, kissed her mouth. She tasted herself on his tongue. He pulled back and said he had wanted this since the first moment he met her. She told him not to be silly. He insisted it was true, and kissed her again until she felt her bones dissolving under his touch. She drew away. She could not speak Robert's or Mary's names, so she said their families. He replied, there was no point talking about them. This was something different. She grew desperate for fairy tale promises. She asked if he had done this before. He asked if she had heard rumors. She said no, but wondered if that was why Eleanor hated him. Jealousy flared that Mary had confided in Eleanor and not her. They had always looked down on her a little, as if they knew truths about life she never could simply because she had been born into privilege. Maybe it was her own fault for doing nothing with it. He lay back, arms behind his head. She could not help studying the curve of his biceps, the dip of his collarbone. He told her the truth. Their marriage had not been easy, sometimes unnecessarily hard. Mary was obsessed with the children, and that left him on the edge. It was not her fault. They simply had not understood how different they were. She grew insanely jealous and always suspected him of affairs, which exhausted him. Nancy held her breath and asked if Mary had reason to suspect. He said of course not. He ran a finger down her arm, raising goosebumps. He hoped she did not think he took this lightly. He was not in the habit of risking everything. They had grown apart, but he still cared for and respected her. Nancy's heart fluttered. The sheer awfulness of what they were doing seemed to cancel every rational thought. She said she loved Mary too, yet she recognized the woman he described and felt he spoke of her with care. He asked about her own marriage. The question surprised her. She admitted it had been hard as well. They wanted different things. No, it was not wonderful at all. She pressed closer, chin on his chest, looking up at him. She already felt possessive, angry on his behalf at how he had been pushed aside, desperate to make things better for him. He smiled down at her. Over the years, she had often seemed misunderstood to him. Robert only saw one side, the vulnerability he had noticed last night. He bet Robert had never seen it. She shivered at his words, but could not agree aloud. She said, Robert tried. He was a good man. He simply did not understand vulnerability because he never felt it himself. He agreed long marriages were brutally hard. He had not been the best husband either. He had blamed Mary's insecurities when perhaps he had helped create them. Work had become a distraction. When he threw himself into it, she accused him of affairs, and the whole miserable cycle repeated. She told him she was sorry. She could not understand how Mary could ever doubt a man who seemed to understand life so clearly. The irony, he added, was that he had been married when he met Mary, so she was actually the only person he had ever had an affair with. Nancy suggested that might be why she worried. The conversation felt too strange. She was already taking his side over Mary's, yet everything he said sounded reasonable. He looked down at her and said, God, you're beautiful. He did not want to talk about any of that. He reminded her what they had said last night when they introduced themselves. From now on, she would only ever be Louise to him, and he would only be David to her. They could exist like that, just the two of them, outside everything else. They could make each other so happy. The idea was ridiculous, and at the same time, undeniably wonderful. He was offering her a small island in the sea of shit that surrounded her, something no one had ever done. Everything about it was wrong, yet nothing had ever felt so necessary. She met his eyes. Okay, David. The separation worked instantly. It made everything better. She understood at once that this was the only way it could exist. They had to convince themselves they were not who they really were. They kept staring at each other like love-struck teenagers, unable to break the gaze. The intensity of his look subjugated her, pulling her down into a place she both feared and craved. She felt the same dizzy vertigo she had the night before when he first kissed her. as if he already knew a secret part of her no one else did, and in revealing it, he would make her understand herself, and life would finally become easier, and the dread might leave. Nancy pushed herself away from the kitchen table. A low moan escaped her, and the tears fell. It seemed impossible that any of it had really happened, or that she was this terrible person. Her mind scrambled for comfort. In a strange way, she had barely known Howard before he became David. The three women had never been deeply involved with one another's partners, almost as if they were enough for each other and did not want outsiders intruding. Eleanor had spent time with her and Robert over the years, but they almost never saw Mary and Howard as a couple. The only time she could remember them all together was a dinner more than a decade earlier, right at this same kitchen table. Eleanor had just returned from one of her year-long trips. Nancy had invited everyone, thinking it would be nice to have them together again, this time with partners. Robert had come home late, on purpose, she suspected, because he had groaned when she told him about the dinner. He claimed he had simply forgotten, then raced upstairs to change. Zara, 8 or 9 then, and already tall and beautiful, like a miniature version of Nancy, appeared at the top of the stairs, asking for water. Nancy told her to be quick because the guests would arrive any minute, but she added that it would be nice for Eleanor and Mary to see her, so Zara should wait and say hello. Nancy remembered that Eleanor had brought Frederick that night. He had lasted longer than most of her men. They arrived first, the remnants of an argument still tight on their faces. Frederick had been clearly impressed by the house, which made Nancy feel slightly pathetic given his aid work. Eleanor exclaimed over Zara and asked her 100 questions. Nancy herself had never thought to ask. When she saw Zara relax, Nancy hated herself. Robert came downstairs. Drinks were poured. Frederick seemed pleasant, and Nancy thought the evening might still go well. Zara went upstairs. Nancy checked on the duck so it would not dry out. It was 9:15. Mary and Howard were verging on rudely late. Eleanor offered to help from behind her, making Nancy jump. She burned her hand on the oven door as she straightened. Eleanor told her no. Nancy turned and said, Eleanor looked amazing. She had lost weight, and her skin was so brown. Eleanor laughed. Perks of the job. Nancy sucked on the burned patch of skin and said, Frederick seemed very nice. Nancy watched Eleanor glance down, catching a flicker of unease in the motion. Everything okay? She asked. Eleanor lifted her head, voice bright and forced. Yes, fine. Just slightly dreading a whole week with his daughter. We've only met briefly before. Is it serious with Frederick? Eleanor gave a small shrug. Not really. Nancy wanted to press her on how she stayed so detached, but the doorbell rang. That must be Mary at last. They opened the door to a chaotic cluster of arrivals, all in mud-streaked flowing clothes. Marcus and Mimi were crying. Nancy noted Marcus was far too old for tears, his nose slick with snot. The nearly 3-year-old clung to Mary in a knotted sling, as if they weren't in a wealthy country. Mary burst into the hall, hair longer and unwashed, glasses smeared. Eleanor dropped to her knees, helping the older children out of coats. Howard emerged last, smiling widely and holding a good bottle of wine. He apologized for their lateness with weary patience, explaining the chaos at home. Nancy remembered smiling at him over Mary's head in the past, aware of how distracted Mary had grown since Maisie's birth, and how hard it must be for him to keep things together. That memory now felt like her first quiet betrayal, though it hadn't seemed so at the time. I didn't realize you were bringing them all, Nancy said, keeping her tone light. Mary replied that they could hardly leave the children behind, as if babysitters didn't exist. Nancy directed Howard toward the sitting room, so Robert could pour him a drink. Settling the older ones upstairs on her bed took time. Maisie refused to be parted from Mary, clinging tightly. The display of attachment parenting struck Nancy as ridiculous and possibly damaging. Yet when she finally served the meal in the kitchen, everything tasted fine. As they sat down, Maisie tugged at Mary's top. Revulsion rose in Nancy again. Surely Mary wouldn't feed her here, she thought, but Mary simply exposed her breast, and the child latched on. No one else at the table seemed to notice or mind, except Robert, who caught Nancy's eye with a raised brow. She looked away quickly, afraid she might laugh. "What a room," Howard remarked, glancing around and making the space feel suddenly pretentious to Nancy. Eleanor turned to him. "Tell me about your work." Nancy felt grateful for the save and seated Frederick beside her. He asked what she did. Heat flooded her face. "Oh, well, nothing really." Robert cut in, saying she looked after them all, which was harder than it sounded. Nancy smiled at her husband, but added that it wasn't actual work. Eleanor countered from across the table that unpaid labor was still labor, citing the hard-working mothers she'd helped form a cooperative with in Sri Lanka. She directed the next comment at Mary, saying she didn't know how she managed 3 so young. The image of those flood-ravaged Sri Lankan women working while Nancy sat in her comfortable home stung sharply. Mary said she didn't think she did anything particularly well. Howard reassured her not to fixate on small things. She was raising 3 children well, and that would exhaust anyone. Nancy agreed it was a lovely thing to say, though she avoided Robert's eyes, certain he had never spoken so kindly to her. Robert asked Howard about his latest cause. Mary mentioned Howard's new interest in organic farming and explained how big suppliers used synthetic nitrogen. Most people stopped eating. Frederick noted it was already a topic in New York, with everyone questioning food sources. Howard declared the Soil Association predicted that in 20 years, eating non-organic food would be viewed like smoking today. Robert, clearly drunk and irritated, said it didn't make sense. Howard asked why. Robert explained that true organic farming was impossible due to cross-pollination from neighboring conventional farms using pesticides and fertilizers. Howard nodded politely, but insisted it was better to try improving things than accept the status quo. The 2 men glared across the table. Nancy imagined them lunging at each other, humanity always close to its animal roots. She stood. "Anyone for more?" Heads shook with murmurs of appreciation. Clearing plates eased the tension. When she returned with chocolate mousse, separate conversations had resumed, and the party's gentle hum returned. Nancy struggled to shake her annoyance at Robert. She avoided his gaze while serving his pudding, certain his mind was still on some legal case, leaving little room for anything else and making him boorish. Howard chatted animatedly with Frederick about aid work, yet Nancy sensed his quiet judgment of her and Robert as shallow and status-obsessed, too close to her own fears. She poured more wine and eyed her mousse without appetite. She should have met her friends alone. Now she wouldn't get real conversation, and who knew when they'd all be together again? It had seemed perfect to gather the 2 women she loved most, along with the men they had chosen. She watched Mary still struggling with Maisie, batting away small hands from her buttons, and wondered what had become of her old friend. Mary, who once read Virgil late into the night, who draped herself in white sheets and bright flowers at parties, skin like reddish-brown Australian earth, jet-black hair twisted with blooms. Mary, who had reached for the extraordinary, now seemed to exist only for others. Pity for Howard stirred again, though Nancy knew it was misplaced. Mary was wonderful, worn down by circumstance, not choice. She leaned across Howard towards Eleanor, desperate for distraction. "Please tell me more about your amazing success. I feel I've missed it all." Mary echoed the request. Eleanor blushed. "It's not that much of a promotion. I just got lucky." Nancy pressed that it couldn't be only luck. Eleanor rubbed her eyes wearily, calling it smoke and mirrors. Others were equally qualified. Mary pointed out Eleanor wouldn't say that if she were a man. Eleanor laughed softly in agreement. Nancy urged her to claim some pleasure in it. Eleanor smiled. "No, of course it's great." Howard remarked on how baffling society's idea of success was, questioning why actors got magazine covers instead of teachers, doctors, or aid workers like Eleanor. Eleanor agreed and suggested success might be better measured by relationships, asking mothers or long-married couples for their views. Nancy saw Eleanor blush at her own words and replied kindly that it was a lovely idea. Frederick added in his clipped accent that success in relationships made everything else fall into place, prompting uncomfortable shifts around the table. Robert refilled glasses, easing the mood. Howard insisted true success required something beyond oneself. Mary yawned, baby still attached. "You're not going to look back on your deathbed and think of much more than your kids." Nancy glanced at Eleanor, who stared into her wineglass. She had never dared ask if her friend minded having no children. The assumption was always that Eleanor was too busy saving the world, but perhaps it simply hadn't happened. Nancy didn't believe women needed children for fulfillment, yet she couldn't imagine anyone making so absolute a choice either way. She herself had barely decided to have one. "I suppose the best is to have both," Nancy said, snorting as she realized she was tipsy. "Successful relationships and a career. It just seems bloody hard, especially for women." Mary agreed, joking that the idea of having it all must have come from a man. She missed university work, but wanted to be the best mother possible. Howard said it was all up to her now, real progress compared to their mother's era. Eleanor challenged whether he meant it was up to women in general to organize work and childcare. Howard flushed slightly and suggested putting systems in place, looking at finances and who earned more. Mary laughed strainedly. "Howard confuses child-rearing with lecturing and babies with tax returns." Howard shrugged. "I just don't understand what's more important than raising our children." Nancy thought such words came easily to those who didn't do the work, yet she still appreciated the sentiment. Robert would never say anything similar. Mary's cheeks flushed. "It's not quite that simple, Howard. I think it's fair to expect you can do both." Howard replied that one had to be capable of both. He wouldn't want her stressing herself with a job on top of the domestics she already found hard. The table had gone quiet, the silence heavy, as if everyone were overhearing a familiar marital spat. Nancy searched for something to say and found her own thoughts scattered. She simply did not know where she stood. Eleanor broke the hush with forced cheer, noting she had no children, so could not really speak, yet all her friends with kids insisted that returning to work was the easy part. She told Mary it would do her good. Howard gave a tight laugh and repeated that childcare cost a fortune. The second salary had to justify itself. Eleanor countered that perhaps they needed to weigh what truly served everyone's happiness and health. Maybe the weight of domestic life should not fall on one person alone. Nancy realized none of them had become the people they had once imagined during those late university nights, plotting their futures. In her mind, they appeared frozen-like figures in a film or a perfectly lit photograph, young, fresh, radiant at the start of what they believed would be power. And now look at them, especially her. She wondered with sudden dread whether the others ever spoke about her, whether they pitied the emptiness her days had become. Robert stood, shattering the tension and letting smaller conversations resume. He returned with the cheese, a role that had somehow become his without discussion. Nancy wondered what he would have said years ago if she had suggested he stay home with Zara while she went out to work. She hoped the next generation, Zara, Mimi, Maisie, would face something different. Time felt loose and spinning around her, the years rushing past until soon, nothing of any of them would remain. She turned, desperate to anchor herself in the present, and caught Howard speaking to Eleanor about an important article. He said they must completely reevaluate their relationship with the ruling class. Those in power had to become far more accountable now that everyone could see so much more of them. Eleanor answered with tight, minimal nods that struck Nancy as rude. Howard pivoted to Nancy with a smile, but Eleanor abruptly stood and exclaimed at the hour. Mary looked relieved. Nancy remembered the taxi still waiting and the ordeal of bedtime ahead. She pictured Howard helping Mary through it and felt a sharp contraction of envy. Robert had almost never made it home for Zara's bedtime. The goodbyes stretched painfully. Nancy fought the urge to cling to both women and demand promises. When would they meet again? Could they please call more often? Why could they not all live in the same city? They kissed, hugged, and stepped into the cold night, toward lives and plans she could never share. Of course it was all right. Of course she had her own path. Yet when the door finally closed, she sank onto the bottom stair and wept without control, shoulders shaking, breath coming in raw gasps. Robert said lightly that it had not been that bad, though he would happily never see that prick Howard again. Nancy knew she should answer, but could not pull herself together. Robert sat beside her on the narrow step and asked more tenderly what was wrong. She looked up as he seemed to want and said she did not know. It just felt so sad. Sad? He echoed. She groped for the words and knew she could never quite shape them. She used to spend every day with those women. Robert put an arm around her. Growing up could be hard. She was surprised. He did not feel that way? Occasionally, he said. It was no fun sitting in an office full of men in suits every day. She had thought he loved it. He did not mind it. He simply did not think about it much. She suspected that was the fundamental difference between men and women. She leaned her head against his broad shoulder, and he kissed her forehead. It was all so bloody confusing. Nancy shook herself out of the memory. The wine was gone, and the clock showed nearly 2 a.m. Her head throbbed, and her throat felt raw. Memories washed over her in waves, stripping away any spell and leaving the situation brutally clear. For the past year, she had been having an affair with the husband of one of her closest friends, an act that made her more repulsive than she could bear. She wondered desperately if there was any path back and how anyone lived with this kind of knowledge about herself. She stood, the small of her back pulled with the familiar ache from too long on hard chairs. She tried not to let the slow despair of aging settle over her. At least the wine had done its work, and tiredness pulled at her now. She climbed the stairs, let her clothes drop to the floor, and slid into bed beside her sleeping husband. She woke to Robert's 6 o'clock alarm the next morning and rolled into the warm, sleep-heavy shape of him. They made love, slowly and gently. When he rose, she stayed in the hollow his body had left in the mattress. She told him she wished he did not have to go in today. He agreed, though he sounded distracted. She said she could not stand how life kept getting in the way. An aching want for something nameless gripped her, as frightening as a monster under the bed. He laughed softly. God, it was complex inside her head. After he left, she made coffee, carried it to her desk, and switched on the computer. She was translating a beautiful book by a female writer she admired and worried she would never capture the exact nuance of the words. She agonized over nearly every sentence, the deadline pressing close, and found distraction far too easy. She closed the study door, turned on the small heater despite the radiators, and let the room warm into its familiar, cozy hush. She loved the study out of all proportion because it stood for the one moment she had seized at least partial control of her own life and done something positive. After 2 hours, her back ached. She stood without purpose, her mind still wrapped in the book's lyrical sentences. The study adjoined Zara's bedroom. She went in and sat on her daughter's bed. Zara had returned to university a week earlier after the Christmas break, and the air still carried her presence. Nancy lay back on the striped pillows, breathing in the peachy scent of her shampoo. Her eyes stung, and her stomach felt hollow. She hated how life made everything so complicated. She would never stop missing her daughter, yet their relationship had always been fraught, and she knew she had not been the mother she should have been. She had never, if she was honest, simply enjoyed Zara enough. Now the girl was leaving in small pieces, and it felt as though someone were tearing the heart from her chest. Nothing like she had expected. Her feelings toward Zara had always been tangled. Total immersive love on one side, a suffocating weight of responsibility on the other. Moments of pride, then days lost to nothing. Doors shutting and opening, always feeling left behind, never catching up, and wrapped around it all, a deep, searing guilt that nothing she had ever done had been enough. When Zara was a baby and Robert left for work each morning, Nancy had wanted to fall at his feet and beg him to stay. A few times she actually had. He would ask what was wrong with her, why she found it so hard. Words that barely hid how much he hated her in those moments, almost as much as she hated herself. Why had it been so hard, so all-consumingly impossible? Pushing Zara in the pram, she sometimes felt herself shrinking, disappearing, about to fall through the cracks in the pavement. Every small thing had been difficult from the moment she opened her eyes until she closed them again at night. She was so tired it felt like an illness, muscles aching, mouth dry, head pounding without pause. Alone all day with Zara, she lived in terror of passing out and leaving the baby to scream for hours, or fall, or get stuck, or drink bleach, or any of a million other disasters. In the end, her head buzzed constantly, and she cried through every night. Robert sent her to a health farm and drove her there himself. The car thrummed with anger, and she did not dare speak. At the farm, she became convinced it was really a psychiatric ward with hidden doctors behind secret doors. She screamed at him in their room, overlooking the garden, accusing him of lying and trying to have her committed. He stood at the window, hands in his hair, and told her he did not think he could do this much longer. She was mad, totally fucking crazy. Lying now on Zara's bed, she remembered those had been the last words he spoke before she spent 2 weeks in a dressing gown, among other equally unhinged people. She had always feared going mad, but only as an abstract worry. Those 14 days had made it concrete. The more she thought about it at the farm, the more certain she became that Robert was right. She did not seem to use her mind the way other people did, which meant it was defective. She had to control it, or terrible things could happen to Zara. The child might even be taken from them. She scanned the bedroom walls covered in photographs, concert tickets, foreign train tickets, and dog-eared posters. She wondered whether it might have been better for Zara if she had been taken away, spared her mother's volatility and dissatisfaction. Robert might have been right all those years ago, because surely only a madwoman would have spent the past year as Nancy had. Yet that was not the whole story. Another memory from the farm tugged at her, Sitting by the chlorine-heavy swimming pool, she had realized the simple solution was to go back to work. Not full-time, but the magazine would surely let her do 3 days a week. She needed to re-enter the world, speak to other adults, buy sandwiches for lunch, sit alone in sunny parks, visit galleries, meet friends for drinks. It was not possible to exist only as the servant of a small tyrannical being, no matter how much she adored her. The idea had calmed the buzzing in her brain. She began sleeping through the nights and the days until departure no longer frightened her. They even gave her something to look forward to. Robert had hired a nanny while she was away. On the drive home, he told her Zara was now sleeping through the night, and the news felt strangely unsettling. That first evening, putting the baby to bed, Nancy sensed her infant daughter almost turn away from her. It was unnerving to leave the room while Zara was still awake and hear no cry. She lingered outside the door until Robert passed and asked what she was doing. She answered, voice catching, that she could not believe Zara no longer needed to be rocked to sleep. He raised an eyebrow and said it was good, was it not? She had always complained about the wasted time. She knew, yet it felt weird, as if the child were breaking away from her. He thought that was what she wanted. Not exactly. Suddenly, even what she wanted was no longer clear to her. Robert shook his head. God, she was complicated. Could she not simply be happy the baby was finally sleeping? She followed him to the kitchen for the supper he had made and felt like a visitor in her own life. The cod and rice looked pale and anemic on her plate and stuck in her throat. He said she looked better, had put on a little weight, no longer wore that haunted expression. Thanks, she replied. He knew what he meant. She pushed the overcooked fish around with her fork. It was true she had eaten better at the farm because hunger had returned, but now the familiar sickness had settled back in her stomach and she could not imagine finishing the plate. She told him she had done a lot of thinking while she was away. That sounded ominous, he said. She looked up to see if he was joking. He was not. She thought she should go back to work. He stared at her. Fork paused halfway to his mouth. Why on earth would she do that? Her stomach went cold. Because she wanted to. But they did not need the money. She asked whether he worked only for the money. He ate the mouthful and answered that no, but it was different. Nancy asked how it was different. Robert said that unlike her, he had to work to pay the mortgage and bills, so it would be pretty shit if he didn't enjoy it, unless she wanted him stuck in a job he hated every day just so she could feel her pain. The words hit like a slap. She told him she would never want that. He could not honestly think so. He pushed his plate away and sat back. He did not know what she wanted anymore. He did not think she knew either. But she had just told him, she protested, feeling they spoke different languages. He snorted. For fuck's sake! She wanted to pay someone to look after their child so she could go feel good about herself. She felt the argument slipping, not entirely, and she was not talking full-time anyway. They stared across the kitchen table, and Nancy sensed the air thicken. Sometimes she thought their mutual hatred was sharp enough for one of them to reach for a kitchen knife. So the last 2 weeks had changed nothing, Robert said. She was still just as dissatisfied as before. Oh God, Robert. She felt desperation fizz inside her. She wished he could live 1 week of her life, then he might not sound so sanctimonious about her wanting to work. He did get it, he said. He could not do what she did. Men always said that, as if women had some innate gift for domestic drudgery. They found it just as hard as he would. He would hardly call her life drudgery. Her voice rose despite herself. Christ, was he talking about the rare times she met friends or had her hair done? Everyone needed something that was not work. What would he call his dinners or pub nights with friends? He looked tired around the eyes. So Zara was work? An explosion built in her chest. Was he being deliberately obtuse? Of course she was work, but that did not mean Nancy did not love her completely. He rubbed his hands over his face. He did not understand why she found it so hard. As opposed to whom? Anger swelled, but she kept her voice steady, knowing the last 2 weeks gave him license to call her mad again. She honestly thought he had some fantasy that the boring dinner parties they attended were real life, that all those women laughing and effortlessly producing coq au vin and pavlova lived like that constantly. Did he not realize most of the men who came to their house probably went home wishing their wives were like her? None of them showed their real selves. Please tell her he knew that. He sat back and raised his hands in the gesture she recognized as one meant to throw her off balance. He did not need a lecture on women's lib. He was not some Neanderthal like his father. Was she sure she was feeling okay? Her hand tightened on the stem of her wineglass with the effort not to hurl it at him. She spoke evenly, knowing a shout would mean he had won. Don't do that, Robert. Don't question her mental health just because she disagreed with him. He had not been, he said, but looked sheepish. What about when they had another baby? She nearly choked on her wine. What? If she was working when they had the next one, would that not be really hard? Another baby? She looked at her husband and wondered if he knew anything about her at all, or if they were simply two bodies sharing space. Robert, she was never having another baby. Well, not now, but in the next couple of years. She could not stop the laugh that burst out. No, never. But why? He looked crestfallen, like a small boy. Because it was far and away the hardest, most terrifying thing she had ever done. She had never known it was possible to love someone so much, and that kind of love was actually the scariest feeling in the world, because she spent all her time terrified it would be taken away. What? But the anger balloon in her chest had burst, and she kept going. And by the way, he would want another baby if he were her. Quite apart from the love he clearly did not feel, he would not have to get so fat he could not climb stairs without losing breath, develop piles, then push the thing out of his body. He would not have to spend the following year in constant exhaustion because it would not sleep. He would not have to face 4 years of hard labor in parks and playgroups or mashing food that got thrown across the room. Christ, Nancy. And it was not even just about Zara and what she felt for her, but what she felt about herself. She sometimes looked back and realized she had never made any real choices. She went to university because she was clever enough, and that was what you did, then did nothing with her degree, then married a man who was always going to become rich and successful, then had a child. He said she talked as if she had been sent down a coal mine. She wanted desperately to slap him, but knew that would hand him the upper hand. She drew in air. She was not saying she had it so bad. She just wanted something different. And she did not even know what that thing was yet. She just knew it was not this. There was something else out there that still held everything she had, but somehow included more. It was not that it would be better than what she had now, but that adding it would make everything better. She just did not know what it was, though she could feel it like a presence against her skin. Nancy's phone buzzed, pulling her back. She hauled herself off Zara's bed and returned to her study. The text from Howard read, "Can't wait to see you tonight. I feel like I hardly exist when you're not with me." She deleted it at once and had to sit down, afraid she might fall. The naked trees in the garden clawed against the granite grey freezing sky. She had not known a winter this harsh in years. It felt fitting, almost comforting, as if the seasons themselves had eroded along with meaning. She hoped for real snow that would pile deep and deaden everything into fresh silence. Of course, such snow no longer existed, especially in London, where it always came thin, grey and slushy. The phone rang in her hand, startling her, but it was Zara. She answered brightly. "Hello, darling. How are you?" Zara said she did not feel very well. How could you tell if it was flu coming or just a cold? Had she got a temperature? Nancy asked, involuntarily touching her own forehead. Zara had been offered a meningitis shot last year, and Nancy could not remember if she had taken it, but did not want to worry her by asking. She felt a bit clammy. What about a headache? Did she feel sick? Not really. Her head hurt a bit. Where was she? Just in her room. But she had an essay to finish and a tutorial in an hour. "I love you," Nancy wanted to say, but the words stuck. "I have been lying on your bed because I miss you so much." It would not matter if she missed one tutorial, especially if she rang and explained. Yes, but the essay. The best cure for a cold was rest, plenty of water, and staying warm. Maybe she could write in bed? Somehow, Nancy had become a mother without noticing. Yeah. Was everything else okay? Uh-huh. What was she doing? Oh, just a bit of work. She was having dinner with Ellie later. The house is so quiet without you, she wanted to add. I feel you everywhere. Sometimes I hear you call my name, but embarrassment, or fear of pressuring Zara, stopped her. Give her my love. She would, and call back if she felt worse. Nancy could always drive up, it was not far. Zara laughed. She did not think it was that serious. Disappointment tugged at Nancy. There was nothing she would like more right now than to see her daughter. She could cancel everything tonight. Even Howard would understand. Okay, well, she would call tomorrow to see how Zara was feeling. Okay, thanks, Mum. Bye, love. Yeah, bye. Nancy held the silent phone and wondered if saying goodbye to Zara would always feel like this, even when she was grown and gone for good with her own life. Tomorrow, when she called, she would tell her she loved her, at least. And she could not have been the terrible mother she constantly feared if Zara still rang her with small worries. She rang Robert because the house felt too silent, but he sounded irritated when he answered. Was she okay? Yes, she had just spoken to Zara. She had a cold. Oh. Nancy knew he was doing something else. He had not called again then? No. Right. Was she still going out for dinner? Yes. To that Greek place? Yes. Robert hesitated. She would tell him if she was seeing him, wouldn't she? Her heart caught in her throat. Yes, of course. She was not. She did not want to. At least the last part was true. She could hear his breathing quicken on the line and realized suddenly how angry he was. His calmness came only because he could not let himself get angry. It would be too dangerous. For the first time she felt scared of what Robert might do. I'll see you later, he said, and hung up before she could reply. She sat very still at her desk as the day lengthened and darkened. Robert's calm anger had often stopped her without her realizing. That was the real reason she had not got a job until Zara was 10, long after she needed to be home all the time. It had nothing to do with buying Coombe Place or the years she filled with paint charts and antique shops. Nothing to do with her father's illness or helping her mother. Nothing to do with charity boards or dinner parties or anything else she had used to paper over the cracks. The accepted story about her and Robert was that he loved her very much, that he adored her, and on many levels, Nancy knew it was true. He had proved it many times, meaning, well, even when he got it wrong. He had always tried to include her, pull her out of her thoughts, make her laugh. She knew what they looked like as a couple, why hundreds came to their wedding, why they were invited everywhere, why even Eleanor grew misty-eyed, speaking of them. But she also knew many compromises had kept them here, and most had been hers to make. They had lived by Robert's version of the truth, which was not necessarily bad, only different from hers. He made her feel wrong. He made her doubt any choice or thought that differed from his. And for the first time she understood part of why she had started this crazy affair. It had simply been the worst thing she could do, and that had been thrilling for a while. It had felt like a mind-bending drug, a euphoria beyond compare, true ecstasy. Looking back, she saw it had little to do with desiring another person and everything to do with the danger itself. She thought she should find a way to tell Robert this. Maybe they could begin again, not entirely, but on those fundamental things that grated and tore at them until they both felt bloodied. They had spent the past month being properly kind to each other, and it reminded her how much they did love one another. They had stopped the sniping because they had faced the ugliest versions of themselves and still held on. They needed each other. Their differences helped each understand themselves. Life without Robert would be impossible, just as life without her would be for him. The thought filled her with warmth, that everyone had been right, and they actually shared a grand passion, like the best love stories. But the realization hollowed her with sadness, because it showed her she had probably carried the missing piece of herself the whole time. She remembered the first night she had slept with Howard, how he had kissed the full length of her body and told her she was his heroine. The words had pierced her, as if he had opened holes in her skin and poured warm light into every shadowed corner. Now the memory felt pathetic. Wanting to be anyone's heroine seemed small, and perhaps she had already been one without knowing. Or perhaps being someone else's heroine had never been the answer at all. The day, which had never quite brightened, folded back into early darkness. Nancy went downstairs to the kitchen and made tea. Her stomach felt hollow, yet cooking held no appeal, so she stood at the open fridge, picking at scraps of ham and cheese. After all this ended, she told herself, she would take proper care of herself. Once they reached the country, she might grow vegetables and make jams. The idea made her laugh aloud at its absurdity. She was also going to rebuild her friendships with Mary and Eleanor. She knew she irritated Eleanor these days, and because she had kept the past year hidden from Mary for obvious reasons, they had drifted. Yet she longed for them with an ache that surprised her. She wanted Eleanor's kind face to crack open again with that infectious laugh. She wanted Mary's old eccentricities back, her vast knowledge of the classics, her deep thinking, her fierce love for her children. She wished, in fact, that the three of them could simply forget men and live together once more, the way they had at university in that drafty house that always smelled of cats and damp. The first winter there had been freezing, as cold as tonight. She was sure it had even snowed. When the heating failed, they had dragged their mattresses into the sitting room to sleep in front of the fire. She remembered their lean limbs sprawled everywhere, waking to an arm thrown across her chest, or Ellie murmuring in her sleep. They had all smelled of the same coconut body cream Mary used. Their breath had fogged the windows each morning. They borrowed clothes and makeup until nothing truly belonged to anyone. The Carpenters played constantly. Hot toddies were drunk from cheap glasses, and chips came wrapped in vinegar-soaked paper. She remembered, too, one very late night when Mary and Eleanor had talked about the Bangladesh Liberation War, trading horrifying figures, over 3 million dead, up to 400,000 women raped, as if the numbers made sense. Listening, Nancy had realized she had never even heard of the war, and the ignorance shamed her. Mary's father had had nothing to do with it, yet from that night onward, Nancy had always pictured her friend against a backdrop of death. She had seen Mary as a survivor, someone who had got away. But what if she could not survive this betrayal? What if Nancy herself became the one to destroy her? She dipped a finger into a jar of mayonnaise to break the spiral, licking the thick sweetness while the fridge's cold breathed against her. Then she carried the tea back to her desk. Work felt impossible. It was easy to hide in memories of the past or daydreams of the future, but that only avoided the real question. How had the affair begun in the first place? The familiar sick rush swept through her gut as the thoughts closed in. Who had she been fooling, believing anything good could come from this disgusting mess? She knew life did not work that way. It had to end badly. Her mind seemed to lift slightly out of her body, letting her watch herself while hating every part of what she saw. "Come on," the voice inside her sneered. "You are nothing but a selfish whore." There were no deeper reasons. You did it simply because you could. Admit it. She groaned and pressed her forehead to the desk. The thoughts had her now and would grant no mercy. Could it really have been nothing more than the offer of distraction from herself? If that was true, what kind of person did that make her? Her neck ached from the awkward angle, but she stayed still because moving would only give the thoughts clearer paths. It had not even been about the sex, not really. The sex had been better than anything she had known, yet she still slept with Robert and he still satisfied her. Besides, she had gone to the flat that first time with no idea what it would be like. No, the betrayal had been in her mind, and that made it worse. Howard had exploded into her so-called perfect life like a bomb, a life she had quietly sneered at as predictable and dull. That sneer, she saw now, had simply exposed her own lack of imagination. She could have shaped the existence she had been given and built, yet instead she had spent most of it feeling sorry for herself, trapped inside her whirring thoughts. Howard had been the pill she had always claimed to want, the one that made everything bearable. Set enough fires, shake yourself hard enough, hold your hand in the flame, and the constant inner agitation stopped feeling like fear and started to feel like excitement. At first, he had lived up to every expectation. She had felt enveloped, enraptured, as if she had swallowed a massive dose of Vicodin and every rough edge of the world had smoothed away. Even when they were apart, she floated, feeling like a better version of herself. She had thought it could not be so simple. Just love. Because that was what she had believed she felt for him. Nothing else could create such a sense of connection. And for a while, she had been kinder to Robert, to Zara, to her friends. As long as you did not count Mary, whom she could no longer bear to see or even speak to, so she ignored her calls and invented excuses. For the first few months, the guilt had been manageable because Howard eclipsed everything. He made her feel 10 feet tall, as if he had handed her the power to do or become anything. "We're different from normal people," he had told her, and she had chosen to believe it. He devoured her, said he ached for her, dreamed of her, begged her to leave Robert and begin a new life with him. Some days she let herself imagine it, a cabin in the American wilderness where they would lie under bearskins and live on each other. Some days everyone else faded to outlines, and she believed she could walk away. Some days she came close to doing it, until she remembered everything she would lose. Often she had felt she had to tell someone, as if the affair could not be real unless another person knew. She wanted to pour herself out, too full to stay contained. Mostly she wanted to share the joy because it seemed too large to keep secret. Now, of course, she bitterly regretted telling Eleanor, the only person she had confided in and probably the worst possible choice. At the time, she had managed to keep David and Howard entirely separate in her mind, so Eleanor's reaction had shocked her back to the fact that the betrayal reached beyond Robert. Eleanor's disapproval had been immediate, though she had held back judgment and asked only practical questions: who he was, what Nancy planned to do. It had reminded Nancy how black and white her old world had been, where nothing felt special or unusual. To end the interrogation, she had given Eleanor 2 half-lies. She had met him at a work event, and his name was David. She knew she did not deserve Eleanor's sympathy, and it was hardly surprising that her friends struggled to be kind now that the crash had come exactly as predicted. Still, Nancy wished Eleanor could find it in herself to put an arm around her shoulder once in a while, because this long, drawn-out ending had been terrible. She rose from the desk and went to the bedroom to choose something to wear. She did not want to look seductive, nor did she want to appear defeated. Howard read meaning into everything. Tonight, she had to strike exactly the right note so he would finally understand she was serious and let her go. Her hands moved absently over the clothes, and the fabrics felt like falling leaves. When all was said and done, the affair had been a form of madness that had swallowed her body and mind. Looking back, she could scarcely believe the risks she had taken. Letting him kiss her in parks, taking him to restaurants where friends might appear, sleeping with him in the afternoons and not washing so Robert might catch the scent, bringing him into their bed when Robert was away on business and Zara was at Oxford. Lately, the worst part had been allowing Howard to criticize Mary. At first, he had spoken of her with respect, but over time, the words had turned ugly. Nancy had never agreed or added anything, yet she had not stopped him. She had simply listened in silence while he listed every flaw in one of her oldest friends. How disgusting he found her thin body, how boring she had become since the children, how she failed to understand his need for space as a free thinker, how she lived inside petty moral rules that ignored creativity. Sometimes Nancy had even caught herself silently agreeing, wondering what had happened to Mary and why she had shrunk her life so small. Someone had once told her everything was a competition. Last year, she had thought she was winning, but now she saw how close she had come to losing everything. She settled on black trousers, a grey sweater, and a white shirt underneath. Makeup and hair felt beyond her, so she scraped her hair into a ponytail and added only a swipe of mascara. She looked rough, skin sallow, eyes puffy and grey-ringed, but she found she did not care, and that indifference itself worried her. If she was not careful, ordinary days would start to feel like chores again, and she would have to drag herself through them. She had once asked Robert if he ever felt that way. He had stared at her with wide eyes, and she had understood the fault lay inside her, not the world. "The reason you feel dissatisfied with life is because you're not normal," Howard had told her once over dinner in a crowded Japanese restaurant in Soho. "You're a goddess and should be treated accordingly." She had laughed, though the words had felt strangely relieving. "What, lie on a sofa and be fed grapes?" He had slid his foot up her calf beneath the table. "Yes, partly, but not a sofa. You should be high above us all, deciding our fates." She had kept laughing, yet something in the remark had felt ominous. Then she remembered how Mary always said that, in Greek mythology, being a goddess was the worst fate, either passive, punished, raped, or falling from grace. She had wondered at Howard's casual use of the word when it belonged so completely to Mary's world. Had the reference not struck him the way it struck her? And then, for a moment, Mary stood there on the narrow table between them. Only it was the Mary from nearly 30 years earlier, and they were back in their student house, getting ready for a party, jostling in front of the mirror. "The truth is," Mary had said while outlining her lips in coral red, "I'm starting to realize goddesses are only there to teach us lessons, yet that's what little girls are taught to want to be. We think of Medusa as a vicious monster, but she was punished by Athena for being raped, and Athena was born from Zeus's head after he swallowed her pregnant mother in anger. Goddesses are a false myth, The definition of bloody suppression. Down with goddesses, Eleanor had chanted from behind them. But Nancy remembered she had not known what to think then, and she still did not know what to think now. The taxi was late, which only added to the jittery feeling she knew had nothing to do with the cab. She leaned back against the leather seat and watched the dark streets slide past, people hurrying home, wrapped against the cold. "Please let it end tonight," she repeated silently, like a mantra. The thought of it continuing was more than she could bear. She was not strong enough to keep fielding the calls or hiding so much from Robert. If it went on, something would crack and the whole sordid secret would spill out like oil across water. A pain tightened in her chest, and she swallowed hard against rising tears. She could not imagine Robert's anger if he ever learned the other man was Howard. Robert had found the incriminating letter about a month earlier. They had been in Sussex, the Christmas tree freshly decorated and ready for Zara's return the following weekend. Outside the night had been dark and windy, and for a brief moment Nancy had let herself sit in the warm glow of the fairy lights, fire warming her legs, glass of red wine in her hand, problems pushed aside. Then Robert had walked in, and she had known something terrible had happened by the way he stumbled and the glazed look in his eyes. She had thought instantly of Zara. What's wrong? He had not answered at first. He had simply come over and dropped into the chair opposite her by the fire, head falling forward, hands on his knees. That was when she saw the letter, the one Howard had pushed through their front door only the day before, which she had found on the mat after food shopping. Reading it had made her retch in the downstairs toilet at the mere idea of Robert arriving home first. She had stuffed it deep into her handbag, planning to burn it later rather than trust it to the bin. Nancy clutched the letter between thumb and forefinger as though it carried disease. Her heart hammered so hard she thought she might collapse where she stood. She wanted to speak, to be brave, but the words would not come. She remained frozen in place. Robert finally broke the silence. He had discovered the letter while searching her bag for Nurofen. The admission landed like a blow. She managed only a choked apology, tears already rising. He lifted his gaze, eyes glistening with barely contained emotion, and asked what was happening. When she covered her face and began to cry, he gently pulled her hands away, refusing to let her hide. She wanted comfort from him, even as guilt crushed her. The affair was finished, she told him. Robert's tone sharpened. The other man clearly wasn't pleased with the ending. He wasn't, she confirmed. Looking down at the paper with open disgust, Robert suggested their actions, placed them above ordinary morality. The words felt like knives. She begged him not to repeat any more of the letter. He demanded to know how long it had lasted. "Only a couple of months," she answered. Who was the man? Someone unimportant, she said. Robert didn't know him. They had met through work. It had been a stupid impulse she regretted instantly. Nancy sat motionless, watching Robert's shoulders rise and fall with each heavy breath. When he asked if she loved the other man, his voice cracked, stirring sudden hope in her. In that moment, she understood how deeply she needed to keep her husband, how woven he was into her very bones. She swore she felt nothing like love for the man, never had. Then why had she done it? She wasn't sure. Perhaps flattery? Or maybe the emptiness after their daughter Zara left home had hit her harder than she admitted. Using Zara as an excuse left her feeling dirty. Robert said he hated Zara's absence too, yet it hadn't driven him to betray her. Fresh tears threatened. Nancy asked if he would leave her. The thought felt unbearable, like death. He gave a hollow laugh. "Of course she wouldn't die," he said. and though he should walk away, he doubted he would. Relief flooded through her, leaving her limbs weak. The affair had nothing to do with their marriage, she insisted. She had never considered leaving him. Even as she spoke the words, the earlier thoughts of escape now seemed impossible, belonging to a stranger. Robert leaned forward, voice low and wounded, asking what he had done wrong. She ached to kneel and hold him, but stayed rooted. Nothing, she assured him. He had always been wonderful. Yet the betrayal had happened. She blamed herself, unsure why she could never simply be content. At that, recognition flickered in his eyes. Staying with him might mean accepting the restless version of herself he had long suspected. A spark of anger flared. She wanted to accuse him of slowly wearing her down until destruction felt inevitable. But he spoke first. She had always fought against ease, he said. He was right. The flaw ran deeper than his influence, though his constant steadiness had perhaps sharpened it. She admitted as much, at a loss to explain why. Robert conceded he wasn't the easiest man to live with. He wanted to understand her, yet her achievements and persistent unhappiness baffled him. Her stomach felt hollow, filled with stale dread she could almost taste. She asked if something was fundamentally broken inside her. He didn't know, he answered plainly, the bluntness nearly making her cry out. They sat in heavy silence. Nancy's mind drifted over years of quiet dissatisfaction, after Zara's birth, through her school days, even while building their dream house, in every job that never quite satisfied. Now this affair felt like striking a match to everything she had. A gasp escaped before she could swallow it. Beneath the shame stirred a defiant truth. Women were still pressured to conform, to remain content no matter what. Dissatisfaction in a woman remained unacceptable. Men, husbands, bosses, fathers, always asked the same question: why isn't it enough? Robert extended his hand. She took it and sank to the floor between his knees. He drew her onto his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face into his shoulder. All earlier resentment dissolved. The depth of her love for him surged through her body with almost physical force. After so many years together, she had forgotten its power, but the fear of losing him now burned in her blood. From above her, Robert murmured that he could never let her go. He would rather she died than leave. They made love then by the fire, and later in their bed, their bodies speaking the truths their words could not. The next morning, driven by a strange need for penance, Nancy attended church alone for the first time. In the cold, near-empty space, she sang hymns with the handful of others present. The vicar's sermon on sin and redemption felt written for her, heavy with purpose. She took a hand-drawn card from the nave, left £5 in the honesty box, and carried it home. Still in her coat, she wrote a raw note to Robert. She was forever sorry, hated making him sad and angry, promised to try harder, and begged him to be kind. She had forgotten what they truly were to each other. The house felt quiet and empty. She carried the card to his study, knocked without response, and left it on his desk. The letter lay face up. She could not stop herself from reading it again. Disgust rose so sharply she wanted to crush the paper and hurl it into the river behind their garden. It seemed impossible she had ever allowed that man into her life. Embarrassment burned that Robert had been forced to read such words connected to her. The letter now belonged to him to handle as he wished. Robert never spoke of the card, but that evening he asked her to sit with him while he worked. Nancy brought her Patricia Highsmith novel and settled in the chair beside him, occasionally glancing at his steady profile glowing in the screen's light. The card and letter had vanished. She felt grateful, almost grateful, too, for the entire crisis. It had uncovered something rare and precious between them, like a vein of diamonds running through their marriage. Later, stuck in traffic in the back of a taxi, Nancy reflected that love might be exactly that. A deep, dark binding shot through with pure wonder. For the first time she knew she wanted neither to be Howard's idealized goddess nor Robert's flawed neurotic. With Robert, she could simply exist in the middle ground, as herself, an uplifting realization after nearly 30 years. Yet Howard remained the thorn, capable of exposing her worst self and making even demonization seem tempting. A low moan escaped her. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror. If he knew what she had done, he would despise her. Everyone would. She nearly leaned forward to confess. The entire affair now felt like a fevered myth of demons and goddesses, unreal, until Howard began seriously discussing leaving his life for her. Only then had the fantasy crashed into reality. They had idly spoken of running away together, the kind of daydream that eased dark nights, no more serious than opening a tea shop in Devon. But as summer faded, Howard spoke more of feeling trapped and unable to sustain the double life. His real life, he claimed, was the one he shared with her. The words forced Nancy to confront what she was doing. Her first reaction had been pure terror of exposure. If discovery was never an option, then their affair had been nothing but stupid, dangerous, and sordid. Through the rain-streaked taxi window, she remembered Howard's raw fury when she ended it. That anger revealed she had misjudged him completely. The affair was his story too. He had every right to want a different conclusion. It touched their partners, their children, even Eleanor to some degree. Its tentacles reached far. Everyone would tell it differently. No one was the sole protagonist, and she was likely doomed. His explosion, "You fucking what?" had come the moment the words left her mouth. Even in the noisy pub, heads turned. It had been only 8 weeks earlier, mid-November, the place already draped in cheap tinsel and flashing lights that made his pale face look sickly. By then, thoughts of Mary haunted her constantly. She imagined seeing her on street corners or buses, always just out of reach. In dreams, Mary appeared furious or broken and bloodied, hands outstretched in desperation. Howard had sneered that guilt had not troubled her much over the past year. Nancy gripped her gin glass to steady herself. The guilt had to end now, she told him. She could no longer bear it. He accused her of refusing to accept who she truly was. He had thought she was better than this. She insisted she was better. That was precisely why she was ending it. He dismissed the idea, claiming she was simply yielding to society's petty morality. For a moment, she saw only an angry stranger where her lover had been. Morality was not petty, she replied. It was basic human decency, and they had failed the people who deserved better. He snorted at the phrase, "deserve better," declaring life unfair and unrelated to karma. She clarified she meant they had wronged the ones they loved most. His expression softened. He leaned in, suggesting her cold feet were understandable at this decisive stage. It would be messy for a while, but in a year, things would improve and they would be together. The only thing that mattered. Fear tightened across her chest. He was serious. He truly believed it possible. She kept her voice steady. It simply would not happen. They would lose everything. Their children and friends would never speak to them again. No one must ever know. The moment the words left her, she regretted them. His mouth curved in a knowing smile. They both understood he held the power. He declared he worshipped her and knew she loved him in return. She denied it. He urged her to come back with him one last time. She refused. She did not want to. Nancy saw the dangerous glint in Howard's eyes and understood exactly who he was. He insisted she come back with him. The pub walls seemed to tilt inward. She wanted to shield her head with her arms. He shrugged off her accusation, claiming he only wanted to help her recognize her love for him and live it openly. His face flushed dark red, sweat beading on his forehead, his expression unhinged. She told him she doubted he truly loved her. Anger twisted his features. He snapped that she had no right to define his feelings. What they shared was the real thing. She called it nothing more than passion. He insisted it was true love and demanded she return to the flat so he could prove it. That evening, she went back with him anyway, then stood crying in the shower afterward, her body aching and raw. When she emerged smelling of the lavender soap kept by Howard's friend, she promised to think about it simply to escape the flat. The humiliating pattern dragged on for 4 horrific weeks until the night Robert found the letter. That gave her the strength to call Howard and tell him she could not sleep with him anymore. If the harassment did not stop, she would kill herself. The words carried no melodrama, she meant them completely. She had been at her desk, staring at the flat white sky, whispering because Zara had returned home the night before. Death was the only livable choice. Either keep scraping herself hollow each time they met, or watch everyone she loved turn against her. She stood, gazed out the 4th-floor window of her study, and realized how simple it would be. Climb onto the desk, open the sash, and step into nothing. Her tone must have reached him. He spluttered, begging her not to say such things. She answered plainly that he was killing her. He began crying quietly on the line, telling her he loved her more than anything, that she was everything to him. She replied that if that were true, he had to let her go. After a long silence, he said he could not. It was impossible. Nancy arrived late to the restaurant, the taxi crawling through London's clogged arteries that always felt to her like a dying heart. Eleanor was already seated by the wall, scrolling her phone, posture tight with annoyance. Nancy apologized for the traffic and went straight to the table without using the loo. Eleanor dismissed the concern and poured her a glass of wine. The room pressed in, voices ricocheting painfully inside Nancy's skull. She asked how Eleanor was. Eleanor said she had forgotten how bleak British winters were, no real light, yet she was not planning to leave again. The business was solid, it felt good to be settled, though she still missed it. Nancy drank the wine too fast, agitation making it impossible to sit still. She shifted constantly while Eleanor remained composed opposite her. Nancy asked about the birthday, sorry they had missed it. Eleanor asked if she was all right. Nancy's voice cracked. She hid it with another sip. Eleanor guessed it was still David. Nancy nodded. He kept calling. Eleanor said it had gone on far too long. Nancy studied her friend's open face, the same face that had drawn her across the university bar on their first night, round-cheeked, framed by a black bob, small and solid-looking. Nancy admitted she no longer knew what to do. The letter she had written days earlier had only enraged him more. She had agreed to meet him after this dinner to end it once and for all. Eleanor asked whether she had not tried that before. Yes. Did she want Eleanor to come along? Nancy refused sharply. The waiter appeared. Nancy had not opened the menu. She ordered a special salad and another bottle of wine, feeling Eleanor's stare. After the waiter left, Eleanor observed that Nancy had lost weight. Worrying it away, Nancy tried to laugh. Eleanor suggested, not for the first time, that she involve the police. Nancy refused. She could handle it. The truth was far more terrifying. She was completely alone because no one could ever know the full story. She could not even tell Eleanor that Robert had already found the letter. That door would lead straight to the police and then to total ruin. Possibilities and lies spun inside her skull until she felt dizzy. Nighttime solutions always dissolved by morning. Eleanor said she understood Nancy's fear of Robert finding out, but he loved her deeply and would forgive her. Nancy's throat tightened. She scratched at the raw skin there. She begged Eleanor to stop. Eleanor told her she looked awful. Nancy said she was not sleeping at all. Her heart raced. Exhaustion pressed against her mind and body like a collapsing wall. She felt consumed by guilt, as though everyone could see straight through her to what she had done. She should wear a scarlet letter on her forehead. Eleanor sighed, irritation plain. She reminded Nancy she was hardly the first person to have an affair and did not understand why Nancy had to be so melodramatic. Their food arrived. Nancy stared at the plate, hating Eleanor for a moment for the judgment. She wanted to explain how the man had manipulated and coerced her into sex 5 times since she had ended it, how he had pushed her to the edge of jumping from her study window, but none of that could be said. Besides, it had all begun with her own choice. Nancy insisted she was not being melodramatic. The situation was simply horrific. Eleanor agreed it was bad, but pointed out it had been a choice. She had had moments of madness herself, yet never when so many other lives were entangled. Eleanor flushed, clearly more annoyed than she let on. She assumed he was married, probably with children. Nancy nodded. She hated herself, if that helped. Eleanor called that a stupid remark. Nancy sat back, feeling like a scolded child. Eleanor asked why she was not eating. The thought of food made her sick. Eleanor muttered that the whole thing was insane. They sat in strained silence while the clock ran down. Finally, Nancy spoke. She knew she was being difficult, melodramatic, irritating. She had created the mess and now could not find the way out. All she wanted was for Eleanor to reach across and take her hand, to show some understanding. Instead, Eleanor kept eating, eyes on her plate. She did not know how to help when every suggestion was refused. Did Nancy not feel angry at the man? Did she not want to make trouble for him, if that was what it took? Did she not want to stand up for herself at all? Nancy had felt no anger toward him, only toward herself, and even that had faded. The only steady emotion left was fear. She had not thought of it in those terms. Eleanor's eyes hardened. She said it had always been this way with Nancy, creating drama where none existed. Perhaps the affair itself had been manufactured for excitement. She was beginning to wonder how much Nancy actually wanted to end it. The words sank Nancy lower. Of course, Eleanor was wrong. She wanted nothing more than escape, but she could not explain why, without inviting questions, she could not answer. Then why the crushing guilt? Anyone would feel guilty, Eleanor said, puffing out her cheeks. From where she sat, Nancy had a good life and a solid marriage with Robert. She simply did not understand why Nancy had done it. Nancy held the wine glass against her chest, no longer pretending to eat. A normal person might have felt anger at those words, but fear swallowed everything. She had no answer she could give herself, let alone Eleanor. Eleanor drummed her fingers. Robert was not perfect either, Nancy offered. Of course he was not bad, Eleanor replied. Sometimes he was, Nancy said. She wanted to add that he had been manipulative, that he had shaped their life into his version alone, that it had taken far too long for him to truly see her. But she stayed silent. No one ever knew what went on behind closed doors. Eleanor gave a short snort. Did Nancy think Howard brought Mary tea in bed every morning? They might not know the details, but they had a fairly clear picture. Hearing his real name aloud jolted Nancy. Exhaustion nearly pushed the entire confession out of her. Then the impulse died. Eleanor could not understand what it meant to live with someone for decades. How well you knew each other, how you could become your most hateful self, how most couples simply picked at the same old wounds year after year. Nancy said she did love Robert, but Eleanor was being quite hard on her. Perhaps Nancy was not as self-sufficient or sorted as Eleanor. In fact, she knew she was not. That probably made her pathetic, but right now she was floundering. Eleanor's face remained unsmiling. She was hardly self-sufficient herself and doubted her own choices constantly, but in the end, everyone made the big decisions they had to make. Nancy had never really owned hers. The words stung more than necessary. Nancy nearly pushed back, but guilt swallowed the protest. Sometimes she felt she had never properly grown up. She still carried that teenage disbelief that real responsibilities actually applied to her. In a way, that was why Zara had been so difficult. She had never fully accepted that she was responsible for another human being. Eleanor's brow furrowed, as though something smelled bad. Zara was great, she said. Nancy knew she lacked the words to make Eleanor understand. She also sensed she had made herself slightly revolting to her friend. That realization shattered a hidden fantasy she had barely admitted even to herself. That if the truth ever came out, Eleanor would be shocked and angry, but would ultimately stand by her. This evening proved otherwise. If Eleanor learned everything, she would cut Nancy off forever and hate her for it. "I'm sorry," Nancy said at last. "You don't need to apologize to me." "Still. You really need to get a grip on this, Nance. It's fucking exasperating watching you destroy yourself like this." Nancy nodded, eyes filling with tears. Eleanor would help gladly, but Nancy seemed determined to handle it alone. "I have to." "Whatever, just do something. At least threaten David with the police, even if you won't follow through. If he keeps calling, you may have to tell Robert and sort it out properly. You can't keep living like this if you truly want it over." Nancy's head felt too heavy for her neck. "I know, I will." But of course she wouldn't. She couldn't. So many details could never be shared, leaving her as helpless as a fish stranded and gasping on the shore. She checked her watch. 9:45. Shit, I have to go. I'm meeting him at 10. "Okay, don't worry about the bill. I'll get it." Eleanor reached for her bag. "Are you sure?" "Yes, just sort this mess out once and for all, please." Nancy stood, legs slightly unsteady from the wine. She looked down at the top of Eleanor's head as her friend rummaged in her bag and felt a sharp pang of love for the woman she had shared so many years with. "I'll call you tomorrow and let you know how it goes." She willed Eleanor to look up, to offer even a small, encouraging smile. But Eleanor kept her head down. "Yes, great," she muttered into her bag. Nancy turned and walked out of the restaurant. The air outside had dropped sharply. Nancy pulled her coat tighter, arms wrapped around her waist, teeth chattering. More than anything, she wanted a cab home and the safety of bed beside Robert. Days without proper food or sleep had left her mind fraying like wind-eroded stone. Still, she had to try one last time. Perhaps if Howard saw the defeat in her face, he would finally understand and release her. She spotted an orange taxi light and raised her hand. Inside the cab, the warmth felt merciful. As she reached to close the door, a flash of blonde hair on a tall, lithe frame caught her eye. Her heart lurched. She twisted in her seat as the taxi pulled into traffic, but the crowded pavement had already swallowed the figure. Sweat beaded across her skin, fear racing through her veins. That afternoon, Robert had again asked where she was going. What if he had followed her to check she was really meeting Eleanor? What if he was tailing her now and she led him straight to her crime? She craned around again, but the road behind was thick with identical taxis. Her phone buzzed. "I'm here. It's freezing. Pub?" She could not risk being seen in public with Howard, however unlikely recognition was. She replied, "No, stay where you are. 10 minutes away." She no longer knew whom she had betrayed most: Robert, Mary, herself, their children, Eleanor. Their lives felt like a chaotic web of overlapping paths, once joined by love, now poisoned by her actions. She had ruined every delicate connection built over years. It felt even colder when she stepped out onto the dark back road leading to the patch of grass where they had met in summer. The spot had once felt like theirs alone, lovers transforming ordinary ground into something special. She had chosen it, hoping the memory would soften him, remind him that real love meant helping her now. In darkness, it felt sinister, the kind of place women were warned against. Fear wrapped around her like a cloak, squeezing her breath into sharp pants. Frost tickled her nose. Her breaths puffed out like a dragon, the way Zara had said as a child. Her eyes stung at the memory. Through blurred vision, she saw the first white pinpricks of frost forming on the grass, promising a clean, cold cover. Howard stood by the bench where they had once sat entwined, stealing kisses. Dressed warmer than she was, with gloves and scarf, he still stamped his feet and rubbed his arms against the chill. They drew level and stared at each other for a long moment, as if neither could quite believe they were here. "There are no goddesses," she thought suddenly. "We are fools for ever believing there are." Mary had been right all along. It was a false myth, the wrong story she had chased her whole life. In a flash, she saw herself clearly. A woman idolized for her appearance, which had nothing to do with her real self, grasping for centrality through the most ordinary of desires. Meanwhile, life had rushed past, carrying away all the small moments that truly completed a person. She was neither goddess nor victim, just an ordinary woman, dazzled by lights, terrified most of all by herself. The insight could have changed everything, but she had gone too far, damaged her life too deeply to claim any chance of renewal. It became as clear as the coming ice. She had nowhere left to go. They could no longer pretend. "What's going on, Louise?" he asked, reaching for her. "Don't call me that," she snapped. "I'm not Louise, and you're not David. This has all been a stupid fantasy." He stayed silent. The quiet pressed down on her. Exhaustion dotted her vision with white spots. She wanted to lie on the frozen path and surrender. Everything felt hopeless. She had been a fool to believe there was an exit. There was no hiding from what she had done. Sooner or later, everyone would know, and she would lose it all. She glanced at the wall, separating them from the black Thames, but realized she lacked even the courage to jump, either here or from her study window. She was weaker and more desperate than she had known, and the fear felt like a devil burrowing inside her. Howard reached again. She stepped back. He grabbed desperately at her arm. She opened her mouth to tell him nothing good would ever happen again. But as anger flared raw in his eyes, a loud crashing sounded behind her. She turned to see who else was coming, who else hated her enough to be on this desolate ground. A figure emerged from the darkness, footsteps reckless and loud. For a second, it could have been anyone, even a ghost. Then it resolved, and she knew it was finished. "Oh God," Nancy said. "What are you doing here?" Mary nearly ignored the ringing phone. She had just entered Howard's study hunting for the insurance documents. But when she checked the screen, it was Eleanor, who had sounded strange the last time they spoke and had not returned calls for days. "Hello, stranger," Mary said, walking to the window. Below lay rows of small gardens, neat green rectangles. It was a bright, sunny day. Neighbors laughed at their little girl turning somersaults on the lawn. At first, Mary could not make sense of the sounds. Then she realized Eleanor was crying in the raw, abandoned way small children do. "Ellie!" she shouted. "Ellie, what's happened?" "I've finished things with Robert," Eleanor gasped. "And I feel awful, like I don't know what to do." "Where are you?" Fear rose in Mary's chest. Eleanor sounded completely out of control. "I'm driving." "Driving where?" "Back from Sussex." "What?" "I went to see Nancy." Mary pressed a hand to her forehead, utterly confused. "Ellie, calm down. What are you talking about?" Eleanor took a shaky breath. When she spoke again, the hysteria had eased, though tears still flowed. "I've really fucked up. I felt mad all week. I went to see David Boyette." "You what?" "The man who might have killed Nancy. What were you thinking?" "I don't know. And then I had to go to Irina's funeral yesterday. It's all been too much." "Oh, Ellie, sweetheart." "I've started wondering if Robert could have been involved in Nancy's death. Actually, I don't know what to think." "Robert?" Mary felt as if she were talking to a toddler, when nothing made sense and everything was possible. "And then this morning, I wanted to apologize to Nancy so badly that I drove to her grave. But Robert was there, and we had this bizarre conversation. And I know we can't be together, but I love him." The last words seemed to choke her. "Ellie, you have to calm down," Mary said in the firm voice she used when her daughters fought. "Listen, pull off the motorway as soon as you can. Splash water on your face, drink some tea. Then, when you're steady, drive straight here." All she heard was sniffling, so she raised her voice. "Are you hearing me, Ellie? Please do this, because I am not losing my two best friends in the same year, and you are in no state to drive." "Okay," Ellie answered, sounding distant. "I love you," Mary said. "We'll sort it out." Mary felt the breath leave her lungs in a rush. She sank into Howard's chair at the cluttered desk and leaned back, staring at the wall of curling yellowed notes and articles he had pinned up over the years. The small back bedroom he had claimed as his study looked absurd now that Mimi and Maisie were long past sharing a room. She would clear it out and reassign the space, not only because Howard would never recover, but because everything had to change. His illness had lit up the last decade of their marriage like a spotlight. Mary saw clearly now how much she had let slide, how she had pretended the slow erosion did not matter. Without his constant emotional weight in her mind, the damage stood plain. She had been undermined, diminished, turned into someone she barely recognized. She pushed the thoughts aside. Before Eleanor arrived, she needed to find the insurance documents. There had to be some clause that would protect them, fund his care, ease the mortgage, anything. She stood, opened the window, and let the warm air and distant squeals of children drift in. The sound still made her smile. Drawers yielded no system, only random thoughts, old essays, and teaching schedules from years ago. She scanned a few pages as she lifted them. Most of his published work had appeared in tiny journals no one read anymore. The point of it all suddenly struck her as sad. So much life spent on things that amounted to nothing beyond the relationships that actually held meaning. She had once mocked the girls for their reality shows, but now she wondered if they had been right. Perhaps they were simply hunting for what was real amid the chaos. The third drawer jammed. She stood and wrenched it until it shot open, thudding painfully into her thigh. Papers spilled across the floor. Kneeling, she spotted a plain brown envelope that had wedged behind the drawer and caused the blockage. Nothing marked its outside, yet the weight inside told her it was not the insurance papers. She knew she had to look. Life had taught her that such discoveries were never good. She slid the thick bundle free. A single sheet wrapped a jumble of keepsakes. She unfolded it carefully and let the contents scatter across the desk. Receipts and ticket stubs, a pressed dandelion, a lock of blonde hair, a pencil drawing of a heart, a Tate postcard of a reclining nude, a chocolate bar wrapper, the torn first page of A Tale of Two Cities with its opening line underlined, the frayed corner of a red silk scarf, and a Polaroid. Her vision stuttered, her hands shook as she touched the photograph's black backing, raised and livid like a fresh bruise. Nancy's handwriting already showed on the folded letter beneath. Mary knew the words waiting there would cut deeper than the image. She turned the Polaroid with the tips of 2 fingers. At first, she saw only dark shapes, perhaps hills at twilight. Then, understanding slammed home. Nancy lay naked on a bed, legs parted to expose the flushed openness of her cunt, stomach softly rounded, face lifted with raw desire burning in her eyes. Mary laid the letter over the photograph and forced her gaze downward. She read Nancy's desperate plea to David. He had to stop contacting her. He was scaring her, making her physically ill. Time apart at Christmas had changed nothing. She described herself as weak and selfish. No decent woman would sleep with her best friend's husband. She could not explain why she had let the first kiss happen, why his hand sliding up the slit in her dress had set her on fire, yet she had done nothing to stop it. She admitted she had always steered toward destruction, sabotaging her own happiness. The only life worth living was one that kept Robert, Zara, her mother, Eleanor, and Mary in it. If the truth emerged, they would all hate her, and that would feel like death. Better to hate herself in silence and spend the rest of her days trying to make it right for them. She even agreed he should leave Mary. He made her miserable and was ruining her life. Mary had been fooled by him, just as his wife had been. He should pack a bag and go. She would help Mary through it. Men could never grasp the fierce intensity of the bonds between women. She could not turn to her friends now. She could not continue. She begged him to leave her in peace. Signed simply, Louise. Mary pressed both hands flat over the letter. Her breathing had climbed high and shallow. Black dots swarmed at the edges of her sight. She thought of Howard drooling in his chair downstairs, and Nancy buried in the cold ground, and horror collided inside her skull. She leaned sideways and retched over the edge of the desk. When the dizziness eased, she dropped her head into her palms. A low sound, half-groan, half-broken laugh, escaped her. How had she not seen it before? Howard's sudden, devastating illness exactly when Nancy died. The affair she had already known about in the year before Nancy's death, and the names: Howard David Smithson and Nancy Louise Hennessy, David and Louise. She gathered every scrap, stuffed it back into the envelope, and slid it into its hiding place. She needed time to think. This was not something to blurt out. As she pushed the drawers shut, the cruel symmetry struck her. She had discovered this the same way she had uncovered so many of Howard's earlier affairs, by finding receipts, single earrings, once even a daisy chain, while emptying his pockets before the wash. Each time she had crushed the evidence in her fist and buried it in the bin. She was, after all, a Greek scholar. She knew even gods were flawed. But Nancy had been different. If Nancy were still alive, Mary realized, she would have killed her. She descended the stairs on unsteady legs. Something inside her had loosened, as though the tight bindings of propriety were unraveling. At the same time, she felt herself inflating, a balloon filling with air and lifting off. Soon, she would look down on her old life from a new height and see how childish and fragile it had always been, like a child's Lego village viewed from above. She was about to stop caring in the old frantic way. Defeat, incompetence, daily frustration, hourly fear, she would admit them all. The sensation was new, but not unpleasant. For the first time, it carried the clean ring of truth and the sharp taste of liberation. Mary stood at the bottom of the stairs, her body already tightening with dread. Eleanor would arrive soon, and the ache to confess everything clawed at her. Yet she knew the truth would drag Robert and the police into it, then the newspapers. A violent shudder ran through her at the image of her children stripped bare before the world, forced to learn exactly who their father was. By the time her foot touched the last step, the decision had hardened inside her like ice. She would shield them above all else. No matter how many unanswered questions it left for Robert and Eleanor, no one could ever know what she had just uncovered. She paused in the lounge doorway, arms locked tight across her chest, and studied Howard. He sat slumped in the chair that had become his, eyes locked on nothing, fingers tapping restlessly against his knee. A thin trail of spittle clung to his beard. His once solid frame had collapsed inward, frail and shrunken. Her mind drifted back. When Eleanor had come to break the news about Nancy, Howard had been upstairs in bed, supposedly fighting a stomach bug. The night before, he had stumbled home after she was already asleep. She had woken to the sound of him vomiting violently. Half asleep and freezing, she had dragged herself up anyway, maternal instinct overriding everything, and sat on the edge of the bath, rubbing his back while he retched. She had not been overly concerned then. Passing Marcus's empty room with its unslept-in bed had worried her far more than whatever was wrong with Howard. Now she stepped fully into the room and planted herself directly in front of him. He continued staring past her. Howard, her voice cracked out sharp and hard. His gaze finally shifted to her face. What happened to Nancy? Nancy, he echoed, a faint spark flickering briefly in his eyes. She moved closer. Even as thin as she had become, he looked thinner still. For the first time in their marriage, she felt herself the stronger one. Nancy? He mumbled again, craning to look over her shoulder. Fury surged through her. She wanted to smash her fist into his face, to rip at his skin. Instead, she told him Nancy had never loved him, then turned on her heel and walked out, his pathetic snivelling trailing after her. The girls were at their Saturday classes, and Marcus was somewhere unknown, so Mary poured a large glass of wine and retrieved the stale pack of cigarettes. Howard kept on top of the cupboard. She opened the back door, stepped onto the threshold, despite having no desire for the sun's warmth, and sat on the step. Laughter and cheerful voices floated over the garden fences from neighboring houses, clashing violently with the chaos inside her. The wine and nicotine flooded her system together. For one brief moment, the tension eased. A fierce sense of duty toward her children steadied her. This lapse would be the only one. When Mimi and Maisie came home, she would be steady again. She would know what to cook for supper. She would answer their questions, and she would even manage a smile. She glanced back at the clock. 3 hours remained. 3 hours in which she was permitted to tremble and unravel while she tried to rearrange the shattered pieces of her life. For the first time in years, she longed for her parents, and the longing brought a deep wave of loneliness. She had barely spoken to them lately. Howard had always found her family difficult and had discouraged visits in either direction. She had allowed it because arguing with him had always proved exhausting. Her father had pulled her aside on her wedding day, Marcus already rounding her belly, while they posed for photographs. He had told her there was no shame in raising the child alone and that the family would support her. The offer must have cost him dearly. He had leaned close, enveloping her in the familiar, warm, spicy scent that always clung to him, and said she could come home to Birmingham, even back to her old pink coverleted bedroom. She had shivered then at the thought of living so close to her sister Naomi, Terry, and their 3 children, just 1 block away. She still shivered at it now. She supposed Nancy had been right. There was something about Howard that made people act against their own better judgment. The first time he had placed his hand on the back of her neck beneath her hair while standing over her desk, she had already known he was married to Penny, and she had understood the rules. She had recognized the cliché of sleeping with her boss and the risk to the dream job at University College London. She had only just begun after her PhD. On her first day, he had expressed genuine surprise that she had not read The Divided Self. She bought it at lunch and spent the weekend struggling through it, finding the central idea of ontological security a distinctly male fantasy. Women could never fully merge their private and public selves. By that measure, perhaps all women were mad. When she brought him coffee the following Monday and mentioned her reading, he had laughed, making her feel like a schoolgirl eager to impress. He asked what she thought. She answered that it ignored basic human realities. People needed both a public and a private face, or society would collapse into anarchy. He pressed her on why that would be so terrible. Flustered, she stammered that then everyone would know exactly how others felt all the time. He laughed louder, head thrown back, and told her she had missed Laing's point entirely. Laing had placed the patient at the center and turned mental illness into a political question. Society itself bore responsibility for both treatment and prevention. Her face burned with embarrassment. She had partly followed his explanation, but still found the concept absurd. A world where people freely expressed every feeling seemed impossible to her. Perhaps women simply thought differently than men. She was not yet sure. Later, he had asked what personal feelings she would never want him to know. She answered too quickly that there was nothing, banging her leg against the desk as she fled the room. The first time they slept together, he had taken her to a friend's flat while the owner was away in America. By then he had worked hard to make her feel valued and intelligent. She had let him kiss her, lay her down, and take her, though "let" was hardly the word. She had trembled with longing whenever he was near. She had worried her responses might disappoint him, not because she was not enjoying it, but because it felt so different from the clumsy university encounters she had known. Afterward, lying beneath the strange hanging ferns, a warm glow had spread through her that she immediately wanted to feel again. By then, Howard was the most captivating person she had ever met. He opened her eyes to Marx and the deep unfairness of society. He told her her father belonged to the oppressed working class and that the rest of her family was sliding downward with him. Being immigrants made it worse, he said. They must always feel like outsiders. This confused her, since she had been born in Birmingham and her mother, Sheila, was thoroughly British, never having left the country. But she kept quiet. The more she leaned into her ethnic working-class background with him, the more eager he seemed to lie beside her. One afternoon, she asked whether Penny ever wondered where he was. The question brought a sickening sense of falling, knowing Penny held the greater claim. Howard blew smoke rings into the heavy air and said Penny was usually too busy with lectures to notice. Mary said she felt sorry for her. Howard replied, that was one reason he was falling in love with her. Most women could not see past their jealousy. His words turned her inside out. She tried to appear mature and asked if she had reason to be jealous. He assured her she did not, kissed her arm, and asked if she really wanted to discuss Penny. She pressed on anyway, pointing out that if he was with her, he could not be happy at home, so why stay? He hesitated, then admitted with apparent guilt that Penny could not have children. Their marriage had effectively ended years earlier, but he could not bring himself to add to her sadness by leaving. Mary called him no coward, then realized with a jolt how old he was. Both he and Penny would turn 40 that year. The approaching milestone had made Penny feel time running out for a baby. 40 had seemed impossibly ancient to her then. She turned to study him more closely. He asked her age. When she said 28, he stroked her face and said they probably should not be doing this, but something about her made him feel the usual rules did not apply. She melted under his touch and told him age did not matter to her. He asked whether her parents would accept the relationship. The question thrilled her. It sounded as though he imagined a real future together. She was unsure, but thought her sister Naomi would be more shocked than her parents. He traced a finger down her cheek, remarking that Mary and Naomi seemed odd names for girls like them. For the first time she noticed the contrast between her brown skin and his pale one, and his casual assumptions stung. She corrected him. Her mother Sheila was white, conservative voting, a supermarket worker who played bingo on Fridays. No one could be more British. Her father was from Bangladesh. His parents had come over when he was small, so he had grown up almost entirely in Birmingham. Howard said that must have been hard, being mixed race in the 80s. She laughed. People so often missed the real difficulties, or assumed they understood without ever asking. He then asked whether she wanted children. The question felt sudden and vulnerable. She answered that she supposed she did. He repeated the word suppose with quiet surprise. Mary answered that she could not imagine life without children, yet they struck her as brutally hard work. Her sister Naomi had just had twins and now juggled 3 under 5. The last visit had looked like non-stop firefighting. Then there was Nancy, who had suffered a terrifying breakdown after her daughter's birth. Postnatal depression, they called it, though even now, recovered, she had not fully returned to herself. Howard laughed softly. He saw her ambivalence and asked whether she knew anyone truly happy with their children. Mary shook her head. She did not. He traced a finger across the curve of her breast and blamed patriarchal society. Few men grasped what motherhood truly meant. Not long ago, husbands handed over housekeeping money, then vanished to the pub, and faint traces of that attitude lingered. Society still failed to listen to mothers or acknowledge their separate desires. The insight stunned her, yet it did not match what she knew of Naomi or Nancy. She felt compelled to defend them. Terry and Robert were decent men. Naomi and Terry shared everything, despite scant money, and while Robert seemed conventional, he simply had not wanted Nancy returning to work. Howard shrugged as though she had proved his argument. He guessed Robert was a banker. When Mary corrected him, human rights lawyer, Howard lit another cigarette and dismissed it, still chained to the capitalist machine. Money turned men into monsters. She protested that Robert was no monster. Howard insisted no one could work inside capitalism without becoming a charlatan. She sat up abruptly, glancing at the ferns overhead as if they might fall. She plucked the cigarette from his fingers, drew deep, and let the nicotine rush flood her. The shared warmth of the filter against her lips gave her a sudden, reckless glamour. Howard watched her through the smoke, mouth curving into a smile. He loved how imperfect she was. The words stung. She wilted. That was what he liked about her? He reclaimed the cigarette and assured her perfect women bored him senseless. Imperfections were the fun part to smooth away. Then he leaned up and kissed her, and her mind spun with everything that made him unlike anyone she had ever known. That weekend, she met Nancy at the National Gallery. After drifting past the Monets and Gauguins, they settled in the cafe with tea, gazing at the river sliding past the window. Nancy remarked that Mary had vanished from sight lately. Even Eleanor had heard nothing. Mary felt heat rise in her cheeks and blamed the demands of a new job. Nancy saw straight through her and guessed there was a new man. After a brief denial, Mary admitted it, desperate to drag Howard into the daylight and make him real. Nancy gave a delighted shriek, hand over her mouth, and demanded every detail to brighten her own dull days. Mary laughed and insisted she wanted Nancy's news first. Nancy waved the request aside. Nothing worth telling unless Mary cared about the exact shade of Zara's nappy, or Robert's preferred eggs, or the pointless debate over painting the sitting room, one indistinguishable yellow or another. Mary asked for advice. The words came out with difficulty. The man was the professor she worked for. Nancy called it deliciously Laurentian. Mary corrected her. He was 12 years older, 5 times cleverer, and married. Nancy fell silent, visibly shocked. Mary felt tears threaten and agreed it was completely shit. Nancy turned a sugar lump between her fingers and said it was far from ideal. She asked whether Mary had known he was married from the start. When Mary nodded, Nancy asked about the wife. Mary's voice cracked. He wanted to leave, but pitied her too much. She could not have children, and he was too good a man to compound her pain. Nancy flushed. That was horrible, almost worse than simply walking out. The words landed with absolute force, confirming what Mary had already sensed, yet revealing something sharper. She was in love with him. Nancy asked whether she believed he would ever actually leave. Mary had no idea. Tears slipped free. Nancy reached across and stroked her arm, then asked if he had done this before. Mary dabbed her eyes with a napkin and said she doubted it. Nancy's face hardened. She thought Mary should end it. The attraction of a brilliant boss was obvious, but now that it had happened once, it was no longer innocent, and his reason for staying with his wife rang false. As women, she said, they owed each other solidarity in situations like this. A sob escaped Mary before she could stop it. Life, she answered, felt far more tangled than simply doing the right thing. Nancy laughed gently. Of course it did. She herself had been hospitalized because caring for Zara had nearly broken her. Yet the right choice usually existed for solid reasons. What if she could not walk away? Nancy withdrew her hand and decided to speak plainly, breaking some unspoken women's code. Marriage and motherhood were often wonderful, but equally often awful. Living with someone else proved mind-blowingly difficult. No couple was completely happy. Everyone had wondered at some point whether another partner would be better. That was an illusion. Even swapping for a newer model brought the same flaws: smelly habits, snoring, irreconcilable opinions. Most people battled on. Those who cheated could not be trusted. Mary asked whether she was speaking about herself and Robert. Nancy said partly, but not only. She doubted Robert had been unfaithful, yet on nights he came home late. She had spun countless scenarios and seen it as sane. Their lives had split. He left for a busy office, interesting talk, perhaps a good lunch. She stayed home cooking, cleaning, pushing Zara in the park, grateful for a few words with the postman. The empty hours left her thinking, so when they finally sat together at night, they sometimes struggled for common ground. He cared nothing for rabbits in the park. She cared nothing for his latest case. A familiar headache clamped down on Mary's shoulders, white flecks dancing at the edge of her vision. She realized with sudden shame how naive she had been and how sorry she felt for Penny. Nancy reassured her she was neither the first nor the last, and it did not make her a bad person. She laughed at herself, sounding like her own mother, and joked there were plenty more fish in the sea. Mary had expected Eleanor within a couple of hours after their tearful phone call, yet the wait stretched far longer. By the time the small car finally pulled up, she was watching from the window, having already imagined multiple motorway crashes and the awful delay before anyone would tell her because she was only a friend. The extra time had at least let her compose herself so nothing in her face would betray that her entire world had shattered since they last spoke. The moment she opened the door, she saw Eleanor was in no state to notice anything. Her friend looked wrecked, eyes swollen and red, as if from some clinical ordeal, cheeks blotchy, shirt stained with what were clearly dried tears. Mary pulled her close, murmuring comfort, then guided her to the kitchen, settled her in a chair, and made sweet tea. She sat beside her and asked her to tell everything. Eleanor's hands trembled around the cup. She called herself a fool. Mary stopped her gently. They could skip the self-blame. Both of them felt terrible about themselves right now. Eleanor managed a half laugh, rubbed her sore eyes, and continued. She knew sleeping with Robert had been stupid. Irina's death had hit like a slap. She believed she might have eased it if she had not been so consumed by Robert that nothing else reached her. The past week had forced her to question herself and realize she had made no real effort to learn anything about Nancy's death. What kind of friend did that make her? Mary mentioned the police, but Eleanor brushed it aside. She had gone to see Davide Boyette anyway, and it had left her deeply unsettled. Mary asked in what way, wondering if she herself had misunderstood everything. Eleanor said he might be a skilled actor, yet she believed he was not the lover. He had barely known Nancy. Even so, the scandal had wrecked his life, and that only made Eleanor feel worse. Mary felt lost. She did not see the connection. She had never accused him, only told the police the lover's name was David. Eleanor stared at her. There was something she had not yet revealed. Mary's mind flicked to the brown envelope upstairs. Eleanor believed Robert had known about Nancy's affair. Mary asked whether he had not admitted as much. Eleanor clarified. He had only said he suspected one. The night Nancy failed to come home, before they knew she was dead, he had pressed her for details. Then, in Robert's desk in Sussex, she had found a letter to Nancy from the lover. Mary's thoughts scattered. So Eleanor knew who he was. Why visit David at all? No, Eleanor said. The letter was unsigned and undated, but clearly from the lover. Mary asked what it said. Eleanor answered that it was strange and that she had photographed it on her phone. Mary's heart hammered. She asked to see it. Eleanor said yes, but that was not the point. She flushed, both of them trapped inside their separate versions of the same nightmare. She kept the bag on her lap. Did Mary not see? If Robert had known about the affair before Nancy died, then he had lied to her and to the police. What possible reason could he have? If Howard had been killed and Mary possessed any scrap of information that might help catch the killer, would she not hand it over? Mary shifted under the intensity of her gaze. She supposed she would. She did not know. It would depend. Eleanor asked sharply. Depend on what? Mary met Eleanor's searching gaze and realized her friend still carried an innocence she had never fully noticed, even after 30 years. Eleanor had not yet grasped what living together for decades inside a marriage truly did to people, nor the hidden damage, the secret highs and lows concealed behind every set of curtains and closed doors. Maybe he found the letter after Nancy died. Eleanor had considered that, but still could not understand why he would not have shown it to the police. It had been folded inside a card Nancy wrote him, and in it she sounded nothing like herself, contrite, apologetic. Eleanor believed the apology could only have been about the affair, meaning Robert had known before Nancy died. Mary chose not to question why Eleanor had been searching Robert's desk. She understood the impulse too well. She simply noted that they had been together a long time. Eleanor dismissed it. What if Robert had not wanted the police to learn the lover's identity? Mary felt nausea rise. She wondered if her oldest friend was about to confront her with a truth she already knew. Why would he hide it? Eleanor brushed her fringe back, sweat glistening on her forehead. What if Robert had known the lover had not killed Nancy? What if keeping the police focused on the lover conveniently shifted attention away from himself? Everything inside Mary turned thick and fuzzy, like the onset of a head cold. Eleanor clearly had no idea about Howard. She pictured him drooling in the next room and the brown envelope waiting upstairs. She could end the speculation right now by showing it to her, and the urge burned inside her, but the children always stopped her. What if she was wrong and Robert had known while Howard was innocent? Her thoughts scattered wildly. You can't really think Robert had anything to do with it. I don't know what I think anymore. Can I see the letter? Eleanor pulled out her phone, scrolled, and handed it over. Mary enlarged the text with trembling fingers and read words she could almost hear Howard speaking, words typed on the battered machine he kept in his study, the one she had heard clacking for years. She wanted to spit at the sight of the word guilt. Nancy had been his perfect lady all along, and he had lied every time he pretended otherwise. She nearly asked Eleanor to send her a copy, but realized she did not need one. The words were already burned into her mind. She handed the phone back, her thoughts reeling. I don't think we're ever going to know the truth. The statement was a lie. The truth had become brutally clear once again. The phone slipped from Eleanor's grasp. As she bent to retrieve it, her voice came out muffled. Do you think I should tell the police? Mary answered quickly, guided by the letter itself. No, absolutely not. Imagine Zara reading that, all her own children. But if it was Robert, he should be punished. It wasn't Robert, Ellie. Eleanor tilted her head, brow furrowed. Mary pressed on. She could not picture Robert harming anyone, especially Nancy. He had hidden the letter to protect Zara. Any parent would. No child should ever read such things about their mother, especially when written by the person she had risked everything for. Mary had no idea whether any of it was true about Robert, but far more was at stake. She glanced involuntarily toward the door, as if her disgust could burn through the walls to Howard. Eleanor looked relieved. You're right. And just because Davide wasn't the lover doesn't mean the real one didn't kill her. He certainly sounds unhinged enough. And as you said, the letter has no names. Robert probably doesn't even know who he is. But wouldn't Nancy have told him once he found out? Mary was shocked again by Eleanor's innocence. She herself had never known the names of Howard's other women until now. No, not necessarily. Eleanor pulled her back to the present. Whoever had done it had meant it. She had not mentioned it before because everything had been so distressing, and then Howard fell ill. But when she saw Nancy in the mortuary, there had been marks on her face besides the fatal head injury. It looked as though she had been beaten. It had not been an accident. Mary stared down at her hands, which suddenly felt unreal. She closed her eyes and saw Howard slamming his fists into Nancy's perfect face, cracking her skull against the ground, his rage as fierce as the river beside them. Eleanor rubbed the spot above her eyebrow. Irina had once told her that bad things happen to people constantly. The trick was remembering that personal catastrophes were only small sorrows in the larger scheme. Mary found everything felt enormous and had no reply. Eleanor continued anyway. Irina said people tended to keep sadness locked inside, but wanted to share joy. From the moon, the world would shine with light, not darkness. Mary snorted. Christ, that sounds awful. All our shit quietly killing us from within. Eleanor's voice sharpened. That was not what she meant at all. Mary regretted speaking. It was not even what she felt, only that goodness felt impossible right now. Eleanor explained. They should take comfort in knowing everyone carried their own sadness. It echoed something Davide Boyette had said, that they had taken Nancy's death too seriously. Eleanor had cleaned up after countless disasters, yet had let this one consume her more than any other. Perhaps they had failed to keep it in perspective. Mary felt anchored to the idea, as if some meaning lay just out of reach if she could push past the myths to the truth. Irina's sorrow sounds like another word for guilt, that special guilt only women seem to carry. Maybe, as women, we should stop absorbing everyone else's pain and shielding them from it. The words made her feel like a crash test dummy built to endure blow after blow until the final fracture. Then clarity struck, simple and sharp. Maybe death is simply an act of equality. What do you mean? That no one is special when it comes to death. It levels everyone. She thought of Nancy and wished the words were true, wished she had simply turned to dust, her meaning scattered by the wind. But of course it was not true. Nancy's death had changed them all, far more than they could have imagined. That evening, as Mary fed Howard his supper, she imagined driving the spoon so deep down his throat that his windpipe would snap. She pictured the crack, his desperate gasping, his eyes widening in terror, his hands twitching uselessly while she smiled down at him. He noticed nothing unusual. He simply opened his mouth for the soft food and let some dribble down his chin. When Mimi came in asking for money for a school trip, he did not even glance at her, instead picking at a worn patch on the chair's arm. Mary wanted to seize his chin, wrench his face around, and scream that his daughter was speaking and he should stop obsessing over memories of Nancy. Instead, she told Mimi where her purse was and continued spooning the mush. The girls began arguing. Soon one would burst in demanding she settle it. Suddenly, she knew she could not manage it anymore. The day's discovery had shattered her ability to function. Her heart pounded violently. For a moment she thought she might faint at her husband's feet, like some Victorian heroine. Then she realized she had perhaps been doing exactly that for 20 years, a thought so repulsive she gagged. She stood, taking the half-eaten bowl with her, despite his protesting glance at the disappearing food. In the kitchen, she hurled the bowl into the sink and stood motionless in the small, worn space that had been both refuge and prison. She saw clearly how Howard and Nancy's actions could corrode everything she loved, filling her with bitterness until it destroyed her. But just as suddenly she resolved it would not happen. They might have discarded her without a thought, but she was stronger and would rise above the mess they had made. The cracked clock showed nearly 9. If she claimed a headache, the girls would accept her taking a bath and going to bed early. They would even welcome the chance to watch television or stay up late. Tonight, she would not text Marcus to check on him. He always came home eventually. For once, she would live only in the present moment. She ran the bath scalding hot, even though the evening still held some daytime warmth. She had always done so because Howard rarely allowed the heating on in winter. In the early years, he blamed it on Penny taking him to the cleaners. Now, she could not remember why they all still suffered the cold. Howard usually showered at the university gym, so he never endured the freezing bathroom. She let her clothes drop and caught her reflection, tiny, emaciated, skin slack and ruched. She looked as if she were melting away, losing her last defenses. She turned from the mirror and stepped into the hot water, which closed around her like an embrace. She submerged her head, eyes open, staring up through the rippling surface, while her hair floated around her. She rested her hands on her belly under the water, tracing the sharp jut of her hip bones. It seemed impossible this body had once stretched to carry 3 extraordinary children. The thought comforted her. She would marry Howard again, even knowing everything, purely for them, the best and most astonishing gifts of her life. She had missed only 1 pill after Penny phoned Howard at work to say her mother had fallen and she needed to go to Surrey overnight. The friend with the ferns was away again, and Howard had made it clear he expected her to come. Alone in the small university staff kitchen, he had pressed against her from behind, moved her hair aside, and whispered that he ached for her, that she turned him inside out and brought color to his world. She had melted under the words, her body responding so fiercely she knew she would do anything he asked. Missing one pill had resulted in the blue line on the test stick, yet it had not entirely shocked her. Their passion had felt destined to create life. Still, terror gripped her as she watched the result appear alone in the staff toilets. She was too young, her career barely begun, unmarried, her parents' disapproval already pressing down the motorway. Shock froze her. Silence, she hoped, might make it disappear. She told no one, not Eleanor, not Nancy, not Howard. Until one day she saw a young woman who resembled her dragging an angry little girl onto a bus. Suddenly she understood that what grew inside her would become a full person with needs and demands she would have to meet. She could no longer pretend. She asked Howard to meet her in Hyde Park that Saturday. He hesitated because they had friends coming for dinner, and Penny always grew anxious about it. Unusually, Mary insisted. They met on one of the serpentine bridges. Of course he was late. She leaned on the stone railing, watching swans glide below, and felt a firm roundness in her belly unlike anything before. She stayed perfectly still, pressing against the stone, aware of the small, alien presence just beneath her skin. She tried to picture it, but could only imagine a complete, already formed baby. She slipped her hands between her stomach and the railing and realized with a dizzying wave that she already loved it. Mary wanted to keep walking, afraid that stopping might leave her sitting alone at a table if she had misread everything. Howard suggested tea anyway, but she pressed on. His strides were long and careless of hers, while he spoke in jagged bursts about the article he was writing and how irritating Penny had become. She had started noticing these sudden, jerky movements in him, the same ones she had seen at work, and they frightened her. Mrs. Sodart would close his office door and whisper that the professor was not to be disturbed, and everyone understood what that meant. She finally halted, breathless, sweat prickling her forehead. He took a few more steps before turning back. They stood off the main path beneath a large tree. "I'm pregnant," she said, holding herself perfectly still. His face twisted. She was certain the color drained beneath his beard. He glanced around to check if anyone had overheard, then stepped closer. He insisted she could not be. She was on the pill. She explained the night Penny had gone to her parents, and she had missed one dose, never imagining it would matter. The flicker in his eyes unsettled her. The ground seemed to tilt. If only she did not already love the baby, she thought, because she was no longer sure she could manage alone. He raked his hands through his hair. "How far along?" "About 10 weeks, she guessed. His voice sharpened. Why had she waited so long to tell him? She admitted it had been overwhelming to process. He looked away and suggested there was still time to handle it. He could ask around and make it fine. He never once asked how she felt. Heat flooded her cheeks. She did not want to handle it. He met her eyes then. She wanted to keep it? Her hand moved instinctively to her stomach. Yes. He looked ready to shout, but steadied himself, took her hands, and spoke more gently. She needed to think practically. How would she manage? She held his gaze. She would have him. The words felt like a dare. She no longer believed it, and the sensation was like free-falling. He released her hands. But Penny, what would he tell her? She challenged him. What was he doing with her if he was happy at home? He turned toward the lake. She did not understand anything, he said. She bit her lip hard to stop the tears. "I love you, Howard," she whispered, pride slipping away. He pulled her against him. He was sorry. He loved her too. They would get through this, he promised, kissing the top of her head. He said he would leave Penny, but the weeks dragged. Her belly rounded, her back ached, her feet swelled. She craved only bread and jam, yet he kept waiting for the right moment. Nancy told her there would never be a right moment. She would have to tell her parents and make plans. Eleanor described cheap communal housing for single mothers to ward off depression and promised both of them would help. Mary nodded and thanked them, but she still believed everything would work out. She began feeling the baby kick and sometimes watched a small heel press outward when she lay still in the bath. Both women called him a bastard more than once, but she could not agree. By then, his apologies had become almost comical. He blamed his first reaction on shock and a foolish wish not to hurt Penny. He told her over and over that he loved her, and she felt it in the way he held her on the strange round bed in his friend's flat. Their love, she was certain, would carry them through anything. One day, he announced he had found them a flat near the university where he would live with her and the baby. Once he told Penny. Eleanor warned that he had her exactly where he wanted her, but Mary only relaxed deeper into the certainty that no one else understood what they shared. Society imposed rules to keep people controllable, he told her, while stroking her swollen belly, but they were above all that. Naked, her stomach looked like a swallowed football. She felt almost dissolved beside him, willing to climb inside his skin and be carried by him forever. As Christmas neared and she reached 6 months, he decided to wait until the new year, so Penny could have one last happy holiday. Mary faced spending it alone in London or going home to tell her parents. Eleanor and Nancy insisted she go home. With Howard's help, she invented a story that left out Penny and claimed he was visiting sick relatives. He managed to phone most evenings, once speaking to her father about how much he loved her and how excited he was for the baby. When she finally took the receiver, he said he could not stand being apart, that every minute at Penny's parents' felt like a bad television show. His real life had only begun when he met her. The words set her whole body alight. Her parents never asked about marriage, and she loved them for the silence. Yet one morning she walked into the kitchen and found her mother crying on her father's shoulder. On the coach back to London, she decided it was simply another thing they would never understand. Howard had been right to call her an outsider, though not in the way he meant. Being outside your own family, even a loving one, left you lonely and wondering why you could not be content with what you had been given. 2 weeks later, a brown paper parcel arrived from her mother containing a tiny knitted white blanket. Holding the soft garment while eating toast alone in the flat Howard paid for, Mary suddenly woke up. A light switched on. She had nothing ready for a baby. She rang Nancy in panic. Nancy arrived the next day with a bag of clothes, a Moses basket and a small plastic bath, plus a list of essentials, nappies, wipes, cotton wool and pads. When Mary could not even manage the shopping, Nancy took her to mother care. The following day on a bench, she told Howard her parents wanted them to marry. They had never said it, but she knew it was true, and more than that, she wanted it, though she kept her conventional feelings hidden from him. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. They had been foolish not to mention Penny earlier. How long did a divorce take? Too long, he said, crumpling the remains of his sandwich. A tear fell onto her bread before she could stop it. He muttered, "What a bloody mess." The next morning, he came into the office ashen and told her he had done it. He had asked Penny for a divorce and told her about the baby. He would sleep in the flat with her that night and every night after. Relief poured through Mary like liquid. She wanted to fall at his feet in gratitude. At lunchtime, she bought 2 pork chops, his favorite, and ingredients for supper. Back at the office, she found him gone and Mrs. Sodart whispering with another assistant by the filing cabinet. The secretary asked if she had heard. Professor Smithson's wife had tried to kill herself that morning by jumping from their bedroom window. Both women stared at Mary's belly. The baby's parentage was an open secret. Mary sat down as the room spun. Was she dead? No, Mrs. Sodart said, but both legs were badly broken and her back injured. They feared paralysis. The pork chops went untouched. Howard did not appear at work or the flat for 2 days. Mrs. Sodart kept her updated. Penny was not paralyzed, but badly injured. She had jumped because he asked for a divorce. She would convalesce at her parents' in Surrey. Howard had stayed at her bedside even after her father arrived and cursed him. Rumors mentioned another woman, pregnant. Mary twisted the phone cord while listening, her body burning with humiliation that Howard had called the secretary instead of her. The crease between Mrs. Sodart's brows made the disdain clear. Mary had created this mess. On the third night, he finally appeared just after 9, grey and much thinner. He carried whiskey and drank it from a chipped cup, while saying he had never expected Penny to do anything so stupid. His hands shook, yet she caught a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. A woman had jumped from a window for love of him after all. He told her she would have to give up her job, something she would need to do soon anyway. He had been reading about attachment parenting. It seemed best. When she asked about money, he said she had him now, though his smile looked distant. They were not even married, she reminded him. He waved it off. They would sort it. Now that Penny knew, she wanted a quick divorce. The bathwater had gone cold around her, chilled by memory. Mary climbed out, dried herself with the rough towel, and pulled on her worn tracksuit. Downstairs, the lounge was cold and silent. Howard sat in his chair exactly as before. She could not be bothered to wash or undress him and simply removed his shoes. She wondered how she would have felt discovering all this in the first years of marriage. It probably would have killed her. But 19 years down their fractured road, she had long since hardened her heart against him. She had never expected a betrayal this vast, though now it seemed strange she had not. "Come on," she said roughly. "It's bedtime." His eyes wavered over her face, with what looked like disappointment. She held out her hands. When he took them, she shivered. She pulled him up and led him to the toilet under the stairs. He stood half in, half out of the doorway, as if his body had stalled. "Go on, Howard. You need to pee, or I'm not changing the sheets again if you wet the bed." She wondered why she had never spoken to him this way before, why she had always softened her voice when it changed nothing. She no longer cared how he felt. "Oh, for God's sake!" He flinched slightly. The reaction pleased her. She maneuvered around him, unzipped his trousers, and drew out his soft, shrunken penis. It felt fragile in her hand. She wanted to yank it, perhaps tear it off. "Come on, Howard. Piss. I'm tired." Mary stared at him with scared, watery eyes. For a fleeting second, pity stirred inside her. Then hatred surged stronger than before. He could still make her feel something. She held his gaze until the steady hiss of his urine hitting the water reached her ears. Glancing down, she saw damp spots flecking his trousers. In a few days he would reek like decay, like those shuffling old men in tweed on buses. She tucked his penis back into his trousers and guided him to the front room, over to his bed against the far wall. He stayed unusually placid tonight. He didn't stiffen as she removed his cardigan and trousers, even when she laid him down without pajamas and left him alone in the dark. No kiss on his forehead. She should have stopped caring years ago, she thought as she closed the door. The girls sat absorbed in their phones. She told them to switch them off and sleep, though they knew she was only going through the motions. Marcus's door was shut, so he must have returned. She knocked lightly and heard a muffled reply. Inside, he lay on his bed with an ashtray on his chest and headphones around his neck. He pulled them off when he saw her. She asked how his day had been. He answered that it was not bad, offering nothing more. His eyes were bloodshot again. She knew she needed to confront whatever troubled him. Nearly a year had passed since the quiet, calm boy had turned into this slang-speaking, low-gened parody of a rebellious teenager. She longed to seize him and pull him back, yet she no longer knew where he was or where he should be. She asked if he would be all right for Monday, the volunteering start at Eleanor's. He said yes, that he was actually looking forward to it. Her breath caught. For an instant, she glimpsed the old Marcus. He noticed she looked exhausted. She nodded, afraid to speak. She ached to sit beside him, rest her head on his shoulder, confess the letter and what it meant, apologize for forcing him to live with a murderer. A bond like an invisible string had always linked her heart to her children's. She sensed their thoughts, felt their pain. She loved Marcus with the same fierce intensity as the day he was born, though differently. The girls would never need her the way he did. His vulnerability lay exposed like raw skin, and she had failed to do the one thing that might have healed him. He suggested she get help with Dad. She mentioned thinking about a job. They would need the money soon. He agreed it would do her good to escape the house. Being trapped with his father all day was miserable. Her muscles ached with weariness. She wished him good night and closed the door, her heart aching. Howard's illness had sharpened her view of their marriage and now extended to the children. He had never been a good father, especially to Marcus. She could not understand why he had failed to love them as she did, but the damage was clear. She was beginning to regret not taking them away from him sooner. The thought that she had sacrificed her son for her husband filled her with a regret so sharp she feared it might kill her. The next morning fear pulsed through Mary's body. Eleanor might still change her mind and hand the letter to the police, who could link it to Howard's typewriter. She rose early, it was Sunday, and slipped out before the children woke. She drove to the local dump with the typewriter, wrapped in an old sheet, hidden at the bottom of a black bin liner and buried under household trash. A man offered help, but she refused. She savoured the bag's weight dragging on her arm as she hurled it into the huge metal container. It landed with a dull clunk. Peering over, she saw how harmless it looked amid everyone else's discarded life. More rubbish would soon cover it. Lorries would haul the container away, and the typewriter would be incinerated, reduced to fragments, perhaps inhaled by some child near a protest-plagued council site. Driving home, she cried. It had not all been bad. Images flashed, all of them on windy beaches, at campadores, in their own garden. Birthday candles, first school days in oversized uniforms, Christmas hats askew. Back home, she opened the photo albums. There they were, she and Howard smiling in nearly every picture, even holding hands in one before the sitting room sofa. She remembered Mimi directing them with her new birthday camera, positioning them like a happy couple. Howard had taken her hand eagerly, laughed at Mimi, then turned and remarked how unmistakably she was Mary's daughter. She searched for malice in the memory now, but found none. In the camper photos, she saw the old sheet he had hung to divide the space so he could make love to her each night after the children slept. She recalled the salt on his skin, beer on his tongue. When packing up, he had wrapped his arm around her waist and declared this was how life should always be. Yet that same holiday held the hushed, vicious argument to avoid waking the children. He had compared her to an orange, perfect outside, promising, yet inside shriveled and tasteless, each segment like sand on the tongue. She had asked why he would say such a thing, tears springing to her eyes. He had answered that she had seemed so fun and carefree when they met, destined for bigger things, but had become a nagging drudge. She had only mentioned the car's expired inspection, a practical necessity before the drive home. The words sounded ordinary now, yet vital. If anything happened, she knew he would blame her. She had become that drudge washing his floors and cooking for his children. She could not believe she had never thrown those truths back at him. Honest memory forced her further. For the past decade, she had waited nights for him to return, reeking of another woman. When infatuated, he turned rude and dismissive to her and the children, strutting with secret pride that someone found him irresistible, wondering why his family could not see his greatness. Worse, he had never been a good father. With the girls, he stayed distant but occasionally affectionate, less prone to shouting. With Marcus, his treatment often edged into spite. He never struck the boy, but disdain threaded every interaction. Mary had learned to step between them, drawing Howard's anger onto herself, which sometimes worked. He usually saw through it and called her pathetic. No wonder Marcus had become such a sissy mummy's boy. She wondered if Howard had ever truly wanted children. Perhaps he and Penny had simply chosen not to have any. She believed he had loved her at first, yet after witnessing so many of his infatuations, she realized he always felt that rush at the start of any new affair. He craved the thrill of beginnings, not the ordinary comfort of flawed daily love. A man convinced of his own greatness, he could not bear his imperfections mirrored in someone else's dissatisfaction. It seemed clear now. Without her pregnancy, he would have grown bored and stayed with Penny, a life better suited to him. Howard was a narcissist, incapable of loving anyone, including his children, more than himself. He had snapped at her more than once that all she did was nag when she tried to pin him to times or remind him of duties. He claimed he could not function in her boring routine world. It was bad for his head. So Mary attended parents' evenings alone and carried shopping bags that cut into her wrists until the pain felt almost holy, half believing him, half convincing herself she should not burden him with small matters. That, perhaps, was the cruelest thing he had done, made her believe her needs were petty and small, when in truth they were what kept the family running. He had claimed the right to escape drudgery because he was special and she ordinary, as if everything she was amounted to far less than everything he was. Over the following days, grief ambushed Mary, centered not on Howard but on Nancy. The crushing realization that Nancy had cared so little after everything they had shared overwhelmed her. Meeting Nancy and Eleanor at university had begun Mary's real life. Before then, a large part of her had felt like a dirty secret. Books hidden under the bed, library visits disguised as meeting friends. Then came the gable-topped university town. On the first night, a short, round girl knocked, introduced herself as the neighbor. Mary had thought, surprised, that she would even gain friends from this. That night, they attended a freshman party in a long room lined with trestle tables and a corner bar serving local beer and cheap vodka. Eleanor already knew a few people from her course, meet and greet. English, annoyingly, not classics. She had missed her own, but Eleanor included her in every conversation. Mary spotted Nancy, standing like a beacon in the corner, light seeming to radiate from her. Tall and rail-thin, straight blonde hair framing her face, eyes huge with flicked black eyeliner, cheekbones sharp as accusations. One hip cocked, arm slung lazily across her middle as she sipped her drink. Mary had always pictured Athena this way. Nancy chatted with a red-faced boy who kept flicking his floppy fringe. Amazingly, she called out to them, or at least to Eleanor, who approached as if it were normal for the room's most magnetic person to want their company. The boy was dismissed, and soon the three of them stood together. Eleanor said something funny. They all laughed, and that was that. Life solidified around them, binding them into a safe, cashmere-wrapped unit. They talked late into nights, planned futures, sharpened ambitions, dreamed of love and important lives. They held hands stepping into the world, making each other believe everything would be all right. Mary reread the letter obsessively, hunting meaning beyond its sparse words. Occasional comfort surfaced, Nancy calling her one of her best friends, expressing self-disgust, urging Howard to do the right thing and leave, promising to help pick up the pieces. She sometimes imagined an alternate life. Howard gone overseas, her heart broken, Nancy alive and rescuing her, revealing how much better off she was without him, emerging stronger with their friendship deepened. Mostly, though, the letter revealed the worst of Nancy. The melodramatic self-description as a vile stain, the pretentious claim of having moved far beyond normal human emotion. What grated most was the line hinting at Howard's promises and Nancy's confident beauty. Mary hated her for that unshakable self-belief. She tried recalling the year before Nancy's death, when her friend must have been sleeping with Howard, yet still met her eyes. Truthfully, she had barely seen Nancy then, lost in the children and the endless grind of never having quite enough money. Most days, she had been too tired even to notice the absence or feel the loss. She did remember one call, perhaps the summer before, craving Nancy's energy and grace. But Nancy had shifted, made excuses, and slipped out of the suggested lunch. Mary had seen Nancy, of course. It would have been impossible otherwise. She remembered the theatre trip with Eleanor to watch the play directed by a woman from university. Nancy's concentrated frown over the program, then her sudden outburst that everyone else had done brilliantly while she was a bloody failure. They had coaxed and reassured her until the evening soured, leaving Mary angry the whole bus ride home. Who felt good about themselves anyway? They had gone for drinks a couple of times too, but always with Eleanor. Mary could not recall a single occasion alone with Nancy in the year before her death. The reason was obvious now, yet it still stung. Nancy had chosen Howard over her. One afternoon, the memory of their last bonfire party struck her like an electric shock. It had been at Robert and Nancy's place, only a couple of months before Nancy died, when she must already have been sleeping with Howard. Howard rarely cared about Mary's social plans, but that night he had pointedly asked whether they were invited, a detail that had struck her as odd at the time. She tried to summon the evening and thought she glimpsed tension on Nancy's face, a few furtive glances between her and Howard. Yet she could not trust whether those details were real or painted in by what she knew now. Memory without context was meaningless. One memory from that night needed no context and refused to stay buried. Howard had drunk heavily, unusual for him, so Mary went straight upstairs when they returned. He followed almost immediately. She was half undressed, one leg still in her jeans, wearing only underwear, when he stepped in from the bathroom. He came behind her, placed his hands on her arms, and turned her toward the full-length mirror on the wardrobe. They stood in the dim light, reflections blurred by dust. For a second, she thought he might kiss her shoulder. Her body tightened with old muscle memory. It had been so long. "Look at you," he had hissed, tone warning her. This was no tender moment. She dropped her gaze, but he lifted her chin, forcing her to see herself, grey underwear, stray pubic hair, puckered stomach, protruding bones. "How the fuck have you let yourself get like this?" he whispered. "How can you expect anyone to love you looking like this?" She had whimpered, begging him to stop. He released her chin, but the pressure lingered. In one motion, he hooked his hand under her bra, yanked it off, and let it fall. He cupped her left breast gently, then pinched hard between thumb and forefinger until tears sprang to her eyes. He dropped his hands, turned and left the room, leaving her with only the sound of her own ragged breathing, unsure it had even happened. As the memories of her marriage refused to stay silent, Mary began long walks through Kensal Green Cemetery. She strode the green paths beneath dripping trees, past thousands of graves, each holding its own story, hoping the rhythm would settle her restless mind. Once, at 15, a man had stopped her on the Birmingham Canal towpath. Polite conversation at first, the kind she had been taught to answer. From today's vantage, she saw his yellow teeth, large tongue, the hand working in his trousers, greasy hair, desperate voice. Back then, she had not understood until he grabbed her arm and told her not to be silly. She stood silent, face blank, calculating. He pulled her toward the path that led into the woods. She knew what would come: blood, bruises, brokenness. Yet she let him lead her, stumbling behind. Only steps from the path a dog barked. A man appeared, walking purposefully. The greasy stranger swore, dropped her arm, and ran. The dog walker smiled as she passed. Only then did she run. Over time, the terror shifted from the man to herself. She had glimpsed her own passivity, her complicity in her destruction. She was not sure she would have cried out or fought, even if the dog walker had not come. Now, striding among the dead, Mary realized she was still that girl, still passive, still incapable. Howard had killed Nancy. Mary had known it the instant she read the letter, though her mind had taken time to absorb the fact. He had done it because Nancy wanted to leave him. Howard had never been the one left before. He always ended things, walked out, trampled families. His illness was part of the same pattern. He had not realized how much he loved Nancy until she was gone, and now his brain could not accept life without her. Something Mary knew he would not have felt if she herself had died. In retrospect, he had killed the wrong woman. She still fed and washed him every day, but never spoke. His eyes tracked her now, in a way they never had, and she took quiet satisfaction in refusing to meet them. It was not enough. Pathetic, really, as pathetic as their entire marriage. She obsessed over why she had let her life drift this way. She still believed their early love had been real, yet responsibility, pressure, money, and debt had changed them. For far too long, the relationship had been woeful. She was finally admitting it was not normal. Most couples did not live with Howard's level of disdain and disgust. Other people argued and hurt each other, but also showed tenderness. Everything good had eroded, like soil washed away by flood, leaving barren ground. The real decline began after Mimi's birth. Mimi was 15 now, so the rot had lasted far too long. Howard had been passed over for a promotion he believed was his, plunging him into a morbid obsession with aging. He judged everything by how much time remained: elections, passports, places to visit, books to read. Once he returned from the dentist, saying there was no point cleaning his teeth when his face was already disintegrating. Mary had felt fear twist in her stomach for her young family and tried to pull him out with soft words, touches, funny stories about the children. Nothing worked. Around then, the tearful phone calls from young women began, lies so clumsy a new mother could ignore them. Then she fell pregnant with Maisie almost immediately, sinking him into an even blacker mood, as if every wrong in his life were her fault. Maisie's birth was only weeks away when a knock came one cold Sunday evening. A young girl stood crying on the doorstep, wet from rain or tears. She asked for Howard, who looked shocked when Mary called him. He ushered the girl into the sitting room and shut the door without glancing back. Mary heard whimpering and pleading through the wood, but not the words. The girl left after an hour while Mary bathed Marcus and tried to quiet screaming Mimi. Howard offered no explanation, Later, when Mary stood over him in the sitting room and asked what was happening, he barely looked up from his article. "Nothing," he had said. "She's one of my students." Mary pressed him. He half smiled. "I don't know what you expect, Mary. The only way you seem to get meaning from the world is by having children. I'm beginning to wonder if you have some sort of mental condition. And it's not exactly attractive." She had cradled her huge belly. He refused to name the girl. Mary left the room, stood in the kitchen, and felt more alone and desperate than ever, as if everything she had built had collapsed around her. Then came 3 children under 5. She had not worked in 5 years, her family was distant in every sense, and she would have done anything to keep him close. Fear of upsetting the children at vulnerable ages followed, then the practical trap of no money and no recent work history, and, if honest, a stubborn sense of convention and not wanting to expose the private face that had drawn her into this mess. All of it had fallen away now. She felt ready not to care anymore. If she spoke or acted on exactly what she felt, others would call her mad. Yet these thoughts and feelings were surely the sanest she had ever known. He must have hated her the whole time. Every moment she had read as tenderness, he had been laughing at her. There had been good stretches, making love, laughing at stories, her typing his articles, candlelit political talks, shared glances over the children's heads. But the barren desert had lasted longer. She could not understand why he stayed, unless he was a sadist who enjoyed unbalancing her. Eleanor told her she needed to get away. They were running a project in Yemen. She would go for a month as the crisis worsened daily. The idea jolted Mary. On the far side of the world, one woman's death or betrayal would seem trivial. Eleanor had arranged everything. Marcus could keep volunteering. Everyone liked him, the children responded well, and he was doing brilliantly. Mary had noticed the change in her son already, shoulders loosening, the hint of a smile. She thanked Eleanor, voice thick, saying she could not express how much she loved her for what she was doing for Marcus. It felt like a miracle. Eleanor sounded genuinely happy. "It's been a joy to watch him." Mary asked her to come back soon, not to stay away for years again. Eleanor laughed. She was getting older and no longer wanted long absences. She just needed to put Robert, Irina, and everything else behind her. A short trip would clear her head, then she would return. She promised. Mary still had friends working at various London universities. She told them she was looking for any job, no matter how menial. Leaving the house would help, yet she would still return each night to breathe the same poisoned air as Howard. She supposed she could leave him, but the idea was absurd. He had nowhere to go and was helpless. She toyed with selling the house and using part of the money to place him in a care home, but then she could not afford a decent place for herself and the children. She saw no reason they should suffer for her past mistakes. At bottom, she could not bear that Howard would escape punishment. She wanted it for herself as much as for Nancy. Some might call his current state punishment enough, but he had chosen it. It was his own creation, and she saw it as typical of him to commit a crime and then craft his own penalty, one that condemned her too. In the end, the only solution she could see was to kill him. She had dragged them all into this mess. It was her duty to get them out. Nancy needed avenging, though it could never happen openly. Otherwise, the children would learn their father was a murderer. She would never forgive her friend, but she could avenge her, punish the guilty man, and free herself. Like birth and death, no one else would help, nor should they. Night after night, she lay in bed weighing the best method. The simplest was a pillow over his wasted face. A sleeping pill would likely keep him from struggling, and even if he did, his weakness would make no difference. Yet it would look like obvious murder with only one suspect, and she refused to serve more time for Howard. A fall down the stairs would bring satisfying blood and mess, but if he survived, paralyzed, and even more dependent, a second accident would be impossible, and she would be trapped forever. Poison was too easily traced, and she had no source. Faking a burglary and stabbing him carried poetic justice for what he had done to Nancy, but two violent deaths linked to her would arouse suspicion. The police might even wonder if she had caused Nancy's death too, which in a way she had. Without her marriage, Nancy might have run away with Howard and still be alive. The only viable option seemed an overdose. Once she decided to kill him, it became slightly easier to treat Howard with cool tolerance. She set her plan in motion by visiting the GP. She explained that Howard complained of leg pain and asked whether she could give him painkillers alongside his other medication. The doctor said he would visit, but assured her a few painkillers would not harm him. On the way home, she bought a packet. She recalled reading about long-term painkiller poisoning, but had no idea how effective or slow it was. She dared not search online, even from an internet cafe, because everything left traces now. She would have to persuade him to take an overdose, but only when she was certain she would not be blamed. She carried the packet straight into the lounge without removing her jacket. The days had begun to shorten. On the walk back, she had felt the first chill of autumn trailing her across the room. Howard looked up with wide, baby animal eyes. It almost made her laugh. How simple it was now to command his attention. "I've brought the pills for your leg," she said steadily, wrapping her nerve around herself like armor. "My leg?" He glanced down at his frail limbs, then back at her, brow furrowed. She sighed. "Yes, your leg. You said it hurt." "Did I?" Heat rose in her. She slipped off her jacket and laid it on the sofa. With her back to him, she reminded herself of everything he had done. "Come on, Howard. You've been crying out at night. I keep having to come down. The doctor says these will help." "I did?" His tone softened into acceptance. Self-obsessed as ever, he would relish a new ailment. She picked up his half-full beaker. "Hold out your hand," he obeyed. She dropped 2 soft red pills onto his dirty-nailed palm. "Swallow them," she said gently. He did, drinking so she could watch his Adam's apple rise and fall. She suspected she could have handed him the entire packet right then. She pictured feeding him pill after pill while he swallowed without question. The ease of it tempted her. She longed for it to be finished, but she held back. She had to protect her children, which meant protecting herself. By the time the doctor visited, they had established their routine. He was a kind young man who arrived on a darkening, rainy evening that hinted at winter. Mary had washed Howard the night before, combed his ragged beard, wrapped him in a thick cardigan and fluffy socks, placed an electric heater by his legs, and lit lavender oil. "So I hear you're having trouble with your leg," the doctor said, kneeling before Howard. Howard looked to Mary. "My leg hurts." "So your wife tells me. Can you show me where?" Howard kept his frightened eyes on her. "It hurts," he repeated. "You won't get much more than that," Mary said. "Sometimes I'm not even sure the pain is real." It felt like a dangerous game. The doctor asked permission to touch the leg. Howard nodded. The doctor ran his hands along the bones, squeezed the knee, and flexed the ankle. Mary fought the urge to laugh at the absurdity. "Nothing obviously wrong," the doctor said, standing. He turned to Mary. "How are the painkillers working?" "They seem to calm him." She glanced at Howard with feigned concern. She remembered Howard once saying humans were stupid, their brains open to any suggestion. She wished she had remembered that lesson sooner. The doctor advised her not to question the pain's source. If the pills calmed Howard and eased discomfort, however imaginary, they should continue. Mary mentioned he asked for them every day, letting worry colour her voice. "As long as you stay within the dose, that's fine." He smiled with pity. In the hallway, out of Howard's sight, the doctor asked how she was coping. "Okay, you know." He stressed how vital it was that she look after herself. Her life had changed enormously in the past year. Mary's mouth twitched. He had no idea what changes she had absorbed. "I just feel so sorry for him." "Yes, but we don't want you getting ill." She mentioned thinking about a part-time job for money and to escape the house. He nodded eagerly. It was essential. Many charities could help with care. Funding was tight, but support existed. He offered to find options. "Thank you." He added gently that they needed to consider the long term. Howard had suffered a complete catastrophic breakdown. Recovery was possible, but things would never return to how they were. Mary dipped her eyes. The thought of Howard improving was too horrible. The doctor misread it and touched her arm. "I'm sorry. We'll take it slowly." She nodded, opened the door to the slanting rain, and smiled as he waved from the broken gate. Then she closed the door, leaned against it, and breathed deeply. It was hard to know if she was doing the right thing. Sometimes she forgot who she was avenging. Did she even care about Nancy anymore? She looked at Howard's closed door and felt hatred and anger bubble and harden, fixing her resolve. The next day, a friend from University College London called. Someone in her department needed an admin assistant. Mary would be perfect. The professor was a Greek scholar. Thea Brackenbury phoned that afternoon and arranged an interview for the following day. Not long ago, Mary would have felt intimidated by such a name, imagining its owner perfectly suited to study the gods. Now, it barely registered. She locked Howard safely in the sitting room. He would not move anyway, and took the tube to Warren Street. She stepped into a crowd, living entirely different lives. Inside the building felt like coming home, a calming hand on her restless mind. She pictured days spent among the gods again, uncovering hidden meanings in texts. It seemed incredible she had denied herself this for so long. Waiting outside Thea's office, she realized it had been more Howard's choice than hers. He had wanted her at home with the children, refused to pay for childcare, insisted there was no room for two academics in one marriage. "Seriously, Mary, who's going to employ you?" he would say. "You didn't have a stellar career before pregnancy, and you've nothing to offer now. You can't even run a house. How would you manage an office?" Breathing the university's rarefied air, she wondered at his motives. They had needed the money. Keeping her vulnerable made control easier, but it had also been practical. Academia was small, and she would have heard the rumors. She suddenly wondered if the Weeping Girls and the disciplinary committee 5 years earlier, for his aggression toward colleagues, were only the surface. She saw herself as a ghost drifting through her own life, too afraid to participate fully. What kind of woman ignored girls crying on her doorstep or accepted her husband's aggression at work and home? It had been wrong to let those things become her days. She sat straighter, pierced by the realization that Howard held a deep disdain for humanity. Her mind shifted. For the first time she saw Howard as the damaged one. Maybe he had never been a noble fighter for justice. Maybe he had always been an angry man who treated people as objects to bend and break for his convenience. She had let him. She should have imposed discipline years ago, or simply been angry herself. The thought made her skin tingle. Thea was charming and kind, eyes warm and generous. She worried the admin work might feel beneath Mary, but mentioned her research assistant was leaving, so opportunities could open later. They laughed over a tricky text and discussed Thea's papers. Mary knew the job was hers before it was offered. Thea was leaving for a month-long lecture tour in America. Then Christmas loomed. Could Mary start in the new year? Mary accepted the offer, noting the symmetry that would arrive in the new year. Nancy dead a full year, the affair known to her for nearly 6 months. It felt like the right moment for Howard to die and for her life to become something entirely different. A glimpse of freedom she had never tasted before flashed through her, breathtaking yet unreal, as though she might never actually reach it. On the tube ride home, her anger at herself and at Howard sharpened with every jolt of the carriage. The children had always come first, but that should never have required her to erase everything that made her who she was. Howard had convinced her the two things could not coexist. She looked at the tired faces around her and realized other people arranged their lives, so no one was forgotten. He had forgotten she was a person with needs and desires of her own. She had allowed herself to live the kind of chained existence women once chained themselves to railings to escape. An existence that was supposed to have vanished, but still thrived in too many homes. Society pretended to be fair now, yet for many women, the old debasing rules remained. As the train halted in a dark tunnel, she understood he had made her completely dependent on him, financially and emotionally. The fresh anger brought a clarity she had not felt in years. For at least a decade, Howard had wielded money like a weapon. Every time she mentioned a job, he raged about childcare costs. Once the children started school, he declared her unemployable. They had never shared a bank account. He simply handed over cash that was never quite enough, then scolded her for poor budgeting. The house shrank around them. Holidays disappeared. The children wore second-hand everything. In recent years, before his illness, he had even begun blaming her for it all, claiming she had wanted 3 children and refused to work, as if she spent her days reading novels and brushing her hair. In another life, she might have become someone like Thea, with kind eyes and lecture tours across America. Yet she would never have traded her children for that life, or for anything. Women, she saw, were forced to choose in ways men never were. Her head began to throb as the carriage grew warm and stuffy. Panic fluttered in her chest. She had no real choice except to kill the children's father. She would remove him from their lives and forever alter their stories, yet she could never explain why it had been necessary. They would grieve, and she would comfort them, knowing she had caused the pain. She did not believe they loved him completely, not the way they loved one another. Marcus had often told her so before the illness, and the girls felt only a distant, abstract affection, the kind reserved for a family pet. His decline had barely touched them. They brought him tea, sat and chatted sometimes, but he left no deep sadness. Their lives would continue unchanged if he lived. His death might even free them, especially Marcus. Only the other night she had found Marcus leaning in the lounge doorway, tears in his eyes when she touched his back. He insisted he was all right. She told him it was okay to feel sad. He shook his head and said the sadness was not really for what his father had become now, but for never having known what he was truly like before. The words hung between them. Both understood they were thinking of the shouting, the slammed doors, the tiptoeing past the study. Marcus wondered aloud if anyone was ever just one thing. Did anyone ever really know another person? She thought instantly of Nancy and answered no, though with Eleanor she felt she had a fairly clear idea. He hoped so. The alternative, that everyone remained alone inside their own heads, was too frightening. She ruffled his hair to hide the fear that twisted in her stomach and offered a silent prayer to Aphrodite that her children would find kind, generous love. She stood shakily as the train climbed the last hill to her stop. Marcus had been terrifyingly right. She was about to kill his father, and he would never for a second imagine it possible. Before the letter, she herself would not have believed it. What frightened her more than never truly knowing others was the realization that she had never truly known herself. Walking the quiet streets from the station toward home, past endless building sites gentrifying the neighborhood, she wondered whether her actions stemmed more from never having known Nancy or from never having known herself. It had grown almost easy to accept Howard's terrible betrayal. Nancy's was still nearly impossible to bear. The thought that their friendship had been false felt unbearable. Her feet on the dirty pavement carried her past the construction noise, while her mind searched for any proof that Nancy had truly loved her. Because she had just been thinking of Marcus, memory offered the large bunch of flowers Nancy sent the day after she brought him home from the hospital. They arrived before Howard did, chosen with care, bright and fragrant, evoking her own childhood. She had looked at her husband holding them while their son nursed at her breast and felt she had never been happier. They were a complete, unbreakable unit. Howard had surprised her by tossing the flowers onto the bed, snapping at least one stem. He called Nancy her capitalist friend with a sneer. He seemed disoriented since the birth, glassy-eyed and hard-mouthed. When she asked what he meant, he pointed out how expensive they must have been. She tried not to cry and asked him to put them in a vase. He did, eventually, and she watched them wilt on the chest of drawers over the next days. Howard had always been strangely exercised by Nancy. Only now did she recognize the fascination hidden inside his annoyance. Yet back then, she had been stupid enough to take his criticisms at face value and sometimes even agree with them. Howard, killer of dreams, opposite of love, dagger in her heart, thorn in her side, layer of traps, king of selfishness, never-ending warrior, the man who now had to die. Unlike most people in her life, Eleanor had not been lying. She returned from Yemen after exactly 4 weeks. The relief Mary felt when she opened the door was physical, as if something heavy drained out of her. The October evening was strangely warm, almost spring-like, adding to her floating sense of unreality. They settled at the kitchen table over steaming bowls of curry while the girls drifted in and out, asking questions and peering at photos on Eleanor's phone. Mary felt her shoulders loosen for the first time in months. Her eyes grew heavy with the need for sleep, yet she refused to miss a single moment. When they were finally alone, Eleanor said she still had not greeted Howard. Mary told her there was no point. Eleanor insisted she would like to anyway. Mary reminded her she had never liked him. She could not stand the thought of Eleanor feeling pity, but she saw the shock cross her friend's face. Eleanor replied, "There was a difference between dislike and wishing someone ill." The irony twisted inside Mary. If Eleanor knew what Howard had done to Nancy, she would wish him nothing but harm. Mary stood. They went into the lounge together. Howard was asleep, head lolling against his chest, spine curved. Eleanor started visibly. Mary pressed a finger to her lips, and they slipped out again, closing the door. Eleanor sank into her chair. She had not realized it had become so bad. He looked worse than before she left. She asked what the doctors thought it was. Mary explained they were calling it a random bipolar condition, but really, it was a complete catastrophic breakdown. Eleanor pressed why. Mary said it was impossible to say for certain. She ached to fetch the brown envelope and share everything, but she held back. Lately, she had begun to suspect Howard had been heading towards this collapse anyway, with Nancy only the final crack. His colleagues had seemed unsurprised, dropping coded remarks about his moods and temper. The realization eased something in her. It had not been only her imagination after all. Eleanor asked if he could still speak and whether he knew her. Mary said he spoke little and made little sense, but yes, he knew her, though she was not sure that was a kindness. Eleanor reached across the table and took her hand. She asked if Mary was doing all this alone. "The children were here," Mary answered. Eleanor pressed. She knew what she meant. Tears came then, sudden and heavy, rolling down Mary's face and splashing onto the table. Eleanor pulled her chair closer and wrapped her arms around her. It had been so long since anyone held her. The last time might have been right after Nancy died. Eleanor told her she needed help. Something must be available. Mary pulled back, wiping her eyes, and said the doctor was looking into it, but budgets were empty. Eleanor insisted there had to be something. Mary reminded her there was always too much need and never enough money. Eleanor swore softly. "What a fucking shitty year." Mary said at least it had to get better. Her mind flicked to the silver packet of red pills in her bedside drawer. The urge to confess surged so strongly she had to cover her mouth with her hand to keep the words inside. Eleanor said things often grew worse before they improved, and Mary felt guilty for burdening her. She asked how Eleanor was feeling about Robert now. Eleanor sighed that she should probably call him, but could not face it. Everything this past year had felt strange, as though Nancy had cast some spell over them all. Mary snorted before she could stop herself, then remembered she would have to spend the rest of her life preserving Nancy's memory. Eleanor said she thought she had actually loved him. Mary told her gently it was never going to work, not because he did not care, but because it was too raw and Eleanor had been too close to Nancy. Eleanor nodded, biting her lip, pain flickering across her neat face. Mary said love was shitty. Eleanor asked if she still loved Howard. Mary sat in silence with Eleanor, the weight of the moment pressing on her. Then Eleanor spoke again, reflecting that it wasn't only Howard's illness. She had spent months viewing him from a distance, turning their marriage over in her mind, and the memories left a bitter taste. Mary felt a rush of gratitude at her friend's fierce defense. She admitted she should have heeded Eleanor's warnings years earlier and walked away from him. Eleanor countered that she herself should have listened about Robert, yet love always overpowered reason, driving people to madness. Mary laughed softly, a rare spark of real happiness warming her chest. Eleanor's words eased the sting of Nancy's betrayal, offering some explanation, if not full absolution. At least, Eleanor added, they could love each other without danger. The sound of a key in the front door pulled their attention. Marcus entered the kitchen. Eleanor greeted him warmly, praising what she had heard from Lucy and Tom. He expressed genuine enjoyment and began to thank her, but she brushed it aside, suggesting they make the arrangement official with some payment. His voice carried an excitement Mary hadn't heard since his boyhood, tightening something in her heart. Later, when Marcus went upstairs, Mary thanked Eleanor again. Her friend insisted it was unnecessary. He was wonderful. Yet Mary reflected on the small gestures that only those who truly cared would notice. She asked lightly about Robert's possible role in Nancy's death, fear tightening her throat that Eleanor might cling to suspicion. Eleanor admitted uncertainty. Robert might simply be shielding Zara, which mattered most now. She dismissed David Boyette as the culprit, but acknowledged the lover could still be responsible. So many lives lay ruined in the tangle. Mary let slip a wry remark about Nancy before she could stop herself. When pressed, she described her friend's selfishness, how they had all orbited her whims. Eleanor offered a mild defense, calling it typical of Nancy. Mary pressed on, her face flushing with heat, pointing out the affair revealed only to Eleanor and the lies to Robert. Eleanor's brow creased in quiet concern. She suggested Nancy simply existed as she was. Mary agreed. It irritated her. How rarely anyone allowed themselves such freedom, while Nancy claimed it as her due. Consequences be damned. Eleanor mentioned Davidi's similar observation, how society elevated people like Nancy, making their deaths loom larger than others. The hairs rose along Mary's arms. Eleanor noted the hardships Mary had endured this past year, some arguably worse than Nancy's fate, yet not the heart of the story. Mary shook her head, biting back the urge to scream the truth aloud. After Eleanor left, Mary checked on Howard and found him awake without calling for her. She turned on the softer side lights, her hand brushing the silver-framed wedding photo. Lifting it, she studied their younger faces, his forced smile beneath the beard, her own rounded features glowing with late pregnancy, barely 3 days from delivery. No one should marry looking like that, she thought, recalling the pinching shoes, the tight dress straining over her belly, the sweat and backache. Her parents might have preferred legitimacy, but they had long accepted her quirks. Deep down, she had insisted on the wedding to bind Howard to her, to mark him as hers. She carried the photo to his bedside stool and held it before him, asking if he remembered. His hand moved slowly across the glass, tracing their images. She pressed further. Had he truly wanted the marriage, or would he have preferred Penny? His brow furrowed in confusion. Anger edged her voice as she demanded why he had killed Nancy. He wept, repeating that Nancy was dead, the photo slipping from his grasp. Mary retrieved it and set it face down in her lap. She insisted he had done it, her heart pounding. When she asked if he had loved Nancy, he met her eyes and admitted yes. She countered bitterly that Nancy had loved her instead, the words sounding pathetic even to her. She saw him now as a condemned man. The brown envelope's letter might have bought Nancy time or sealed her fate. Life and death often hinged on timing, the man with the dog on the towpath, Penny's mother on the stairs. Yet some deaths demanded deliberate planning, a godlike choice when nothing else would shift. Howard covered his face, shoulders shaking. Thoughts of the red pill steadied her, quieting the impulse to fetch the sharpest kitchen knife. She still couldn't decide when it would happen. Each morning, she resolved today would be the day, only to falter under the weight of ending a life that had already shattered hers. The gods, she imagined, mocked her hesitation. A few days later, a peculiar text from Robert invited her to the annual bonfire night party he and Nancy had hosted. Their grand house overlooked a communal garden where residents gathered outsiders like guests at a manor. Eleanor reacted with disbelief when Mary called. Hardly a year had passed, and his talk of banishing ghosts felt premature, especially via group text. Mary found the idea appealing, a chance to move forward. She reassured Eleanor it was positive and confirmed she would attend, urging her friend to join. Eleanor sighed, but agreed. Marcus offered to watch Howard. Mary fed him early, settled him with the radio loud, and told him she was going to Nancy's. His eyes flickered at the name. She reminded him coldly of the affair and the killing that followed when Nancy tired of him. His face collapsed inward like a house swallowed by earth. She turned away, unable to watch the ruin Nancy had left in him. Eleanor waited by Notting Hill Tube. They walked down through streets grown ostentatious, past shops whose wares exceeded everything in Mary's home. The vulgar excess, she noted, was something Nancy had relished and Howard had embraced. Only nights before, poring over the brown envelope's receipts, one dinner bill alone worth a week's family food, she had sought the spark to turn fury into action. Nancy's house glowed with lights and voices. Eleanor muttered it was a full party. The open door led them downstairs to the expansive kitchen, filled with 20 or so guests, Zara serving chili by the stove. Robert approached at once, colouring deeply, and kissed their cheeks. Eleanor stiffened beside her. He expressed gladness they had come, It wouldn't feel right without them. Mary replied she wouldn't have missed it. He acknowledged the strangeness, but explained he and Zara believed Nancy would have approved. She had always adored bonfire night. Sitting alone in sorrow had seemed unbearable. Eleanor offered quiet approval. Robert suggested they knew most of the faces and directed them toward food before introductions. Zara greeted them warmly, wine-stained lips betraying her drinking, then launched into book talk with Eleanor. Mary scanned the familiar room, now strangely adrift without Nancy's anchoring presence. Soon, the group moved outside to the great bonfire Robert had built, its orange flames dancing through stacked wood, the air thick with wood smoke. The first firework streaked skyward, followed by another and another. Mary tipped her head back with the others, watching colors burst and splatter overhead, like blood at a crime scene. For one brief moment, she let herself believe the old world had ended, that dragons really wheeled above them, ready to impose a new order. Eleanor nudged her ribs and pointed right. Mary squinted through the crowd, but saw nothing at first. Gunpowder coated her throat, a taste she loved because it made the night feel ancient and heavy with meaning. Eleanor hissed again. "Robert." Mary followed the line of her finger and caught him silhouetted against the flames, his hand pressed to the small of a woman's back. It looked like Dido. Eleanor's shock mirrored her own. Mary tried to dismiss it as old friendship, yet the gesture carried unmistakable intimacy. Eleanor's face flushed in the firelight. Mary reassured her that something like this had always been inevitable, recalling every reason they had once listed why a relationship between them could never have worked. To her surprise, Eleanor managed a small smile and a short laugh. Then Zara linked arms with them both, the gesture so like Nancy's that a wave of sadness and faint drunkenness washed through Mary. The loud pops, the heat rolling off the bonfire, the confusion of how everything had unraveled, left her unsteady. She excused herself to find the bathroom and slipped back into the house. Inside, she drank a glass of water at the sink, then realized she truly needed the loo. The basement one was locked, so she climbed the stairs. The drawing room door stood open. Nostalgia tugged her inside the yellow room. She doubted she would ever see again. She drifted to the long bookcase and the photographs leaning against the spines. She already knew what she would find. Nancy smiled out at her from a simple wooden frame, arm around 10-year-old Zara in football kit, medal glinting on her chest. Nancy wore a white t-shirt and jeans, her long bronzed arm relaxed, her smile easy for the camera. Mary lifted the frame closer. A half-buried memory stirred. She could almost hear Nancy laughing about Zara and Marcus missing the chance to play on the first gender-neutral team. The image of young Zara triggered the rest. Marcus had never cared for football as a child, only discovering it at 13, exactly when Zara quit. The connection sliced through Mary's mind, cold and precise. Everything she had known since finding the brown envelope now rose up fully formed, a memory from the summer before last, not the one just ended. She saw herself lying on patchy garden grass with the girls, old towels beneath them, lemonade sweating in a jug, airplanes drawing white lines across the blue. She had allowed herself a rare pulse of pleasure that day, feeling it spread warm through her body like treacle. She had already sensed Howard's new affair in all the familiar signs, his distraction, late nights, clipped words, yet perversely it had not stung as sharply as usual. She had convinced herself she could endure it, that the pattern would repeat, brief passion, cooling, ugly calls she would ignore, then his mood lifting and more time at home. Now, standing in Nancy's drawing room, holding the photograph like a god on Olympus, she saw the truth with merciless clarity. The other woman had been Nancy. In the memory, Marcus appeared in the kitchen doorway, football balanced on his hip. She had asked how practice went. He lingered, then said he needed to tell her something. Her heart thudded as she turned from the cupboard. He described seeing his father in the park, kissing a woman. She had tried to brush it off as a cancelled lecture, but Marcus insisted, eyes filling with tears. She glanced toward the garden and warned him not to tell the girls. His tears dried in sudden anger. He accused her of already knowing. She had answered that it was complicated. The look he gave her then killed something inside her. He walked out, telling her she was the one who didn't understand. From the top of the stairs, he promised he would say nothing to the girls. After that day he had pulled away, speaking to her less and less. The first night he stayed out, she had been sick with worry, hand on the phone. By the 10th time she slept through it. Cigarettes on his clothes, vodka bottles and plastic pouches under his bed, missed classes. Howard refused to discuss any of it. Mary steadied herself against the bookcase, the timeline locking into place with sickening finality. That summer was when Marcus had begun destroying himself with drink and drugs, discarding the boy he had been. He had not simply seen his father with another woman. He had seen him with his mother's best friend, his godmother. And his mother had told him she was fine with it. The realization shattered everything he believed. Fury detonated inside her, flooding her stomach and spreading through every organ. She had carried and raised children, loved and nurtured them. No one had prepared her for this rage. Her hands twitched. She felt like a fury. She glared down at the photograph and called Nancy a fucking bitch. The frame burned in her grip. She hurled it across the room. It shattered against the far wall. Her legs felt uncertain as she left the house, feet barely touching the ground. All she knew was that she had to speak to Marcus and that she hated Howard with every cell in her body. The house lay dark and quiet when she returned, but a strip of light showed beneath Marcus's door. She knocked. He told her to come in. He lay on his bed with a laptop on his chest, screen flickering. He asked if she had enjoyed the party. She pulled out the desk chair and sat heavily. On the tube ride home, she had rehearsed this conversation 100 times. She asked him to remember a day from the summer before last, before Howard's illness, before Nancy died, when she had been in the garden with the girls and he had come back from football to tell her he had seen his father kissing another woman in the park. Marcus paled. She pressed him. He confirmed he remembered it clearly. She folded her hands in her lap and asked whether that woman had been Nancy. His eyes narrowed. He said she already knew it was her. Relief and horror collided in her. She told him she had not known then, only that his father was having an affair. She had never suspected Nancy. She watched relief move through his body. He was still only just an adult, her beautiful boy, who had endured his father's bullying and then believed his mother too weak to protect him. She admitted she had been pathetic for years, letting Howard treat them both badly. She should have left long ago and taken the children with her. She was sorry and furious with herself for failing him. Marcus began to cry. She moved to the bed and pulled his awkward, overgrown frame against her. He told her it was not her fault. She held him, explaining she had never known how to make sense of it, even for herself. But he had to believe she loved him and the girls more than anything. She had tried to keep Howard separate from them. Now she saw how impossible that had been. He pulled back, red-eyed and boyish again, and her heart tightened with the same fierce power she had felt the moment after giving birth, as though she held all creation inside her. She would never forget that feeling again. He asked how she knew now if she had not known then. She told him she had found a letter from Nancy to Howard a couple of months ago, written before Nancy died, making the affair unmistakable. He nodded. She asked whether he had ever spoken to his father about what he had seen. Marcus shifted uncomfortably and said, "Yes, later, that same summer." His father had become furious with him. Mary realized with a fresh chill that Howard had therefore believed she already knew. Marcus shook his head. He had not managed to tell his father he had already spoken to her. Howard had launched into a rant, insisting Marcus must not mention it because it would upset her, and he did not want their son carrying that guilt. Marcus had assumed it meant she hated discussing the affair, so he had stayed silent ever since. Now he realized Howard had simply wanted to keep the truth from her. Mary let out a small whimper. A tremor rose inside her, but she held it down. Later, she would face the fact that Howard had lied to their son and dragged him into his mess to protect himself. She no longer felt spineless. By morning, the gods would stop laughing at her. She asked if the park sighting had happened the summer before Nancy died, during the August school holidays. Marcus nodded. Had they looked happy? He reddened and said yes. They had been kissing on the grass, acting like teenagers. It had disgusted him. Mary pointed out that the letter she found showed Nancy trying to end things, and she had died by January, so the affair must have soured. Heat flushed through her despite the switched-off radiators. She shrugged off her jacket. Marcus leaned forward and insisted his father could not have been the killer the press speculated about. The lover angle had been too convenient. Her vision darkened as fresh fury surged. Marcus asked shakily whether she would now tell the police about the affair. She said no. She had only wanted to shield him and the girls from the scandal. Tonight, she had realized he already knew, and she had been a fool. He told her the fool was his father. She agreed, but felt no comfort in it. She proposed they keep silent. No police, no one else. The girls must never learn the truth about their father. It would become public and ugly. She no longer cared what had happened to Nancy. Marcus nodded. She would destroy the letter. She stood, body stiff yet mind clear, and suggested they both try to sleep. Before leaving, she told him how sorry she was for failing him that day, how proud she was of how he had carried it all. Marcus began to cry in a raw, bleak way that frightened her. He admitted he was scared. She hurried back and pulled him close. He buried his face in her shoulder, shirt growing wet, and confessed he knew what had really happened to Nancy. The room seemed to freeze. Nothing existed except the two of them and the pulsing light at the edge of her vision. Then sound and color slammed back. She asked as calmly as she could what he meant. He pulled away, breathing hard, swiping at red eyes. When he had believed she knew about the affair, he had grown furious with her, convinced he had misunderstood everything. He had confronted his father again, but Howard only repeated that she must not be told because she was too weak and it might break her. Seeing her defeated had made Marcus realize she had no choice. His anger had shifted. He wanted to fix things for her. He had decided he needed to make his father leave. After last Christmas, shouting, slammed doors, thrown china, he planned to confront both adults and tell them to stay away. He thought if Nancy knew he knew, it might change everything. That night, she had said Howard was working late. Marcus used Find My Phone, confirmed the location, and followed him to the river in Hammersmith around 9. Nancy arrived near 10. He watched them argue. His father grabbed at her. Finally, he approached and confronted them. Howard claimed he would tell her everything, and it would work out. Nancy had erupted, praising Mary as an amazing person and declaring how much she loved her. It had unnerved Marcus completely. She had apologized to him repeatedly. When she tried to hug him, he flinched and his hand struck her face. Howard thought he had meant to hit her and swung at Marcus. Nancy stepped between them and took the blow to her jaw. Marcus lunged at his father. In the scuffle, Nancy pulled at him, trying to restrain him. He pushed her away. He only wanted her off him. But she was so slight she flew backward. The sound of her landing was a heavy thwack. She lay still with a small circle of blood around her head, like a halo. Howard screamed and cried. When Marcus tried to help, his father shoved him aside. The hatred in Howard's eyes had been total. Marcus had run until exhaustion forced him home. He had expected his father to go to the police the next day, but Howard's illness had left everything suspended. He felt he deserved punishment, yet was terrified. They sat in silence. Mary's anger coursed through her like live current. She told him firmly that none of it was his fault. He must understand that. Nancy had been heading for destruction anyway. Howard bore the real responsibility, even if he had not struck the final blow. Marcus was the last person who deserved punishment. She swore she would do everything in her power to ensure he never faced any. He asked what if she could not protect him. She answered that she could, because she loved him very much. He reddened and said he loved her too. She would endure anything for Marcus, Mimi, and Maisie. The path ahead stood perfectly clear. After watching Marcus fall asleep, stroking his hair as she had when he was small, Mary went to Howard's desk, took the brown envelope, and carried it to her bedroom. She lay fully clothed on the bed, clutching it to her chest in the dark, curtains open. Her blood roared, her breathing came fast and hard. She felt like a dragon breathing fire. For over an hour, she let the hatred and rage harden into something solid. When she could move, she took out the letter, read it by phone light, and let the words wash over her. She wished she had helped Nancy sooner, noticed her friend's struggles. Life had pulled them apart until urgent once-a-month calls replaced daily closeness. For the first time, she felt true sadness at Nancy's death, an itching disbelief that she would never see her again. She imagined one day remembering her fondly, not what she had done. Eleanor had been right. No one lived inside grand dramas. Nancy's mistake had been mistaking her feelings for something larger. The real poison had been Howard. Howard, who infected the house with his moods, belittled his children, took her best friend, then lied and manipulated their son to shield himself. He was nothing but a sadist. She waited until the house breathed in perfect sleeping silence, then rose, drew the curtains, changed into her nighttime tracksuit and thick socks. She collected the pills from her bedside drawer and the envelope, then crept downstairs. In the kitchen, she found matches without turning on lights. At the sink, she burned every item from the brown envelope, one by one, watching memories turn to black ash. She saved the letter for last, holding it by one corner as blue flame crawled across the words, erasing everything. She ran the tap, washing soot down the drain into nothingness, then discarded the matches and filled a glass with water. The pill packet pressed against her leg as she opened Howard's door. He did not stir. She crossed to the bed where he lay on his back, mouth open, eyes sunken. Hatred surged through her. She could have strangled him with her bare hands. But she must leave no doubt about how or why he died. She shook his bony shoulder. He woke, blinking up at her. This was how gods must feel, delivering judgment. Cold, certain, beyond sentiment. They had passed that point long ago. He had dangled her life over a ravine for years, pretending he alone kept her safe, when she now knew that had never been true. She remembered Nancy once calling her a bloody strong woman. The memory nearly staggered her. She had not felt strong in so long. "Sit up," she told him. He obeyed, fumbling with the covers. "Your leg hurts." She placed 2 pills in his palm with the water. He swallowed them as trained. She gave him 2 more, then 2 more again. She wished there were a more painful way. Mary offered him 2 more pills. He turned his face away and refused. She caught his chin and turned him back, telling him she knew exactly what he had done to Marcus, to Nancy, and to her. He denied it had involved Marcus. The words jolted her. She asked what he meant, but his trembling lips and shining eyes in the dark tugged at her, despite everything. She let her head drop, shoulders sinking like a deep valley, and a low moan escaped her. If she could not finish this now, her anger would destroy her. She forced her head up again and met his haunted eyes, the familiar features that hid the ruin inside his brain. Her hands shook as she held the pills between them. She told him she could not go on like this anymore, that she no longer knew what he had ever wanted from her. But if he did not die, she would sell the house and leave him alone on the street. She refused to be this person any longer. He nodded at the pills and held out his hand. She straightened, no longer certain where right ended and wrong began, and tipped more tablets into his palm until he closed his fist over them himself. He gave her a sly smile before swallowing them all, as though he had maneuvered her to the end. She held his stare steadily, refusing to flinch, letting him see she would not regret it. He grimaced as the pills lodged in his throat, eyes bulging. Despite everything, part of her wanted to force them out, panicked at never seeing him again, frightened of change, even for the better. Tears slid down her face unbidden. He simply lay down and turned to the wall, leaving her staring at the bony curve of his back beneath the pajamas. He told the wall it was okay. Her tears dried. A strange calm settled over her. She thanked him. Mary woke with a start just before 5, surprised she had slept at all. The knowledge of what she had done hours earlier brought no crushing dread. No disgust or remorse rose inside her. It felt like one more ordinary task completed. Even her anger had softened, absorbed now as strength. She dressed slowly in worn jeans, a rumpled shirt under a navy sweatshirt, and thick woolen socks. Outside, the sky was still black, first rain spots streaking the window. She pulled her hair into a low bun and smeared on cheap moisturizer. Her long, misshapen nails itched to be filed, but she left them. She had to reach Howard before the children woke. She could never forgive herself if one of them found him first. The house felt unchanged as she stepped from her room. No lighter air, no sign. It was possible he had survived the overdose. If anyone could, it would be him. The thought pushed her downstairs. She turned his door handle slowly, seconds stretching between certainty and doubt. Hallway light showed him on his back, but she could not tell if he breathed. The room felt cold with absence, her heart racing. She switched on the light, afraid of the dark with him. Close to the bed it was unmistakable. Skin greyed, body stiff and unnatural. Eyes closed with nothing behind them, lips parted but dry and still. She drew the covers down and opened his pajama top, revealing the emaciated, motionless chest. She made herself touch him. The cold, waxy skin made her recoil instantly. It was too final, too soon. She stepped back with a small cry, vision blurring with tears. The reaction felt perverse yet visceral, rising from some hidden part of her. It felt good that she remained intact. Howard had not erased the things that made her who she was. Perhaps anger did not ruin a woman after all. Perhaps it made her stronger. She focused, taking the empty pill packet from the side table and pressing Howard's hands around it. Hers would be there anyway. His needed to be too. Holding his hand like that flooded her with the surreal moments of the night before. In the kitchen, she dialed emergency with shaking fingers, her voice small and scared as she gave the address. They would arrive in 30 minutes and asked again if she was certain he was dead. The kitchen felt hollow. She put the kettle on but could not face tea. She should wake the children before the ambulance, yet every quiet minute alone felt precious. Her head spun, she leaned over the table, breathing deeply. This was the moment she had waited for, the one she had caused, yet now it terrified her. She wondered if she was strong enough. The door opened. Marcus stood there, hair mussed from sleep, asking about the noise. She told him to shut the door and sat beside him, folding her hands over his. She said she was sorry. His father had died last night. His leg had hurt. She had given him painkillers, but left the packet by the bed by mistake, and he had taken an overdose. Marcus covered his face, shoulders shaking with tears. She pulled his hands away, though his eyes would not meet hers. She said it must be a terrible shock. His father was never going to recover, and in some ways this was the right thing. He stopped crying and looked at her. They both understood the unspoken truth. She told him they would never speak of last night's conversation to anyone. He had his whole life ahead, was kind and good. Nancy's death had nothing to do with him. He wondered aloud if he had known his father would die, but stopped. He said his father had made his own choices. They were not responsible. She agreed. He mentioned the job with Eleanor had shown him life was short. He would remember only the good things about his father. She nodded through her own tears and said she would try too. Marcus was right. Letting anger in also meant knowing when to let it go. She would remember Howard's turned back and his quiet words that it was okay. That made her realize something else. She told Marcus she did not think his father would ever have gone to the police. He must have hidden Nancy's phone and money to make it look like a mugging, protecting him. Marcus shrugged, eyes searching hers. He said she should not feel guilty about leaving the painkillers. She studied him, sensing he suspected, but knowing it was better left unsaid. She had promised to protect him and the girls always, and that is what she had done. He insisted it was understandable, never her fault. She smiled, unsure if they spoke of the same thing, and told him it was not his either. He said it would be okay. She chose to believe him, her son, so unlike his father, proof of something good she had done. They had the love and the tools to move past this. It would trump all the hate Howard had poured on them for years. The girls were loudly upset, as expected. They wanted to see him and wept over him, but it seemed more about themselves than him. Marcus hung back on the stairs, looking young and scared, raking his hands through his hair, eyes wide. When the ambulance arrived, Maisie had made sweet tea for everyone. Their red eyes made them look like a grieving family. Paramedics confirmed death. Mary repeated the rehearsed story. They patted her hand and said, caring for the sick was exhausting and mistakes happened. Police offered more sympathy, drank tea at the kitchen table, and never questioned depression. It was obvious. Crying came easily, not just for his death, but for their wrecked marriage and everything they had done to each other over the years. She felt no justification and no heavy guilt, only disbelief they had let it drag on so long. She remembered him reaching for the pills, telling her it was okay, and her thanking him. Those few minutes felt like the kindest act either had ever given the other. She thought of Eleanor and called, despite the early hour. Eleanor answered sleepily and asked if she was all right. Mary told her Howard was dead, gazing out at the small garden and the few stubborn leaves on their tree. Eleanor exclaimed in shock, asking if that explained why she had left without goodbye the night before. Mary said no. He had died in the night. When asked how, she admitted it was her fault. He had complained about his leg. She gave him a painkiller, but, exhausted, left the packet by the bed. He overdosed. Eleanor said it was not her fault. Mary said she felt very strange, almost floating. Eleanor asked who was with her. Mary said the children and paramedics. She could think of no one else to call. Eleanor said she was dressing and would be there in half an hour. When Eleanor arrived, she held Mary for a long time, letting her tired muscles feel fully supported. At last, they sat in the kitchen. Eleanor looked luminous, as if gilded. Howard still lay in the other room. Everything felt unreal. Eleanor said it might be too soon, but this was for the best. Mary agreed. It had not been a life for him, and he had stopped her from living too. It could have dragged on for years, which would have been terrible. Mary said she still felt weird. Eleanor took her hand across the table and comforted her. Mary mentioned she had a job, then laughed apologetically at the timing. Eleanor laughed too and said it was the perfect time. Mary mentioned she had gotten the job a while ago, but hadn't said anything before. Everything else had simply eclipsed it until now. The thought of Thea, whom she had met only once, lifted her spirits wonderfully. Eleanor told her she was going to be just fine. Life suddenly stretched ahead like an open road. Mary realized she had only ever looked 1 or 2 steps forward before. The feeling felt fresh and exciting, like spring, which seemed wrong with her husband's corpse still lying in the next room. She had killed Howard. That was the plain fact. She wondered if it made her no better than him. She worried the knowledge might curdle inside her, but it felt like liberation instead. She imagined years from now telling the story of his death and forgetting it wasn't entirely true, or perhaps she had simply helped him die. She saw suddenly that death, like life, never held one simple fact. "You look different," she said to Eleanor. Eleanor brushed her fingers along her lips. She felt different too. Seeing Robert the night before had stirred something. Maybe he had been right about banishing ghosts. Mary remarked that life had not turned out as any of them expected. Eleanor agreed it rarely did for anyone, and for the first time she was okay with that. She smiled, eyes flashing. She recalled the supper with Nancy the night she died. Nancy had talked endlessly about her guilt. Eleanor had felt almost pleased, thinking Nancy was the one who always messed everything up. It had annoyed her so much that she let Nancy leave without a kind word or smile. She had regretted it ever since, especially after what happened with Robert. But what was the point of all that guilt? It helped no one. It was impossible to always get it right. Mary ached to tell Eleanor the full truth about Nancy's death, but she would protect her children to her last breath. They would each live with their own version of the story. Marcus had said Nancy thought Mary was amazing. She could imagine it. As years passed, those would be the memories she and Eleanor shared, the most important story. Eleanor reached for her bag and placed a tiny wooden box on the table. The pale wood looked almost gold at first, as if some dust had rubbed onto Eleanor herself. Mary leaned closer and saw words on the lid in another language. "You are loved," Eleanor said, tears sparkling in her eyes. Irina had left her the box and told her they had a responsibility to those who loved them. Being loved made them precious, so they must take care of themselves. She and Nancy and Mary were good at loving others, but not so good at being loved. That meant they carried too much bad responsibility and not enough good. Mary looked at her friend and understood, perhaps for the first time, that they knew each other completely. They did not need to pretend they had got everything right or mourn the women they never became. Their strengths lived inside their weaknesses. She wished she had realized it in time to save Nancy. Her heart swelled lightly. "I love you, Ellie," she said simply. "I love you too," Eleanor replied, closing her hand around the box. Her eyes shone like diamonds. She asked if Mary remembered how bad luck came in threes. Mary nodded. Eleanor said that was Nancy, Irina, and now Howard. Mary puffed out her cheeks. Something still felt off. She shook her head, dislodging a thought. She smiled at her friend. Maybe we don't have to see life like that anymore, Ellie. Maybe none of it has to do with luck, or fault, or responsibility. I think that's what Irina was trying to tell you. Eleanor agreed. Irina had wanted her to live without constantly thinking she was getting it wrong or worrying about everyone else. Robert didn't kill Nancy, Mary said. Eleanor looked straight at her. Yes. They needed no more words. Mary sucked back her tears and said she wanted to put all their sorrow and guilt into the box where it could live alongside the love and not feel most important. For the first time, she did not mind the mess. She no longer needed to be the perfect woman. Eleanor looked momentarily startled, then smiled deeply, eyes creasing. That's the best idea I've heard in a long time. Let's be imperfect women together. The doorbell rang. Eleanor started to rise, but Mary waved her down. She knew it was the people coming for Howard, and she wanted to be the one to let them in and close the door behind them. As she walked down the hall, she thought nothing had turned out as they imagined when they were 3 young women. But the last year had taught her there were always new chapters. Irina had been right. They had a responsibility to care for themselves and feel precious despite their failings. That was how you learned there was no such thing as perfect. A shaft of bright sunlight cut through the glass in the door. Mary stepped into it, and the warmth passed right through her. The one, thank you for staying with this story until the very end, for letting these imperfect lives unfold in all their raw honesty and quiet revelations. Araminta Hall wrote Imperfect Women, drawing deeply from the contradictions of modern womanhood, the impossible choices between career and family, the masks we wear for our closest friends, and the quiet judgments we pass on ourselves and each other. Set against the backdrop of shifting expectations in the late 2010s, the novel emerged from Hall's sharp observations of female friendships, the weight of secrets, and the societal pressures that make every path feel somehow imperfect. She crafted it as an intimate character study, peeling back layers through each woman's perspective to reveal how envy, love, and betrayal intertwine. Like her earlier acclaimed works, such as Our Kind of Cruelty, Hall explores the darkest corners of human relationships with unflinching psychological depth. The story found new life in its Apple TV Plus limited series adaptation, which premiered in March 2026. While the series faithfully captured the novel's core structure and rotating perspectives, it made thoughtful changes, relocating the story to Southern California, deepening certain relationships, and adding new layers for the screen. Showrunner Annie Weisman, known for Physical, brought a sun-drenched yet shadowy visual style, with standout performances from Elizabeth Moss, Kerry Washington, and Kate Mara that added profound emotional texture to these complex women. Production faced real challenges, including translating internal monologues into visual storytelling and filming in a post-wildfire Los Angeles, but the creative team turned those hurdles into a richer, more cinematic experience. Fun fact: Hall served as an executive producer and embraced the adaptations, even as the series evolved the material in surprising ways that spark lively debates among fans. The original novel still holds depth that only the written word can fully reveal, the subtle inner voices, the lingering ambiguities. If this retelling moved you, I highly recommend picking up the book to experience it in its purest form. If this story touched you, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment sharing your thoughts. Who surprised you most? Which choice resonated with your own life? All perspectives are welcome here. And if you found value in this journey, share it with someone who appreciates stories that linger. Thank you again for listening. In the end, perhaps we're all imperfect, and that's exactly what makes us human. Until the next story.